Hey, Mr. D, how's it going on your side?
What's the word, good people? What's going on, team?
What's up, Dbloc? How things going?
Not a whole hell of a lot. Got some workers over at the house for a little while. Fixing a couple things. We got a crowded house.
I do like being able to fix most all my own stuff. I have all kinds of tools, and I just done things my whole life, so I always can fix things, build stuff, build houses, done all kinds of things.
Man, I'm all right with paying somebody to get my time back. I do like to tinker though, but I've 1000% made things worse also. So I kind of learned my lesson unless I know exactly what I'm doing.
I just let them do it right the first time.
Yeah. Or unless it's the bear market. You know, the bear market. Ramen, fixing all our own shit. That's different. Yeah, Maddie. Most of the AI agents you won't even be able to invest in. You know, you're going to go to travel.com and there's going to be an AI agent. You know, you're going to go to some store, some boutique store online, and there's going to be an AI agent walking you through the store, telling you what, you know, giving you recommendations. It's just a new way to interface the internet for people. What's going on, Liquid? I mean, if they're smart, anyways, right? Just think Siri and Alexa for everything. But we're gonna have to see how we break out of this trap, Kane. But best case scenario for the longevity of this push, if we do get a pump out, would be to fake out down first, break down out of this weekend trap, free those trap shorts, lick some of those liquidations down at 91, maybe even down to 90, and then whip it around for a 3-day uptrend. That's if I could wave my magic wand. If we don't do that, if we move up first and we free the trap longs and have a 3-day down, chances are we're going to clear all that liquidity underneath us, 90, 89. Memes will come back, Maddie. But like I've been saying for a while, like you need to make sure that the meme that you're in is on centralized exchanges and it's sitting in front of retail, right? Because chances are a lot of these AI projects aren't going to be sitting in front of retail. When retail comes in, they're not going to be able to go on Robinhood and buy a, you know, AI 16Z, or they're not going to be able to go on Coinbase and buy Vader or whatever. So all there will be for them is memes, except for the smarter ones that pick up the whole DEX game a little quicker. Yeah, it's best not to get in front of these things, David. Right? We know what we got to watch. We know what our metrics are for the false move. Our trap longs and our trap shorts are close enough to price to where it's not a crazy move in either direction, right? So sometimes it's better to wait for the chart to let you know what's going on and then move on certainty. So far, we got what we wanted, right? We trapped shorts, we trapped longs, we sat in the weekend trap. Everybody avoided those two traps. Now we just got to see how we're gonna play the rest of this week. My bad, I'm mobile right now, so if my mic sounds crazy, it's because I'm on a headset. I'm not in the office. It is 50-50, but we do have a strong motivation to clear those licks between 92 and 90, right? Whether that gets left behind for later or whether we do it now is the question for me. There is a chance where we pump out of here, get above 100K, hold, and those buy orders between 92 and 90, they just got to move their orders and but it's going to take time for them to come to that realization, right? So that's going to take time. We'll need to pump up and actually hold for a while and keep making new levels before those people say, okay, we were wrong. We're going to have to move up before we get left behind. But that $46 million just sitting there at 90K, I mean, if I was market maker, that would definitely be one of my targets. Best case scenario, we push up, hold ground long enough above mid 90s, high 90s to where that dude that's sitting at 90 with 46 mil panics. And what's good about that is that then you've got him basically FOMOing in, right? Continuing to push. So that'll give us another push up. So either way, a lot of it comes down to him. He's either going to catch us or he's going to give us that boost that we need by moving his order. Now you got all those people that were trying to freak you out about the government selling that 6.5 billion. Now you've got them on all their Sunday shows today saying that it's a possibility that the government already sold. When we have the technology, we have their wallets, right? We know exactly where we can go look at that money sitting in it right now. But they're just coping. They're just coping right now for their communities. Yeah, but those get left behind too, Maddie. Right? The green vectors on the macro that get left behind end up being macro targets for the bear market. So yeah, they do get filled, but sometimes it takes a whole cycle to do it. So like those green vectors that you see from 80 all the way down to 69, I believe, on the weekend. I'm not at my chart right now. But those vectors, chances are, get filled during the next bear market. That's my target for bottoms on the next bear market. And it kind of fits, right? Because during election day, we were at 68K and Bitcoin's never come down underneath election day prices during the next bear market. So knock on wood, we'll be selling at 150, 170, and we'll be buying back in the 60s during 2026, 2027. And that's how you compounded Bitcoin. Man, everybody's gonna piss Putin off if they keep trying to plan this damn if they keep trying to plan meetings for him. He went off on the Trump team for doing the same shit. They asked Putin how he felt about the Trump team saying that on Trump's first day in office there'd be peace in Ukraine. Putin said that was a work of fiction. He and only he decides when there's peace in Ukraine. So I hope he had something to do with this meeting, or he's just gonna look at it like,
Come the day when Trump's in, he'll probably meet up anyway.
yeah. One thing I know about Putin is they'll meet when Putin wants to meet. The question is, when does Putin want to meet?
Yeah, interesting times. Interesting times.
Not during this, not since the election, David. Putin already commented on that. The Trump team said they did, and Putin said that that was fiction. Nobody's spoken to him. He hasn't reached out, talked to anybody on the team. Now, whether they had meetings with people underneath Putin, that might be possible. Putin seems to want to embarrass Trump, guys. I don't really know how to put this lightly, but just the fact that he blasted naked pictures of Melania all over Russian television on the night of the election should tell you that he's trying to, he's trying to poke the bear a little bit.
Sure is.
That's so disrespectful.
Yeah, I think there's ways. We got a clever team coming in. I'm actually hopeful. Got to be. I mean, what else can we be?
Putin's the type of dude that you got to make him feel like he's winning in every negotiation. I mean, most people are like that, but Putin specifically, in my opinion, you got to be very careful how you approach things with him. The
Yeah.
ego is, ego serious. Mike. I mean, we do have it all over Google. I mean, I guess it's not any less disrespectful than just being able to go on Google and Google it, but yeah. Yeah, Maddie. And Trump agrees. Trump has high admiration for Putin. Honestly, Trump has high admiration for a lot of strongmen, political leaders.
Yeah.
Right? He envies that,
Yeah.
like being
Same with
able to say
Putin.
something and it goes.
Putin showed it in the past as well. He's got respect for strong guys. He likes to poke the bear, but he's also got respect. He knows where the limits are. Just going to be interesting to see. I can't wait for next week just to see what's going to be the first few days for crypto. Because
I don't know. I think we've had.
but man,
I think we've had our. Honestly, I think we've had our inauguration sort of low. If I had to guess right now, I would say the reaction is going to be a lot closer to what election day was. Whether that sustains, though, is the question. But on the day, I think we
that would
pump.
be cool.
Yeah, on the day, I think we pump. But yeah, how long it lasts after that, got to be very careful.
Yeah.
Well, dominance got back above that back above that uptrend that we didn't want to, we didn't want to hold. We're above it now, holding it as support. We really need to break this. Yeah, January 20th, we're definitely going to be on here probably all day.
Oh yeah. Going to be interesting to see how we're going to enter this week. What's going to happen later tonight and early tomorrow? Is BTC going to go up a bit more? There's a lot of money lying at 92, but there's also a lot lying at 96. So 96 is closer. So it might actually go up towards 95, 8, 96.
Yeah, we have about another 40 million in two different orders sitting at 90, 98, and like right before 99 that are a bit of a concern. Yeah, so it's like we're basically trapped between those two 40, $50 million orders, right? One at 90, one at 99.
What would logic tell you here, Mr. G?
I would like to come down. Like I said, if I had the magic wand, I would like to come down and clear that order to that $46 million order before inauguration.
Well, at 92.
And logic would tell me it's at 90.
Oh, yeah.
Then logic would tell me, yeah, we would come down, we would free these trap shorts at 92, have an overreaction down, cascade through those liquidations, hit that order at 90 and catch, and then go on our 3-day up. The reason that I think that would make the most sense is because, or at least the most sense for a bullish outcome, is because we'd be moving into inauguration away from that 90K level.
I was just going to say, I was actually going to ask you if I'm right by saying before you answered, but I didn't want to interrupt you, is once we go up, we might go further up. So it makes sense to grab what we can at the bottom before we go up. That makes sense.
Yeah.
No, not really. We're just 2 away. And yeah, like you said, how much is lying on 90, did you say?
46 mil.
Oh, wow. Where did that come from?
It's been there since the wick. That wick fill to 90 that we had way back. We've left that imbalance. That guy with the 46 mil got $6 million of his order filled at that very bottom, and the rest of it got left. So this is almost like a revenge. Like he's just like, no, I'm gonna fill this order. We've all been there before. You're like, nah, you skipped me. I'm not. You want me to move this? I'm gonna sit right here, and you're gonna come fill me.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that going on that people don't know about. Or the people who knows, but
yeah.
Cat and mouse games.
I mean, don't get me wrong, 6 million, 6 million worth of Bitcoin at 90 and riding that up to 101 is nothing to sneeze at. But if you had filled that entire order, it would have been a nice play.
Yeah, and somewhere someone is sitting and thinking that will never happen.
Hmm.
And these are basically conglomerations of just a lot of people together, I'm guessing. That's just very bullish at the moment, I guess. Would you say?
I mean, I haven't seen this many. I haven't seen this many bullish catalysts stacked up
Mm.
for Bitcoin specifically in a very long time.
That's actually a good sign.
Yeah, yeah. It
Even if
keeps
we
me
go down,
bullish.
that's a good sign for Bitcoin. Yeah,
Mhm.
shows
At this
optimism, I
time,
guess.
it's usually not Bitcoin, right? At this time, the hype on Bitcoin is usually dying down by this time of the market already. Everybody's looking at
Mm.
alts. Everybody's looking at, you know. So that excites me. That leads me to think,
Yeah.
you know, there's a lot more left in this tank.
So since I'm in California, I mean, I'm here in Riverside. I'm not close. I'm like a 50-minute drive to LA, but I can't see the smoke from our house. The wind's blowing it all towards the ocean anyway.
Well, that's good.
And we're watching the live TV, and I'm getting somewhere with this. And I said to my wife, I said, this, what you see now, didn't happen in 1990. That's how early, that's how young crypto is. All of a sudden, every single time it comes on, and they say we're going to break for an ad, there's a crypto ad. I kid you not.
Yeah, that's right.
Masses is starting to notice, slowly but surely. And that's good for us. That's good for people who jumped in early. I mean, not complaining at all.
But the news is talking about how this is going to start a crypto revolution and da da da. And
Oh,
people have
what
to
is going to
hurry
start?
up and get in before the governments get in. And I'm sitting here like,
Oh,
we front ran the governments by 8 years, 10 years. Like if you've been in crypto for 3 or 4 cycles and that doesn't make you feel amazing, like
yeah. What
for
makes me
once
feel
in the
amazing is that I was
history of
even,
ever.
yeah. I feel great because I was even part of that 16,000 in the US that actually sent in letters to Deaton that they used in the Senate against
Mm.
Kim Jong Gensler. And yeah, you say we ahead of them, and we've actually fought them for a while as well. We literally did.
And beat them.
Yeah, damn right.
I've been here for every part of that. I've been here from when they literally ignored you to when they finally started paying attention to you just to laugh at you
Yeah,
to when
and think
they
about
started
this.
taking you serious and tried to destroy you to where they
We are
realized they
very,
couldn't destroy you and just had to join you.
yeah,
Yeah, through
had
all of
to
that.
join. Exactly. That's the best part of all. In the end, they had to join, and they had to buy in themselves as well.
And the
And the
best
nice
part of that
thing is,
saying is the best part of that saying is what everybody leaves out. Like everybody knows the first they laugh at you, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they try to destroy you, then they join you. But
yeah,
the end of that saying is uh first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then they join you, then you win. That's the part that we're at. We're at the then you win part. That's exciting.
and what's nice is, we in the US, you had to be so resilient, you had to be so thick-skinned, because I literally had to learn. I kid you not, was it about 9, 10 platforms? Because every time you jump on a platform, then they want to ban that platform, then they want to ban that platform. Then we literally have to hop, skip, and jump all the time. It's insane. And now they're coming back. They even say KuCoin wants to make a comeback now. All these platforms are going to come back now. So it's insane what we had to go through here just to try and do it. What year did you start crypto? Where you can say you actually took notice of crypto and you started trading? What year was that?
My bad. I'm talking into a mute mic like a dun. What's the last thing you heard? Went way into the explanation.
And we were just talking about us having to fight the government. And then I said how I literally had to learn 8 or 9 in all these 4 years, 8 or 9 new platforms because they keep shifting us. And how resilient you had to be to do crypto in the US.
Yeah.
It's actually insane. We're going to look back at this, and it's going to look, sound, and just feel weird to think that you had to literally fight for your right to do crypto.
Yeah, there is a full moon tomorrow. All of our full
Oh,
moon, new moon traders are excited.
well, it's on the Monday.
There isn't really any John, there isn't really any rhyme or reason to whether it's up two in a row, up three in a row. It really just matters on what our targets look like while we're in the weekend trap, right? What liquidations look like to the top and the bottom, what our imbalances look like. But we'll know the move when it happens because it'll free one side of the trap traders. Until then, all we can do is sort of look. Nah, I haven't been in the office yet, Galactic. I got a house full of people. I'll do that though. As soon as I get in the office, we'll go through that list.
Dbloc your indicators. Do you see us go down further this week, or do you think there might actually be a drop for Monday, or do you think we could actually start on a level for Monday?
What do you mean? Say again, sorry.
Do you think we're gonna start tonight, because normally Sunday nights is really bad? Do you think we might start spiraling down and start the Monday going down, or if we do go now to, let's say we do go down to 92 or to 90, do you think it will just be a gradual downward spiral towards Friday?
No, no, no. The false move, the false move is the move out of the weekend trap that frees the trap longs or the shorts, right? But that move ends on Monday. So if you push up here, that means a 3-day move down into Thursday. If we push
Okay.
down and take that 92, 90, then we're looking at a 3 push up into Thursday. That's the
Okay.
ideal scenario for me.
Because whatever happens is going to happen before, I'd say, end of next weekend, I guess.
Yeah. No, we're gonna run. We've been running it pretty regular. I mean, this our weekend sort of cycle has been running pretty regular, from our weekend traps to our false moves to our midweek reversals. I mean, last week was perfect. Midweek reversal wasn't huge, but we did find the bottom on Thursday and move up into the weekend trap. So, we still
Okay,
got
so
our midweek reversal.
what I've learned from you in the past, and what I've seen a lot as well in the 4 years, is weekends is a bit crazy to trade. A lot can happen on weekends, a lot can happen on Fridays and Sunday nights. What, on the 5 days of Wall Street that you found when you were still trading at Wall Street, which day is the most difficult day basically to trade? Is there a
Friday.
specific day that you could? Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, Friday. You don't want to trade Fridays, especially if you're trading options. You're going to close all your options out going into the weekend. Expirations, Friday's when all the manipulation comes in, right? That's when
Okay.
price has to move to a
Yeah.
certain level by a certain time.
Yeah.
And then intraday, intraday US session is honestly the worst. The last 3 hours, 4 hours of the US session really suck. Excuse me. And for crypto, UK session is the easiest session to trade
Yeah.
daily. If you just want to do daily swing scalp,
Yeah. It's so nice.
US,
I don't know why
UK
the USA
session.
is always so volatile compared to Europe and the East. I don't know.
Well,
It's
you know what my theory is. I've said it before, and it probably doesn't make any sense, but to me it does. Um, if we know that Asian session tends to set a range, right? They tend to set about a 1% range. If they go up, they'll go down equal. They keep balance.
yeah.
UK tends to set a trend and stick to it. Whether it's up or down, they stick to it. And US tends to do whatever they want, right? Well, let's look at it culturally, right? Um, with Asians, you have the whole balance, yin yang
Yeah.
sort of mentality, right? Very level headed, very balanced out. In the UK, you have very steadfast, uh, hard nose to the grindstone, one direction, push forward, And then in the US, we just tend to do whatever the hell we want. And it kind of fits, like you think of the mentality of traders in the countries, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
We're just a bunch
Especially
of wild
looking at the
cowboys
size.
over here.
Listen, I'm going to say cheers for now. I'll join you guys hopefully later. I've got a tri-tip going and it's almost ready. So
All right, brother.
enjoy your Sunday, guys.
Terragato, last week we topped out Monday. We pumped into Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday we're down until we pivoted on Thursday. I'm not at the chart right now. I would show you. Excuse me. I do like virtuals at this price, but I think it can go lower. I've already started my DCAs back into virtuals. So I've started my DCAs just to be clear into all my AI agents. Very light though, sprinkles. Oh, I definitely used it as exit liquidity. But it's just like memes, right? First cycle, you jump in all the low cap shit that has possibilities, whatever. Coming back in now, I'm going into stuff that's already higher market cap, more well established. And then I'm moving into the lower cap stuff on uh, on blockchains that haven't had the light yet for AI agents like Sui. Yeah, you got to get in on this type of shit when nobody knows about it. That being said, I don't think that the major projects in the narrative are done yet. They're still sitting at ridiculously low valuations. And we got to remember that we felt the same way about memes after the very first meme run. Look into the picks and shovels, guys. Right? First, first run, it's easy to go for the low cap shit. Second run, you want to be a little smarter. There's more AI agents coming out now. If you just look into the picks and shovels, right? Instead of going for the unbonded shit on virtuals, you could go for the highest market cap and hold virtuals. Or excuse me. Instead of instead of buying the game, you buy you buy the provider, basically. Instead of digging for the gold, you sell the picks and you sell the shovels. The biggest winner in all of this so far has been Base and Solana. This should breathe brand new life into Base. My bad, y'all. Give me a second. I'm here. I'm just handling something real quick. I'm here, y'all. I just got some workers in the house, so I'm dealing with making sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I'm back, yo. Well, we all joining Mensa. That's what we're doing. I never taken the IQ test. Always seemed kind of silly, but I'm down to though. What if my number sucks though? What if you spend your whole life thinking that you're above average intelligence and then you get some test telling you that you're a dumbass and it just affects the rest of your life? Right? Technically above average. Now, there's a lot that I don't know, obviously, right? One thing I do have faith in is in my ability to learn. My experience in life is I can basically apply myself to anything, but applying yourself is the key word there. Really applying yourself. Yeah. Yeah, Mensa party doesn't really sound like an event that you're missing out too much on, right? Like nobody's ever gonna call you and be like, yo, shit got crazy at the Mensa party last night. You have no idea. Well, we need an EQ test. Test some of these people's emotional intelligence. Nah, it goes down at the Mensa party, Dubs. What's going on, White? Yeah, doubt it. Um, Hank, the book has got what we know what's left on the book, right? 92 to 90, and then 98 to 99 have pretty equal buy and sell walls. 46 mil down at 90, and then two separate sell orders for 20 mil plus between 98 and 99. I have to check again when I get into the office to see if they're still there, but I'm pretty sure they're still there. Yeah, that's what I'd like. I want to see a false move down, pre these trap shorts at 92, go down, fill that order at 90, get a little blow off wick down to like 48, 40, I mean 48, holy shit, to 89, 88, something like that. Something that consumes itself instantly though, right? Closes back above 90 because of that big order. And then a 3-day push up. That would be the scariest for most people, right? That's going to freak retail out. But that would be the healthiest move for a uptrend. If I could have it my way, best, that's what I would want. What I don't want to do is push up into those sell orders at 98, 99, still having all of that liquidity sitting down at 90, right? Because that's a setup right there for a good, you know, pop up to 98, reject off of 98.5, 99, and then come all the way back down to 90. I think that hits sentiment a lot harder, right? All of the bull market is over. People are going to come out of the closet again. So if we want to manage sentiment, I think the best thing is to go down now while people's expectations aren't too high. Take that out and then go sweep those liquidations to the top side. Yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to start climbing up into the hundreds and have to come back down to 90. But we'll get the false move in the next 24 hours. We won't have to wait here long to see what's going to happen. Probably a little bit of both. Yeah, you're gonna want, if you want lower entries on alts, you want dominance to hold this range that it's in right now. You see that uptrend that it just got above, it's holding support above. You want to put in a higher high here on dominance. And then even that small move down on a Bitcoin will give you some better buys on the alts. Yeah, one more sweep is possible. You don't have too much to worry about if you're on spot, in my opinion. But we're still in the range where you should be deleveraged. We haven't gotten out of the spooky zone yet, where you should feel comfortable holding, significant leverage positions. I mean, if you're holding them, cool. Just you shouldn't be comfortable. Yeah, everybody's got a different threshold for risk. Yeah, definitely. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We're almost at 2K, y'all. It's quick. I feel like we just hit 1K recently. For the most part, I finished all the YouTube shit yesterday. I had a couple of things I had to do with AdSense, and YouTube's complicated. But this week I'm gonna focus in on Discord, upgrade a couple things, get everything set up, bring all the bots in, and then we'll be running on full cylinders. Still trying to get that damn stream avatars game to work so that chat has something to play whenever, especially on the weekends. We're gonna have fun with that shit on during the weekend traps. Nothing's going on. But I'm having trouble integrating it with Streamlabs. Um, Damn, there's been some good ones, bro. What's going on, Chris? What's going on, Turkman? Litecoin. Jumping in on Litecoin was probably my biggest risk. This was my first bear market. Um, and nothing said that price was gonna. I literally had no idea about the cycles. I didn't know about anything. I just knew that everything had dropped 90%. Taking the swing on that, taking that risk, that sort of like leap, you know what I mean? That leap of faith was probably my biggest payoff. But I mean, I've had some good ones, bro. Like buying Jasmine when they were going through their shit and it was down, at the lowest prices ever, or just swinging at some plays that probably weren't. Swinging on those plays on high FUD days are the ones that you remember the most, right? When everybody else is freaked out and you take a swing at it and you catch the bottom on something like that, that changes the way that you look at the rest of your trading. Like I told y'all, the buys that we made the other day were automatic for me because there were macro support on high levels of FUD. That for me is always a go signal. And the reason it's a go signal are because of those prior trades. right? Because of the experience from even just during this bull market. You guys that have been here from the beginning, you know, every single day that we have high levels of FUD have been local bottoms for all these projects. Bro, I just honestly, I was like, how much further can it go? Is how I was looking at it. Like, how much further could it possibly go? And it was stupid. At the end of the day, it wasn't a smart decision. I just sometimes you fail forward, you know. In crypto, that's kind of dangerous. It happens a lot. You come in, you do something that you shouldn't do, right? You make a decision that you shouldn't make, and in spite of yourself, it works. The problem with that is if you fail forward enough times, you just build bad habits, right? So people that come in and they jump on a meme coin, they put a bunch of money on a meme coin that they heard about on TikTok, and it happens to go. You can't tell that person shit now, right? They're gonna do that until they're out of money. They're gonna keep running that same play until they get wiped because they failed forward when they first came in. Yeah. So for me, I understood. I was like, okay, I had no idea what was going on. And then I had to learn because then I noticed there were people around me that also bought the dip, right? And then I started getting into communities and talking to other traders, and they weren't worried about buying the dip. So I'm like, all right, hold up. You know, these dudes bleed just like I do. If they can learn something, I can learn something, right? If there's actually a method here, then we can learn it. But what made the biggest difference is just wrapping my head around the 4-year cycle. That'll make the biggest difference in your trading. And then also those lessons of learning what not to do with your money, right? First successful bull market, I have probably zero of those dollars left. Not a whole lot to show for it either. You do stupid shit, you know? New money. You're gonna go out and you're gonna do all the stupid shit. You're gonna buy all the shit you're not supposed to buy. You're gonna go drive the shit that you have no business driving. You're gonna lock yourself down in a house in a city that you don't even know you want to be in yet. It's a lot of dumb decisions that we make when you come from nothing and you get money and nobody's taught you what to do with your money. You're gonna buy a big house. You're gonna buy the Lambo when you really should be compounding all of that for the next cycle. You'll see a dip. You'll see a dip at 12 on legacy, mostly during the week. Yeah, what people need to understand is that Bitcoin's on a 4-year cycle, but alts aren't, right? Alts are going to fluctuate in and out. The traders that have made the most money during this cycle are the ones that have played the narratives. Narrative is hot, you jump on the narrative early, you run it up to the top, retail jumps into the narrative, blow off top, you get out, right? It's almost like a miniaturized 4-year cycle, but it happens within narratives. It's a reason that they call it the Bitcoin 4-year cycle. I'm still holding Jasmine, Oscar. Jasmine's actually my second largest position right now. It was never intended to be the second largest position, but yeah, it went absolutely crazy. So that's where we're at. Jasmine's treated me really good for 2 cycles. I have zero complaints about Jasmine. Even if Jasmine was to do absolutely nothing from this point forward, it's done more than enough. But I think Jasmine still has a run left in her. I'd pull up the chart, but I'm not in the office right now. Yeah, it was my largest bag for a while then. It didn't start off like that, did it? I'm just gonna gamble that it didn't start off as your largest bag and it just worked its way up there like it did mine. Put it this way, if I had just gone all in on Jasmine, my bull market would be over. Everything from this point forward would literally just be icing on the cake. Yeah, yeah, same thing. Yeah, I mean, Illuvium should do well. The problem is that that gaming narrative hasn't peeked its head around the corner yet. But when it does, Illuvium is sitting right there. Very easy to buy. Good name recognition. Yeah, congrats, Stubbs. Listen, even if people don't want to trade full time, you know, what I mean, a lot of people love their job, but it's just a way to take that salary that you're getting in and make sure that one, it doesn't get debased, right, by inflation and shit by the time that you're ready to retire. But two, you could get some X's on that, you know. And some people love their jobs but don't love what they get paid, and they end up going for jobs that they don't love because it pays more. But if you can take that salary from the job that you love and turn it into something that you can live on, then you can work at that job that you love for the rest of your life. We're waiting to see how we break out of this trap, MVP. I'm looking for a false move in the next 24 hours, which means whatever move we get from now till Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday will be in the opposite direction. So we were just kind of brainstorming that out right now. I want to see the move down. I want to see us break out of this weekend trap, free those trap shorts, pick up those orders at 90. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we get out of this hole. Nuggets. My man said he's tired of everything. I feel you, bro. Real estate is. I've had some investment properties, but I've never gotten deep into real estate because there's just so much managing involved. And I know you can get a company to do it for you or whatever, but I like to be more hands-on with my investments. Yeah, there's no rush to go full in, Dubs. Like it took me a while before I decided to it took me a while before I decided to trade full time. And I made sure I had at least 3 years salary sort of in the cuff, right? You got to be able to make it through the entire bear market. Let's just assume worst case scenario, you make it through. There's no money to be made for 3 years until that last explosive year. You've got to be able to sustain your way of life, you know. Well, let's see Nuggets at the top of this bull market. Maybe you'll get that pig farm, bro. Go live in peace. Feed the hogs. I do, Hank. I'll dabble in legacy if there's a nice play, there's a nice setup. Usually in options. Where I don't trade leverage in crypto on legacy, I only trade options. I just need some semblance of regulation, even if you're lying to me. You know what I mean? I just can't deal with these crypto exchanges and their leverage bullshit. Nice. You'll get there, Nugget. Once the body starts to slow down a little bit, knees start to give out. Get away from the city. I feel you though. I'm a city boy. That country life is cool for vacations and shit, but I need the action. Yeah, Vimiso. I mean, my experience is a little different, but it's just because I really love this shit. Like, I don't have to be in a trade. I could sit and watch a chart all day. It scratches that nerd side of me that I never knew I had. I just discovered recently that I'm a nerd. I'm embracing it now. And there's no denying it at this point, but it's all about doing what you love. There's this dude that I watch on YouTube. All he does is he goes around in different places and talks to like billionaires, asking them for advice. And the three things that you hear the most um, are do what you love, never do it for somebody else, and never do it for free. And one of the other often reoccurring sentiments is you can become a millionaire by yourself, but it takes a team to hit $1 billion. And that's real shit. Yeah, the problem with doing things for free is that people don't value it. You know, even with the Discord, us going to like a $50 one-time payment, it's not a lot. But the difference between somebody willing to pay $50 for their education versus somebody not willing this, it's, you know, I don't know if we can hold right here. I mean, it's 50-50, right? Some of you guys are looking for drops on the alt. Some of you guys have already picked up your alt buys and don't want it to drop. We're holding this downtrend here. I mean, this uptrend. on dominance. If we keep pushing up and Bitcoin makes this drop that we're looking for, we're going to get a drop on the alts. So it's just going to depend on whether we can hold this range and if we get that false move up or down for Bitcoin. And I'm hoping a drop because I still have to pick up. I've only just started DCAing back into some of my AI agent plays. Right. So for that, I would like price to pop. Yeah, I mean, if dominance pop, remember we're waiting for that lower high on dominance, on the macro, or at least I'm waiting for that lower high on dominance to get back into some of my mid caps and low caps. We haven't gotten there yet. I don't know if we get there on this run or if we're going to hit that line a little bit lower. But if we pop above 58 here, chances are we're going to get a push on dominance. And if we are expecting Bitcoin to take this drop to clear those liquidations to 90, right? If this, then that. If both of those things happen, then we will get a drop on the alts. I'm not expecting anything crazy, right? Nothing like the 20% that we've been getting. Well, there's $46 million buy order at 90 nugget, but the drop to 90 will cause like a cascading effect, right? People will sell off. So I'm expecting at least an overreaction to like 89, 88 if we do go grab that as a possibility. But remember, we've been getting front run at every turn. So got to be careful for the fake outs. Yeah, it's that wick. That guy got filled for about 6% of that order on that wick, and he's been sitting there ever since waiting for it. At this point, the only thing Bitcoin could do to surprise me is if it literally just goes sideways into the week. No, I put that there manually, Dubs, just to get people used to mapping out the trap. Yeah, we will map out every weekend trap until they break, and eventually they will. When we go parabolic, market maker will lose control, and these weekend traps will be a thing of the past until the top of the market. Yeah, that's why I said it's the only thing that would surprise me is sideways. I definitely expect some volatility this week. Yeah, I use spider lines, Nugget. When we're in price discovery, obviously, but yeah. Man, if there's one thing that BlackRock has done is they've sold every bottom and they've bought every top. Just go back in the charts and go look at our biggest outflows and our biggest inflows. One of my major concerns when ETFs, started to look like they were going to be a reality was how's BlackRock going to play this, right? Are they going to play the ebbs and flows with us, or is it just going to be this entity that just does what it wants with this massive Bitcoin that we can't predict? But now, fast forward a year, we've seen what happens, right? They FOMO out right as retail FOMO's out, and they FOMO in right when retail FOMO's in. And the reason they do is because retail is controlling the buys and sells of that ETF. It's people that are holding the ETF that are looking at the price that are reacting the same emotional way that everybody else is acting. They're hitting the sell button. BlackRock doesn't care. They're getting the money either way on transactions. And remember, they cash out and they settle in cash, not in kind. So they keep the Bitcoin regardless. Yeah, but the fact that they don't have to settle in kind means that they don't really care where people sell their ETFs at. If they had to settle in kind, there'd be more advising going on when to get in, when to get out. I appreciate that, Maddie. It's just because I'm nosy. I have a natural curiosity. You can demo trade right on TradingView, Dubs. There's a paper trading option right on TradingView. No, where you can set your orders. You get a certain amount of fake money to play with. You can set your orders and your stops. It all pops up right on your TradingView chart. It's almost like if you were to API to a broker from TradingView. Yep. Yeah. Check YouTube for a video real quick and they'll show you how to. I'm not at the office, so I'll pop it up and show you. But yeah, it's down at the bottom. And then it's cool because while you're learning TA and you're learning to do shit on the chart, you can test your theories with actual, buys and sells. Yeah, there's a little bit of that, Vim, but it's also free money, right? Like the collateral loans he's getting are insane. Less than 1% VIG on a 5-year float on an asset that runs on a 4-year cycle. It's a thing of beauty. Just imagine, bro. Less than 1%, you got 5 years to pay back, and the asset that you're trading is on a 4-year cycle that gets 60% risk adjusted return year over year, even if you just hold. That's an infinite money glitch unless something happens to Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin goes to 1,000, he's screwed. Bitcoin goes to 1,000, he's screwed. Yeah, be careful with leverage early on, man. Everybody's gonna pay a tuition. in this crypto shit, but you can decide how much that tuition is going to be. You're going to lose. Just make sure you lose small. Oh, nice. I mean, somebody's ready to go. Those prop trading tests are easy enough to pass. You just have to have really good risk management. Like your risk management has to be even tighter than it is for your normal trades, just to get your foot in the door. Yeah, quick in and out's the safest way to do it. Grab a couple pips and go on. I'll be right back. Let me go check on these workers real quick.
Dbloc. I got
He just popped off for a minute to go check on something.
I just Yep, looks like we couldn't hold 95,000 and it rejected.
Yeah, it's done a rotation of the weekend trap. That D-block marked out. I have kind of different level, but for the most part, it's just been within the weekend trap range. It's fairly close to CME close. We have 20 minutes or so till futures opens. So they hold here. I would think they may take another run to the top side. That's just me being over ambitious.
It looks like Bookmap has us, well, if they go through this buy wall, they could drop it under 94 too.
Yeah, that's an option. I just want them to take this liquidity before they drop. I want them to. I've been looking on CoinAnk, looking on Trading Light, looking on a few things. There's lots of big bar walls, or there's liquidations above 96.2. So whether it has whether we can get the volume to move up there is another story. But that would be my hope. Set up for a week retest short on one of my other accounts. Yes, above Dbloc's got 95.8 marked out as supply, obviously with that trap longs above. So fake those trap longs up, get these liquidations into like 96.2, the high level ones, and then then we can go down. That's my thoughts for now. But if we move down, Dbloc was also suggesting if we move down, then the 3-day move will be up. So down, take these shorts or take these longs around 94, 93.6, that area. Take those high local liquidations down to 93.6. And if we bounce and start moving up from there, then the move will be up. But yeah, I'm just thinking based on relative strength here, though, that this looks very weak. And even a sailor bid this week isn't going to do much. I think we've got to watch or I do anyway, but watch what the ETFs do. If the ETFs come in swinging tomorrow and start selling aggressive, then that's it for the up for at least another few days.
Works for me.
Sailor. Yeah, a sailor, but I don't think he's going to put much in at this point. I didn't even check Sailor Tracker, but I think his last one was. Let me just look. What was Sailor Trackers? What was his last buy that he did? Oh man. 40,000 Bitcoin at 94,000 per coin. How much money? 101 million. It's not one of his biggest buys. He was buying more at the top.
That's what he does. He buys tops.
Yeah, dude has conviction. Got to hand it to him. 101 million. 200 million. One. quite a few big buys. 1.5 billion, 5 billion. Yeah. The dude's going to wreck his share price because basically that's all he does now. I don't think he can issue any more convertible bonds for a while. Now they've got the strategy of doing preferred shares. So shares with preferential returns. Preferential what's the word? They get paid out before everyone else. I can't think of the word now, but yeah. So he's the only hope for a bit of an up move this week. Although if he doesn't go gung ho here this week, he'll definitely get absorbed.
Oh, Michael Saylor, he's probably thinking Bitcoin to $1 million. Buy it while it's cheap.
The dude's going to burn his keys. He's not going to, or maybe that's his personal. You were saying something this week or last week.
Yeah.
I don't think he can do that.
He said he's going to take one for the team. Nah, can you imagine? The second he dies, that stock would just crash. He's got to have a decent amount in his private wallet. One would assume. Yeah, one would assume. Yeah.
I thought he had 100,000, 150,000 of his own personal Bitcoin. Let me double check.
I'd have to check what his numbers are. Those buys interest me more. Obviously, the MicroStrategy buys are the ones that really, will help us push and support price. But his personal buys are the ones that interest me the most.
On a book map, they're eating into the buy wall now. They're on the edge of it.
They're starting to pull the bids though, which is not good. Just looking at CoinAnk and looking at Trading Lights, kind of just looking at the active order book. They're pulling bids. They're coaxing price down basically. Or what I can see, kind of how they work in the order book.
Yeah, USDT dominance is going up too.
There's nothing to worry about until we break that demand at 938, the bottom of our weekend trap. Until that breaks, we're just ranging in this.
I needed to break Dbloc. I'm shorting the crap out of this.
I'm rooting for a fake move down to begin the week. Yeah, I'm rooting for 90.
I'm rooting for 67.
You, sir, are rooting for the 4-year cycle to break.
It won't break at 67. We can hit 67 and shoot right back up to the 110.
Price has never gone underneath election day prices on Bitcoin. You go back and you look on your chart and you look at election day, price has never gone down underneath that price. Ever.
It's a first time for everything.
Not that it can't. Yeah, I was about to say, not that doesn't mean it can't happen, but we invest in the probabilities and we hedge against the possibilities, right?
Oh yeah, I'm thinking that the reason why I thought that is because on our weekly, our 50 EMA pulls us back to 69,800, and the bottom of that 50 EMA cloud pulls us to 64.
Imagine such a jump.
I mean, that's cool, but you've got to temper that against 10 years of price history and see which one weighs heavier.
Yeah, I mean,
when you're deciding where to put your money,
Sure. I mean, it did it like, what was that? Last year in July. Well, that only happened because of Germany. Germany dropped price from 67 all the way back down to like 49, and that pushed us down to the bottom of our 50 EMA cloud. But
Yeah.
it's
But
been
that wasn't breaking any sort of long held metrics. So that was just, at that time that was possible.
oh yeah. Well,
When
if
Germany was selling, there was a lot of capitulation though.
Oh my God, that
As
was the
well.
highest FUD levels ever. I bought so much at 49, bro, of everything.
I mean, if US decides to sell, could that not get us down to at least
85.
59?
$6.5 billion with $54 billion worth of daily trading volume. Even if you assume that for the day that they sell, all the trading volume goes negative, at least when I made the calculation 2 days ago, it was landed somewhere around 85, 84K.
What
in
if
one
Michael
day.
Saylor sold too?
Oh, well, I mean,
He
yeah,
won't sell.
spice it up.
Uh,
But yeah,
Yeah, we've
Michael
got
Saylor would buy, is what Michael Saylor would do.
No, he only buys
Basically what
tops.
a
He
week-
doesn't buy the low.
The honest truth is that he buys tops, middles, and bottoms. He just buys. He just buys. Doesn't matter where it is. We just notice the tops because it's like, what are you doing, sir? But
He bought 4.5 billion above 90, but close to 100,000.
yeah,
It's like, what the heck?
on a 10-year plan, bro, we can't. It's like it's hard for you to understand because you're not thinking in the same time frame that he's thinking.
And not only that, correct me if I'm wrong, Dbloc, but he's buying all this, but it's not really his money.
Yeah,
leveraging
of course. Of course,
So
of
like,
course.
what does he care? Like he's winning. I think the way he sees
It's
he
free
sees
money.
it, the way he sees it is he's winning no matter what.
Guys, it's an infinite money glitch, right? He's getting money off of his he's getting money off of his he's getting money off the sale of his shares. He's buying the Bitcoin. He then takes the Bitcoin and collateralizes the Bitcoin. The loans he's getting for the Bitcoin, like we were talking about earlier, less than 1% VIG, meaning you owe less than 1%, and it's on a 5-year float on an asset that gets 60% year over year adjusted for, adjusted returns, risk adjusted returns. It's the infinite money glitch unless the cycle breaks. The
Yeah,
cycle
he's
breaks,
actually
he's going to have
notice-
issues.
One thing to be wary of is the fact that with the loans, or not the loans, the convertible bonds,
Mhm.
they have a buy and a. So they obviously have a high point, which I think is $600. Can be redeemed. And then also as well, there's a kind of capitulation point on those convertible bonds as well. So basically, they get a certain percent back in the dollar if the share price falls to a certain level as well. It's a double-edged sword for him.
Yeah.
But for his purpose, he needs the share price to go up. Otherwise, he's going to be. I don't know. I don't know if they'll just file for bankruptcy or something, because if the share price absolutely capitulates, there's no way.
Well, we're gonna
back
see
to that.
that. We're gonna see that during the bear market,
We're going
right?
to see what happens.
Yeah, because
That's
no,
what-
with that, I mean, that's going to be one of my major pickups. I'm telling you guys from right now, one of my major pickups is going to be MicroStrategies when it hits bottom, and it's going to take worse of a hit than Bitcoin because of its 2x leverage plays that it has. Right, there's a lot of excess leverage in the
There's really
system.
a lot of put options on MSTR as it is, and they're building.
Yeah.
If it's
But he's a smart man. I know he's got a plan for that. So
D-Block, you think it's like something close to like a Do Kwon situation?
no, not at all. If one thing
This
Michael
company will
Saylor
go
is
bust.
transparent. You got to remember his company already went bust, and this is what he made out of it, out of the ashes. Like, this is the type of person that you're talking about. I promise
The
you that they're
Phoenix
going to
rising
study
and the
it.
Phoenix will fall.
They will, yeah,
That's the
no,
problem.
yeah. They will study this. They will study this in business school for the next, 100 years. And it'll be the start of every other company doing exactly the same.
There already
And
is.
you're already
Riot,
seeing it. Yeah, you're already
Riot's
seeing it.
doing, or mining companies doing it now. So Riot,
but-
Clean Spark, and there was one other one I saw that I heard from a friend. They're all kind of also doing this convertible bonds on the shares.
In my
So
opinion, we're probably one cycle away from all of our FANG stocks holding Bitcoin on their books.
Mm.
One to
And
maybe 2 cycles.
I know Cancer Fitzgerald and one other one have also kind of within the last few months maybe accumulated more or bought more.
Banks got the okay this year to hold on the books. Corporations got the clarity that they needed for actually reporting the Bitcoin. The reason that companies haven't held Bitcoin all this time wasn't because it wasn't lucrative. It was because of how it's reported. It always comes out as a loss on your earnings. It always comes off as a loss on your earnings. They didn't allow you, the government didn't allow you to claim the accrued price of the Bitcoin. So no matter what Bitcoin price was at, you could only claim the price that you bought it at. So there was always a loss on the books. And no company except for someone crazy like MicroStrategy was able to sort of talk to their shareholders and explain this to them and have them be okay with it. Now it's different. Now it's going to be a plus on the books. Now every earnings that comes in is going to be higher and higher as long as you're in season, right? In Bitcoin season.
Yeah, I thought to the IRS, or maybe it was just personal reporting, they put it back for a year because a few of my American friends were saying, "Oh, it's an absolute pain."
Yeah, it's for personal. Corporations have got the
report separately and will report differently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they get to actually report the gains on it in their earnings, include the gains on it in their earnings.
Then what about losses? Can they?
Well, that's where you're gonna have to. But we like that, right? Because what we want is all of these people. Our biggest enemies in this whole thing are going to be nation states, pension funds, and retirement firms. These are the 3 entities that aren't going to be selling during the bear markets. They're just going to be holding. We want everybody else to have to sell during the bear market because we want that volatility, right? We want to pick up at the bottom. So we want these companies removing Bitcoin from their books during the bear market to save themselves that hit, but to also bring price down for us. They're smart. They're very
because
smart.
obviously nation states.
They're just going to hold. They're going to buy and hold.
El Salvador buys 1 Bitcoin a day, and you have as a Kingdom of Bhutan. They also I think Saudi Aramco as well. Also was a friend of mine who's more of a blockchain sleuth. He was spotting a few things, kind of big entities. Obviously, have picked up when we had that first. I don't know when it was, we had that crazy sell-off into 94K. There was I don't know if that was Sailor or someone had bought there, but also there was major TWAP bidders there, and that TWAP's only used by institutions or big players to time their buys. So when we had that very first, I think after the run, I don't know when it was, but yeah, I think we had a big drop into 94K. After possibly hitting like 100 or 102 the first time or something, and the whole way down there was big bids hitting behind the TWAP, literally the whole way down. And that was apart from Sailor, I think, and maybe the ETFs buying a little bit. It was the Kingdom of Bhutan was another big player that I think they added like 20,000 Bitcoin.
You had that Mr. 100 buying 100 Bitcoin a day for the longest. That, in my opinion, is Qatar, but we won't know until they announce.
Yeah, my friend has a theory. Mr. 100 is Saudi Aramco, but we won't know.
I think it's a nation state. He's not far off, but I think
he thinks it's an Arab nation state as well.
Yeah.
Kingdom of Bhutan. How many do they own? Let's double check for you guys.
Is that the halal coin? Yeah, no, I know.
Not picking it up. Is Arkham being a pain in the... I thought they hold 20,000. It's not showing it on, not even on the entities. Yeah. It's not even on the top holders, Arkham. So yeah, I don't know. I've got to hop off for a bit, and I'll probably only catch up with you guys tomorrow. But yeah,
Easy,
let's
brother.
just hope this price action,
Yeah.
kind of resolves itself.
Now we should have a direction by tomorrow.
So were you saying, quickly, just double checking, tops down first, you'd think 3-day move up. Obviously, if it takes the low again now, it'll be 3 days up. If it takes the high again, it'll be 3 days down.
Yeah, our biggest risk for lower prices here is a false move up because of those orders that we have at 98. There's like 40 mil, two separate orders for 20 mil plus 98, 99. If we move up and we hit those orders first, I think we're more than certainly coming to sweep 90. The problem is it'll be a 3-day swing into 90, which gives us a higher percentage of breaking down under 90 and something going, horribly wrong.
So it'll be 90, put in another lower high, slightly higher, probably back up towards this 90 to 90 or 94, 95, and then obviously lower than 90 again.
Yeah. What I would like to happen is to fall out of this, break this demand, clear those trap shorts at 92, head towards 90 with the, cascading effect of the sentiment hit from dropping. Everybody thinks it's going to shit. Fill that order at 46 and then have a 3-day push into those sell orders at 98.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye for that. Thanks, Dbloc. Yeah, I'll catch up tomorrow.
All right, brother.
Yeah, take care.
Yep.
Take care. Dbloc, did you say fill the order at 46K?
Did I?
I thought you said 46, unless you meant like 93.46 or something.
I'm not going to lie. I lit a joint. There's a non-zero chance that I said 46, but I did not mean that. 90 is what I'm looking at. 90, and I'm making an allotment for some panic. 90, and I'm making an allotment for a little bit of panic underneath to like 88. That's worst case scenario in my book right now.
87,742 would be clean on the weekly. Because it'll tear into some of those vectors on that weekly.
Oh yeah, you're right though. It's 40. It was 46 mil, not 46. Thank you.
Normally, I don't like to hold my shorts for very long, Dbloc, but I've been holding this one for about 24 hours now. Normally, I only like to hold it for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Like we always get front runs. So, like I want to close it at 87, but I'll probably close it at 89. Like when it hits the top of that vector, like 89,500.
The problem is that I don't think we're under 90 for very long at all. That 46 mil is going to have an effect. There's more buy orders underneath it, but that's really the one that I think creates the wick. So any sort of trip under 90 to me is a wick on a daily. So if we want to talk about how low that wick could go, then that's a different story. But I think that we body closer to 89, 90 if we do go down there.
Yeah, the bottom of our daily 50 EMA cloud puts us at 90,790. So if we stay on the uptrend, right, we shouldn't go very far below that. I would think.
Doge. Doge Viking, you thought you had somebody to talk to, huh? He's like, oh shit. Got a Norwegian brother in here. Well, we've got a little bit more of this sort of teeth pulling price action until we get a direction. So.
Yeah. Bitcoin price just doesn't want to move. It just wants to chill out. Oh, there it goes. It finally broke support. Look, Max showing the big red bubble. See if it makes anything of it. Got a blue vector volume candle forming on the 1 minute. They could try to trap shorts right here.
Until we break that demand at 93.8, this is just vector recovery for that blue vector on the 30-minute. We already pierced it last time, but we didn't absorb the full demand that was there. Now you guys probably got way better shit in Norway, though.
So Dbloc, are you buying 1 Bitcoin a day?
Yeah. Yeah, that's my plan. 1 Bitcoin a day at 94K. Nah, that's not me. I'll leave that to Kaylee.
Leave that to Michael Saylor.
Excuse me. That's what the El Salvador dude is doing. That dude is a trip to follow on Twitter, man.
Could you imagine if El Salvador bought 1 Bitcoin a day at 20x leverage instead of spot?
Yeah, imagine if something goes wrong. Only thing that's kept him clean is that they're buying spot. You imagine the shit you'd have to deal with.
Could you imagine getting your taxes?
Even getting close to liquidation, which are nations finally like. Yeah, no. Wealth preservation, I think, is the goal here.
Could you imagine getting your taxes and there's a Bitcoin tax called the Bitcoin recovery fee for the nation? Everyone's got to pay a Bitcoin tax so they can keep buying their 1 million Bitcoin.
There's a pretty dope documentary called Bitcoin Beach. where they went over there and they were talking to like the people on the street, right, to see how people are adapting to it. And it's pretty cool. Right? Everybody's got their little cell phone. They've got their app. And they just go to the store. They're scanning. Like, who thought it was going to be such a big shift? But they don't realize that these are people who made $1,000 on Wednesday, and by Thursday it was worth $350.
And you know, in
If
El
you didn't,
Salvador, that's worth a lot of money.
yeah. So what the lady was saying that was interesting was because they asked her, they're like, "What about the volatility?" You know, and she says we have good weeks and we have bad weeks. When the price is up, we buy everything we need. When the price is down, we save. Like, damn, they got it figured out. It took them a couple months to figure it out. Yeah, that's basically what you do. Yeah, when the price is up, you buy the shit you need. When the price is down, you chill out and you wait. And the lady was like, she was like, ice cream. Like she had a little ice cream cart selling hot dogs and ice cream on the side of the street for Bitcoin.
Nice. I wonder what exchange they're using over there. If they're using Binance or something else.
They have a state-run. I know their app is state-run. I'm not sure what backs it. I'm not sure what exchange actually, you know, like what rails they're running on. That's a good question, actually. But I know that the app is state-run. Damn, really, Mike? I'm not even in the office right now. Good. That means maybe we'll get this false move down here. W Riz Doge. My man is about to risk it all, Mike.
I'm wearing 2 pairs of socks and my feet are feeling kind of sweaty right now.
Because you got 2 pairs of socks on, bro. Oh, I forget that everybody else is basically frozen right now. What's the temperature right now?
Well, I mean, where I'm at, it's like in the 40s. It's not bad.
Oh,
I
you're
was
tripping.
outside a lot today. That's why I got them on. I just came in because I was like, I wonder, did Bitcoin ship the bed yet?
Atlanta right now is frozen over. And Cali's on fire. My boy in Atlanta sent me some pictures. His whole front yard was ice. A sheet of ice. It's rare over there, man. You don't really get winter storms like that, Georgia. But he was losing his shit.
Hey, question for you, Dbloc, because I know you don't like to leverage, you like the spot, but when you short, would you short 1x? Because you can't, when you spot trade, you can't short. So I mean, would you do that?
You could. That's an option. Yeah. I've had people suggest it to me before. It's like the same thing. You're just trading in the opposite direction.
I think
I honestly like my time off. Like, I feel like I make more money with my setups, getting all my setups, getting everything ready for the recovery than I do short. You know what I mean? Like I
yeah.
can't, I don't miss, because I used to trade both directions, heavy leverage all the time. I don't miss constantly being on in both directions. I feel like I made the biggest gains by taking that time off and really being patient for setups. In the long run, I feel like that pays off more for me. And then I get my leverage on, super low cap, degen sort of shit. Like that's basically me leveraging.
Nice. Oh, there's a fight at 93,000, yo. Like
Yeah,
green
this is
dots,
that
red dot.
demand. This is that demand we're talking about. This breaks, we should start making our move down to the trap shorts. Damn, you
What?
guys are talking about -2, -11. I'm never gonna complain about being cold in this chat again. Y'all must have thought I was crazy when I was complaining about it being 50 degrees the other night in Miami.
Dude, it was the other night it was like 20 degrees over here, roughly. Well, it depends, like 20 to 32, I should say. But next week we got another Arctic blast coming, or was it next week or 2 weeks from now? Something like that.
They need to send some of that snow or rain to Cali because, bro, I was watching a live stream last night from the news helicopter, right? And the way they're covering this shit is like from the sky, and then they've got the map superimposed. It's night, so you can't see, right? But they've got white lines where the streets are, and then they're marking where the houses are with like little squares. And you can sit there for hours and just watch this fire just get closer and closer to these people's houses. Start tearing through people's houses. I was just sitting wondering what it'd be like if your house was that 13501 and there's just two more little squares between you and that fire. Shit is crazy, man. Like everything that we're here fighting for, fighting to get, fighting to accumulate, fighting to secure for our families, being taken, in a week's time. And that horror story with that lady that all her seed phrases, everything in the house on paper. I was like, damn. I guarantee you sales of those titanium little blocks to etch your seed phrase in probably went up.
Did
Worst
you
case scenario, you'd be looking for that little titanium plate, you'd unscrew it, right? You'd unscrew the protective plate, clear the ashes off of it, and your seed phrase would be right there.
see that fire tornado?
Bro, I think a lot of people don't realize that it's literally a firestorm. Like they think it's just a fire that's going like the Santa Ana winds are literally picking up. I saw what looked like 4-story high, just wall of embers, and they said there was 100-mile-an-hour winds coming off the mountains. So you're talking hurricane force winds carrying fire. This is no joke.
Like, say goodbye to California.
Well, there was a firefighter on Joe Rogan like 6 months ago, and the clip's going around a lot. And he was saying that what keeps him up is a fire that starts at the wrong time when the Santa Ana winds are coming off the mountains and creates a fire so wide that they can't handle it, and it literally burns all the way to the coast. And then this shit happens, and everybody's freaking out, right? Everybody's like, could that really happen? It's still not under control. People don't realize that. They're like, could this really burn all the way to the coast? Crazy.
And that is why I don't live in California. That and there's no water,
Excuse me.
there's fires, there's earthquakes.
No, there's a lot of shit that wants to kill you out there. Yeah. I mean, I live in a hurricane zone, so you get used to it. But feeling the earth move under your feet is a whole different something that I'm not willing to pay to live in. Like people in Cali are so used to earthquakes, and it's like, bro, the earth is moving.
Ah, see, at least you can swim during a hurricane, but you can't swim through fire. You just burn.
Nah, what Cali has that's dope is that you can literally go from the desert to the beach to the mountains to the snows out, like all in the same, you know what I mean? All in the same state.
Yeah.
That's
I,
cool as shit.
I wonder how many redwoods they lost.
I don't even know if it's burning through any. I mean, the problem is where the fire is, right? Because it's burning through houses and shit. But I don't know how widespread it is into the actual forest and all that. I think the main problem is that where it is urban. We're still at demand here. Support is support until it's not. We see exactly how we tested this last time with these red vectors. So wait for confirmation. If one did want to short this and get ahead and thinking that, you know, okay, we're going to free the trap shorts, I'd still want you to wait for confirmation on that break, meaning a break of it and a retest, a bearish retest. Excuse me.
I've been shorting since 95, Dbloc. I'm already in the zone.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we see like a mean green wick candle with huge volume shoot up and just keep on going. Which can happen. They've done that. See a candle go up
That's funny.
$5,000 in like less than 5 minutes.
Lisa said, yeah, you can go from the mountain to the sea. The problem's the traffic. That's true. I've seen some of that. Like, yeah, it might take you a year and a half to make it through the state, but Miami's got really bad traffic too.
Yeah,
But
can't.
it's a smaller scale, way smaller scale than LA.
Try
New
Atlanta
York too.
highways.
Honestly, I've never lived anywhere that didn't have bad traffic. I don't know what it's like to get on the road and everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. I went from driving in New York to driving in Miami. So I guess I'm used to the crazy. Careful with the alts here, guys. You see dominance pushing up, breaking its local high. As Bitcoin's threatening to drop down here.
Got a blue vector candle that just formed on the 1 minute.
Nah, Mike, I've seen the movies, bro. I would love one of those long, windy country road. You know the road, what I really want to drive through are those desert roads. Red rock, nothing but road. Something fast. What's the tail of the dragon? Florida's a nice drive. 95 down to Key West is a decent drive. A1A all the way down. 7 Mile Bridge and all of that. It's cool. But it's traffic though. I've driven from Miami to Key West in nonstop traffic the entire way. You try to go down there during like Fantasy Fest or during any of the big sort of weekends, you're gonna be stuck.
So Dbloc, after I delivered your food, you didn't tip me. What's going on? I was expecting at least a Bitcoin tip.
Hey, look, man. Times are rough right now. The bull market's over. I need to save all my monies.
Could you imagine someone tipping you a Bitcoin on an Uber Eats order?
It'd be nice. I tip nice though. Uber Eats has no complaints. I tend not to play with people's money that handle my food. Just as a life rule, you know. And I know that you say that they can't, or some people say that they can't, but I swear to you that these Uber drivers can see what you're tipping them before they get to your house. So for me, that's like a little like, hey, I'm one of the good ones. Don't eat my fries.
Well, DoorDash will have a thing on there that says tip included. Uber Eats won't show a tip. They'll just show how much the cost, how much you're going to get, and then it'll go plus tip.
I'm just gonna err on the side of caution. Yeah, be careful with the alts here. If your alt has been showing relative strength, it might not be that big of a deal. But if your alt has been showing weakness and we break through this demand on Bitcoin while dominance is popping up, you're going to get some lower prices.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Zeusy,
What's up,
Jinx.
people?
not much. brother.
Epic, I was thinking about you. Hey, you saw this sideways coming. Like you literally said, what if you just did nothing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's like a 2% range or even less actually. Well, we'll see if we put a low and get back above the previous low. Then
We shall see. A little bit of a stopping volume candle going on here on Bitcoin, it looks like.
yeah, a bit of panic.
I'm back, my bad.
You know.
Demand is demand until it's not. Support is support until it's not.
We're only missing
Not the time
500
to be
Bitcoin
jumping
again.
in front of things. I had to buy something, Susie. I needed those 500 Bitcoin for a little purchase.
Yeah, we just can't get bullish, man.
Dbloc bought himself a private island off the coast of Miami. Actually, Dbloc, you should spend your Bitcoin to have someone build you an island off the coast of Miami.
Like the Chinese
you
just
buy an
start
island-
dumping concrete somewhere nice.
Yep.
You're gonna need an army to protect it, no? Because what if someone just
Yeah, no, I'm
builds
good.
it?
I'm a city boy. I can't live up. What am I gonna do on a? You imagine me on an island, just chilling, like what? Getting a tan or something? Like,
Well, you invite all of us to your island and just start your
oh
own
my God,
country.
there goes the island. Jeez, if I was gonna get an island, it'd be to get away from y'all.
And just do what Nicolas Cage did, and instead of buying your own castle, just build a castle. You know, like a England type castle, or you could build Hogwarts on your island.
That's how it's done. Something obnoxious.
So who's longing 93.8? Well, we didn't get to 93.8 yet. But...
There is a lot of fighting going on right now to drop it below 93.
Yeah, I'm still in the camp that we free these trap shorts and we go underneath 92.2 in the next 24 hours. Hopefully a lot lower to 90 and grab that $46 million that's sitting there. Just a quick 24-hour trip, guys. Man, freak out about.
There'd be a lot of stop losses. No, damn. Yeah.
Yes, it would. Which is why we've been telling people to deleverage for this, the last 5 days,
Deleverage?
6
You crazy
days.
or not? This is an opportunity. Quite the opposite. Increase leverage. Deleverage.
Increase leverage. This is like,
More,
let's
No,
more
you know what,
leverage.
mortgage your house. Sell your soul on eBay. Get some quick cash. I'll sell you a eighth of my soul, Dbloc, for a Bitcoin.
Eighth of it?
Yeah, an eighth.
Bro, I don't know what kind of life you've led. I don't know what your eighth of your soul is worth. I'd like to think it's worth at least a Bitcoin, but I don't know, bro. You could have been, could have
It-
been living ratchet for the last.
It's an eighth. I'm giving you the discount. It's probably worth at least 10 Bitcoin. I'm giving you the Discord discount.
Nah, I wouldn't want to do that because I'm gonna just end up selling it to somebody else at the bottom of the bear market, and then you're not gonna know
And
where
my
your
soul's
soul
just
ended
floating
up.
out there
So,
somewhere.
yeah. I wouldn't do that to you.
See, when I turn that 1 Bitcoin into 2 Bitcoin, I just buy it back from you.
All right, looks like the workers are getting ready to leave. I should be able to be back in the office in the next 10 minutes or 10 minutes. The joy of Florida and building a house on sand.
Yeah, that's never fun.
Nah, I have some guys coming in working on the foundation. I mean, it's an older home, so you have to do it eventually. But Florida has its own joys when it comes to that. Yeah, it's always sketchy when you start to get them coming in, scanning the ground. You're like, oh boy, what are you gonna find?
How about that guy that has a sinkhole directly underneath his basement
Nah,
of his
it's
house?
crazy, bro. Some of those sinkholes are nuts. I mean, it's limestone. The entire state of Florida is limestone, which is great. It's amazing to build on if it wasn't surrounded by seawater. If you drop some limestone in seawater, you literally see bubbles. It literally starts to fizz like an Alka-Seltzer. So, yeah. Luckily, I'm far enough away from the coast. Like, global warming does its worst, I'll probably end up with beachfront property. That's how far I am away from, you know what I mean? How far I am away from the beach. But we still have our issues. You can't dig a hole in the backyard without it filling with water. So
How many times you been to Disney?
as a kid, a bunch, man. I used to come visit all the time. My grandparents have always lived in Florida, so those vacations of grandma and grandpa was always Disney, Epcot, that whole circuit. More than probably a handful, probably like 4 or 5 times. Disney as an adult, it's different though. Like Disney as an adult, no kids around, some alcoholic beverages, couple of joints, jump on a small world, bug out, good times.
So yeah, for the weekly close, 93,700, right? Is the last week's open? I think, yeah. So maybe that's the challenge here. Close the candle below or above 93.7 for the weekly.
A
Like if you
holding
close,
where we are right now, I think is very important. Yeah,
is what?
important. Right where we are now,
Yeah.
holding this
Yeah.
just for the week. After that, we go down. But for this candle close, it's killing me not being on the charts anymore.
It's killing you softly.
But there's still 1 hour 30 minutes till the weekly close. That's more than enough time to go back up to 95.5, where there's a baiting order that each time we get close to, he just cancels. So then we have to come back down because, market maker realizes that he got baited to pump price up, right? Something
Yeah.
like that. No, Epic. How does that work? Because like I was looking at the top there, and that was a pretty interesting move, no? Because it's like price tried to go for that sell order there, and well, surprise, there were none in the end. And I wonder if it's going to be the same thing with 93,500.
Yeah. But if you look at the orders, there's nothing until 95,000.
Yeah, that's why I say 95.5 actually, even, no? On spot it's 95,500, and it just appeared right when we bought it, locally, like exactly when you start getting that panic a bit. I mean, I don't want to call it panic, it's just 100. Well, actually it could be well, aggressive sales, right? More aggressive than, well, they're not very aggressive because the whole thing is low volume, but sellers became more aggressive around 93 or below 94, right when an order appeared at 95.5. But that order is fake. Like, I'm pretty sure he's just gonna cancel it if we pump back up there. And if we
Yeah.
don't pump, well, we don't pump.
I mean, since they're already down here, it would make sense to have one dump that goes red line that goes all the way down to 93,000. It would liquidate everyone else from 93.8 to 93.
Well, it's just 1% down. I'm not sure. Actually, well, you would liquidate 100x, but not 50x as well.
I just play the range until the range breaks.
Yeah, but
At the
if you
bottom
want
of
to
the
play
range.
the breakout of the range, you need that false move down, right? The first. Yeah, you need the fake, like a bit the fake out, right? So like Epic says, if we get a wick below, well, I don't know where it's gonna go, but wherever it goes, then the idea would be too long, no? And if you get a wick above the range, idea would be too short. But yeah, Bitcoin has built some resistance at 95.3. We tapped it like 3 times. We only once did we manage to go above it, but then pretty quickly came back down. So 1, 2, 3, yeah, three times we touched 95.3. Well, even 4, because before the lowest point we also had resistance at 95.3. I don't know what's up with 95.3. It's my golden pocket. It should have holded on the way down. It didn't, but now it's like resistance. So instead of stopping to dump at golden, we've turned it into resistance. It's odd.
Oh, they're going to go for it. Are they going to drop it? Drop it. Drop it.
They're gonna have to absorb this demand. I'm in the office now. All right, they pushed through it. Nah, they pushed through it on the 30. There's only this little bit here left on the 15.
Oh, we're exactly at 93,800. Oh, this was my number.
Let's go. Let's go.
Go get them.
Get it.
Got orders.
What's up,
ready.
people? Hey, yo.
Be nice if we can
Not a
get this
single dollar
clean sweep
lower.
of these shorts.
I've been lurking on the YouTube, but thought I'd join you guys in here.
What's going on, brother?
All good, man. All good.
Not $1 lower. That's beautiful. Boom, but that was 160 Bitcoin. You're gonna need to dump more.
Tell him, Zusi.
Well, I wonder why they stopped.
Stopped. Looks like 93,754. What was there?
No, 800. Exactly 800. On spot, it's 93,800 to the dollar.
They ate that demand,
That
but
was
they
not.
did come sweep the rest of that vector.
Someone picked up 30 Bitcoin at 93,800.
It's more than that on spot. But there's no order left now there. I mean, actually, there was only 7 Bitcoin. Like, yeah, well, we'll see. So this one wasn't fake. He didn't cancel to let it drop. He could have just canceled and let it drop. Huh?
Let's take a look at the book real quick. Oh shit, sorry. Incoming Mario. So this is our guy. This is my target. Oh, did he? Hold on a second. Oh no, it's still there. Okay. 46 mil. There's another one for 7, 8, 20 that I saw. But yeah. 90 flat.
Well, they just have flicker throughs like for 24.
Bunch of buy orders there. And if we get rid of our large orders, and then these are the orders at the top that I was saying, right? 24 bill, 20 bill right underneath. I mean, 24 mil, 20 mil right underneath 99. So false move down, clear these shorts, grab this 46 mil, 3-day push into these sell orders up here is what I'm looking for personally. That's self-serving, by the way, but that's my bias right now. More than enough liquidations to start getting us down there. We just got to go for them.
Pretty more bullish to go down first, right?
Yeah, that was my argument.
Yeah.
Last thing I want to
Yeah,
do is come up and grab these
when things are
liquidations. I mean, last thing I want to do is come up and fill these 2 orders and then have a 3-day push into that 90 range. Much rather do it now. Much rather do it
the
now.
problem is people are bearish, so we might have to go up first.
People are bearish, so it's cheaper to go down, though. If you're looking at it from like a cost-benefit analysis sort of perspective. It doesn't take much to convince people to sell if you start breaking these demands.
Yeah, but you need a lot of Bitcoin to break 90K compared to what you need to pump it. Like pumping Bitcoin.
Oh
is
no,
really
you're not gonna
easy
break. In my
compared to
opinion, you're not gonna break 90. But those orders are gonna fill. You'll get maybe a
but
wick
then there's
underneath.
no point in going there.
You gotta
Like,
fill the order. You gotta pick up those buys.
Yeah, well.
Their job is to make money. That's
you
where
have
the
to let
money
people, I think the idea is to let people sell as much as possible. And once that's done, like once you're done absorbing the sales, then you might let it drop, which sounds a bit stupid, I know, but because you'll be in a losing position, right?
It's all about leveraging your emotions. That's all it is. They need to get from A to B. The cheapest way to get from A to B is to leverage your emotions as a force multiplier to what they're doing.
I think there are people distributing in this area, obviously, and there are also people trying to accumulate. And the guy who's trying to accumulate is still there, or otherwise we would have collapsed already. And like he probably has a mandate to just buy, I don't know, $20 billion worth of Bitcoin.
I don't think
whatever
it's
the
that.
amount.
I don't really think it's that deep. We're just in that weekend range, though. There's always somebody at the bottom
Yeah,
of the
but
weekend range that's holding it, and there's always somebody at the top that doesn't let it go past a certain point. That's how the
yeah,
range is
exactly. And
created.
we've been there for 2 months now. You know,
No,
it's still
oh
the
no,
same
I'm
thing.
talking. Okay, I'm talking interday.
No, I'm looking at the whole
Okay,
token
okay,
structure.
okay. Yeah, if we go back to our macro, right? All we did was what? We're double topping now, lower high, off our point of control. But we need the spring, right? That would be our spring. We come down at 90, clear these, get these buys, put in a lower low. That would be our spring.
Yeah, I think like locally, all I care about right now is the monthly open.
I'll pull it
Like,
up again. Look,
as long as we're floating on
And
above
weekly
that,
close.
and
so look,
Oh,
we looked at
you
it.
know,
We
overall,
looked at it yesterday, right? What we're missing is the spring. Unless this
you know,
was
it's an
technically
option.
the spring, and we're working on a test now. If we get a higher low, that to me is going to signify a test, and that's going to lead me to think that we're going our SOS. Our SOS breaks the range.
Yeah, but because we didn't really break that previous support, we can't really call it a spring, no. Like it would have to spend at least an hour there, no?
If we get the move that I'm looking for,
Even a day.
if we get the move that I'm looking for, it gives us a spring. It'll give it, yeah, it'll be a day between now and Monday.
Yeah.
Hit 89, 90
Yeah,
on Monday.
but spring is just an option. It's not, doesn't have to happen. It's just an option because some accumulation don't get that spring.
Well, if we're paying
It's
attention,
called
yeah,
thematic number 2.
yeah, but so far we're following.
Well, they're the same. The only difference is there's no spring in the number 2. So
There's no spring, and I think that the top might be slightly different too, if I remember off memory. Give me a second.
it's not to be annoying, Dbloc, but you know, it's price does its thing. We'll call it a spring if it happens, but
When it's followed as close as it's followed, I mean, there's no reason to not assume. Right? There's a reason though. There's a reason Wyckoff found
you know,
it,
if you invert
labeled
your
it.
chart, we just had a spring. It was that breakout above 99.5 was your spring, right?
Yeah,
and
and
now
your
we are in the
SOS.
sign of strength
Mhm.
part where you're just zigzagging at support. Like, yeah. So it's a bearish spring we had up there.
It wouldn't be the same though, because it wouldn't match the
It
beginning.
kind of works though, no?
It wouldn't match the beginning part of.
Yeah, but
Right?
look now,
Because
you
yeah, but there's no PS. It would be distribution, which is exactly what we're saying, right?
yeah.
That would be your
There's no
distribution
PS.
schematic.
Yeah, there's no PS because we wait. Why is there no PS?
Because you're not coming from an uptrend.
But we are coming from an uptrend. Bitcoin pumped from 60K to
You're not
108.
coming from an uptrend into the schematic now. There's no PS. That would make your AR all the way down here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. All right, never mind.
But either way, no, it does show. If it looks more like distribution inverse, then you have to agree that it looks more like accumulation on its regular chart. Right?
Hey, I'm the first one who brought up Wyckoff, you know, and came with it genuinely on my own. So, proud of my Wyckoff thingy.
Nice.
Like, wait a second, it sounds similar. It looks.
If we were to drop lower than 90, it would break that Wyckoff accumulation schematic. Geo.
Spring can go pretty low, no? Like, is there?
It can't.
Wyckoff
There's
doesn't say anything about the size of the spring.
It can't be like you can't distribute. You know, at that point, it's just distribution.
Yeah, but like 5% of the range, no? So if the range is 10% size, then take 5-10% of the size. Like if it goes more than 1% below your support, I guess.
Yeah, the spring at
It's a
this
bit too
point,
far down.
if it hit what I'm looking for, the spring at this point would be like 3%, 4%. Yeah, it could go lower. Like I said, it could
No,
drop
that's too much
underneath
compared to
90.
the size.
No, because this isn't. Remember that we're zoomed in here.
The accumulation
This
range is
here.
10%. So spring shouldn't even go to 90k actually. Wait, it's 92 the SR.
No, it could go to 90. Remember, our STB is at 908. And the spring is lower than the STB.
Okay, so 1%. So
Yeah.
let's say 2% lower than that, then yeah, you'd be just a bit below.
We've just lost 90% of the people listening, by the way. We're like on some high level nerd shit right now.
Where'd they all go?
No. I don't mean like they left. I mean like they're like, what the hell are these two talking about right now? It's just it's an argument for argument's sake. Yeah, the difference between
Wyckoff is pretty popular now. That accumulation schematic, I remember seeing it a lot on YouTube.
yeah, but the intricacies of arguing between schematic 1 and schematic 2 are like some high level nerd shit. especially when the outcome is the same, you know.
There's different. You can have accumulation with no spring.
It's like Zeusy with his ABCs. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Well, Wyckoff is just a series of ABCs. It's ABC down, ABC up, ABC down, ABC up, ABC down, and then breakout up, never downward ABCs. Well, talking about ABCs, you know, Bitcoin gave an ABC already. ETH didn't.
We could be in a bigger C now if you see the fifth as 108.
Yes, we are in a bigger. Well, yeah, but it's done already. So Bitcoin already put a lower low. So that was when we went down to 91.3. So you start from 108 down to 91.9, up to 103, and then down to 90,800 lower low.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
And so the idea is along from 91.5, and if we stay above 91.5, there's a chance we are not in a downtrend anymore. But it's a very small chance, 12% win rate chance. But if it ends up correct, which it most likely will not, well, there's 12% chance of it being correct. Then yeah, you wouldn't TP anytime soon. You know, you'd look for about a big bearish ABC, and that's not gonna happen before we pump above 108, unless it takes us months to go there.
It's like finish with a Wyckoff in a C wave, and like in regards to that, I kind of like agree with what you guys are saying. I think it's just like Dbloc saying, just as long as you close back above, then it confirms. If you're closing below it, then it's just like not really a Wyckoff. Like.
Yeah, the test is going to be the important part. Spring is cool, but without the test, it's just a falling knife.
So you don't care about longing the spring, no, in Wyckoff? How do you even trade Wyckoff? Because let's assume it's gonna do Wyckoff, which we don't know, right? But even if it does,
the sooner you can identify that you're in Wyckoff, accumulation versus distribution makes all the difference, right? Because it gives you your opportunities to load up on the play. The spring being the last, right? The spring being Basically, your last move before you go, and then your TP, couple of ATRs underneath the spring. Beardy, I appreciate it, brother. Welcome. We're on every day. Make sure to subscribe so you can find us when we come back on.
I have a prediction. We're gonna have a distribution around 180k. So I'll try to trade distribution there, not accumulation.
That's a pretty good thing. If we go to 108k, we're definitely going into distribution. And I would have already taken a good percentage of my profits out personally by that time, if it plays out in the time frame that I think it's going to play out in.
And then it goes up to
$500,000. It can take 4 years to go there. I'm not in a hurry. It could take 4 years.
All right, then you won't be disappointed. Then take it. It will take at least 4. If we fall short, we'll get it on the next one.
Well, that's the worst case, right? When you're in Bitcoin.
Yeah, there's really no way to tell. It's all going to come down to this SPR, honestly. And more than just it being signed, we need to make our first buys during the next 100 days. And then we can start talking about anything above 125.
It's pretty interesting that, like, if we get this drop before Trump, i.e. like the run up to Trump, like what's going to happen on the day? I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting that we might dump into it.
Well,
as in dump before.
I think we have dumped into it. I think that's what we've already done. I think we honestly, it might be for me, it's gonna be a sell the news. I will be taking profit on whatever pump we get during inauguration, but I think it's gonna be closer to election day sort of reaction. But we'll see. We have a week to make this setup.
Yeah, like you can't lose selling the news. Like it's just like such a good move to make. If you can't predict the outcome of a news event, then you might as well just sell it.
Yeah, but it's about front running the sell the news event.
Oh yeah, that's
exactly
for that. Yeah.
Like people are already buying back because they want to be in position upward for when inauguration happens.
Man, this Bitcoin chart just looks ugly. I don't like none of the pattern.
Go Commanders.
Yo,
Ugly for
this entire
downside
local,
ugly for
this
upside?
like entire local range here as well. We haven't been able to like spend any time back above this week's value area low, which is quite interesting as well. So we're like stuck between this week's value area low and the monthly open, which is just below us. Very, very, very important area.
We've only tapped it 6 times. You know, can do it a 7th time, and if it doesn't get absorbed again, yeah, we'll probably break to the downside. But I don't know why. That bot, I think, still has money to spend to buy whatever you dump at it. I mean, go ahead. You can sell another 1,000 Bitcoin. We still won't break 90k.
You know, on this 1 minute chart, there's another pterodactyl forming.
You know what would worry me in the order flow is if we start seeing those orders move up. Like that could be a bad sign. But they've been pretty stubborn. Like nothing is moving. I mean, I guess it's because it's the weekend. Yeah, it's the weekend.
It's like this could just stay here and then next week it could even move to like 97. It might need 97 before it needs like sub 90. But
Yes.
I just wouldn't be trading here at all. Like this is just a dead zone.
Zusi, sell your Bitcoin and
it's the
drop
bottom
price.
of it's the bottom of I'm playing with Satoshis. I can't weak Bitcoin. I can weak KK chart, but that thing can be wicked with $10. So
we include the
but
wicks
no,
on this weekend trap. We've literally just bought support again.
yeah, but there's a difference with what happened at resistance. You know, up there, it got cancelled, so we couldn't buy. So right at support, we filled the guy. So it's more bearish than bullish, right? Because at resistance, no one bought.
What time is it, guys?
Well, at support, people sold.
Time to sell.
No, I mean literally. CME,
It's 6 o'clock Miami time.
CME open, right? So what's the target now? We hit support, vectors above, CME gap above us, daily open above, psychological range above. What would be the likely most probable target in the next hour or two?
The top of the range, I guess, but it's just 1% above us.
Which is why I'm saying that it's not really time to make any decisions until we get confirmation. Right? Support is support until it's not.
Yeah, well, in the
and
meantime,
the trend is your friend until the end.
We can scalp a bit.
Yeah, a little something.
Or just not get stopped out would be good. And
Sometimes
that
the
AI
best trade
60Z has been
is
driving
no
me
trade.
nuts.
Oh, you having fun with the AI agents? I made my
so
buys
it
back
started,
in.
I
I've
mean,
already
it started really good. No, I'm not really having fun now.
No, we're not at the fun time yet. This is the time where it's like, okay, you know, is this thing
It
gonna keep
started
dropping
fun.
or what?
I had like 2-3 good trades, but then I mean I TP'd my short, but never stopped.
Yeah, most of the ones I've started to buy back in haven't done much. The heaviest position was in Swarm, and Swarm is at least moving now.
I'm not used to trading these kind of charts. I'm just not used. Yeah. Like the move, the size of the move.
Yeah. I literally only trade these things on market cap. I don't even look at price. It's too volatile. Right? So I'm trading them down from like whole numbers. Anytime I'm underneath 10 million, I'm trading them between the millions, right? Like,
You can do 30% dumps in like one day.
yeah. Yeah.
And same for upside. 127 would be resistance.
But when you see things start to hold support like that,
I don't know. We never know. 93.8 got filled. There's nothing left there now. So time to go towards the closest order. 95.5 or 92.5. Interestingly, we're right in the middle. Either we pump $1,500 or we dump 1,500.
I'm buying the top, Zusi.
Okay. Wait, I remember that from 3 years ago. That's why I called you Enoch and not Epic, because wait, I'm confusing you, both of you. Was it Enoch was doing the same stuff, no?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was me that was buying the tops.
Okay.
like I claim that one. I'll take that was me. That's been all of us, man, at some point. No problem, Chris. Make sure to do your own research, but I'm kind of excited about Swarms, personally.
All right, you guys, I'm off. It's time to cook dinner. I'm gonna
What's for
make me
dinner?
some ribs.
Oh man,
Bon appétit.
ribs, huh?
Mm-hmm. Get some nice barbecue sauce going. Put some brown sugar in there.
All right. Okay. I hear you.
Maybe make myself some loaded baked potatoes.
That's what I had yesterday. Loaded baked potatoes and tomahawk.
Get those dry aged ribs.
Is Wagyu that good?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You just can't have a lot of it. You can't have a lot of it. It's too much fat.
And you have to have real Wagyu.
You ever just had so much fat that you just can't
Yes.
you know what I mean? Like it's just too much. But I
Like
will
when I
tell you
eat
one
chicken
thing.
nuggets.
I will tell you the cheat code though. You can find yourself a place that has a Wagyu cheesesteak. There's not many. I'm lucky to have one. But oh my God. Once that fat hits that cheese whiz and that melted provolone and oh my.
No way.
So good.
Wagyu cheese stick. That is something I don't think I would ever hear of.
It's good and it's I know somebody out there right now is like punching the air, like that's disrespectful. Like you should never do that to Wagyu, but listen, it's delicious.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, bro.
Did you pay for that thing in Bitcoin?
Nah, hell nah.
That's what it seems like it would be.
Nah, that's what you use your dirty fiat for. Yo, here, take these $30 away from me.
Dirty fiat.
Dirty fiat, but Dixie opened 5 minutes ago. It's already green.
Man, the last kicks of a dying dollar. I'm gonna be funny. I listen. I'm not gonna say I'm patriotic, but I'm as American as the next guy. But I will be rooting for the demise of the dollar for the next 200 days, guys. I'm just be aware, and you should all be too, honestly, because that's what's gonna pump our bags.
It's China pumping Bitcoin. Nobody realizes it, but I see it in my chart. We're not supposed to be at 90K, but we are. It's China pumping Bitcoin, not America. That would explain why Dixie is so high while we are topping. But we're supposed to bottom here, not top, according to Dixie.
Yeah, because the Zeusi's got China's chart. Zeusi's chart says BTC, USDT, China.
No, but it's just, if you look at the Yuan, then that fiat inverse correlation makes sense, right? You
Yeah.
support.
The problem is that
resistance.
we really need to include them. We need to include them into the basket.
Yes,
like we need a Dixie that includes the Yuan, and we need it from a reliable source. The problem is that we don't get reliable numbers out of China. So,
we
it's hard. You know what I mean? It's, yeah.
Maybe Dixie is nowhere near topping, and that's why Bitcoin hasn't dumped. I think we're going to see 120 Dixie.
Nah, we can't. I hope for our bags we don't.
Price doesn't have to make sense anyway. But as humans, we like to try to make it sense, to have confidence in what
We'll bring it down. The Republicans will bring it down for multiple reasons. Once they get control of the reins, we just gotta wait.
I don't know what happened in September, but since September, Dixie is going up. And Bitcoin is also going up since 2 years, but in particular since September too.
Chinese economy is struggling. Chinese got severe population issue right now with with working age males, which is, it kind of lends into my war theory. I've got a whole, we can go down a deep rabbit hole when it comes to this, but I believe that China going to try to take back Taiwan is in the cards. I think that the war in Ukraine was a proxy war to test our reaction to such a move. And I think that it serves them two ways. I think it makes a push. You know, during the last convention, they labeled the leader the great unifier. Yeah, so we know what that means. And now you've got all of these military age fighting working males that they can't feed, who they're happy to send to war. Right? Kill two birds with one stone, a Chinese.
They have food problems in China?
They got people problems in China. Got a bunch of, I mean, anytime that you've got adult males, fighting age males, unemployed, with families to feed is never a good thing for a country, for the stability of the security of whoever's in charge of that country. And that's why what they did for COVID under that COVID-1 policy, where they started building all those holding facilities, so-called for COVID patients, but at the same time started filling their oil supplies and their food supplies. That's like war readiness things, right? Countries where it's mandatory to go to war, when they go to war, they need holding facilities for all the people who refuse to go to war, right? They need jails.
So you're telling me that COVID dip is gonna be war in China?
I don't know. Hopefully they wait until the bear market. During the bear market, I welcome all of this. I don't welcome war, but if it's gonna happen, let it happen during the bear.
But that's how you're gonna go into a bear market.
That works for me.
You know, last time we had a lot of crypto-specific events, right? Like those exchanges going bankrupt and all, but they were fueled by a downtrend, by a more fundamental things happening on the stock market in particular. Right? Like it's not like Bitcoin went down, crypto didn't go down alone, went down together with everything else. And we had some interesting events happening in crypto, but you know, I guess it's just normal. I'd like to see one exchange go bankrupt because price pumps too much. I think that can happen. I never saw that, but I saw one
Because
go
price
bankrupt.
pumps
Bitcoin.
too much?
Yes.
It would have to be a sort of scenario like Robinhood where they are not actually transacting in coins, but like IOUs. And then they are not holding what they should be holding. And price gets to a point that that could happen. But you shouldn't be trading on exchanges that do that anyways. That's what self-custody is for.
I mean,
right? To
it
avoid
would be
all those problems.
interesting and funny outcome, right? I mean, except for people on that exchange, of course.
Yeah.
Because that Dixie correlation.
Well, it almost happened with.
win.
We don't have to consider what would happen. Look at what happened with Doge during Saturday Night Live. There's a reason why Robinhood shut down the way they did.
They were out of Doge.
The demand for Doge that they're supposed to be holding for every person that they've been selling IOUs to, whether they didn't buy the amount of Doge that they needed or they thought maybe, whatever decisions they made internally led it to be that everybody that wanted to sell couldn't sell at the same time. So they had to hit the brakes on it. But I think we've come a long way since then. Even though I still don't trust centralized exchanges, though, but like, having proof of reserves and having proof of liabilities, which is something that we never had before. If you were lucky, they gave you proof of reserves and said, hey, we're holding $5 billion in whatever. But what they never told you is how much they owed. Right? So your proof of reserves don't mean shit to me if I don't know what your liabilities are. You could have $10 billion worth of Bitcoin. If you owe $12 billion in liabilities, then we have an issue.
Because they're not allowed But well, because they wouldn't allow their customers to withdraw because they need the money to back the liabilities on which they have loans.
Yeah, when you have your money on exchange and something, ask anybody in FTX. Something goes wrong, they will use depositors' funds or your funds to pay their liabilities before you get your money back. And if you're lucky, there's money left, you'll get it back. If you're lucky. That's just standard for most centralized exchanges. Actually, that's standard for your bank too. Your bank goes bankrupt, they're paying off their debtors before you can get your deposit, I promise you. And you signed it, so it's not even a shock. It was on that list that you didn't want to read because it took too long and you were tired of sitting in the bank. It's on there.
Yeah, like in the UK we have insurance, but only up to a certain amount in terms of what you have in a bank account. But yeah, no, totally right about the exchange. But in regards to exchange going down, that's like so last bear market. I reckon the next bear market is going to be a completely different set of narratives. We've come a long way, but not to say there won't be central exchange issues, but we have like regulation and legality coming in, which is something we didn't have before.
Yeah, hopefully. Some good common sense regulation. It's sort of in the style of the .com era. Right? Where they created a framework for these .com companies to operate in, but within that framework they were pretty much hands off and they let the industry regulate itself. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, they come in and they micromanage everything. And then
that would
just
suck.
gonna,
That would kill it.
Yeah, that's just gonna kill innovation. People will move offshore. And by the way Trump is talking, it sounds like he wants to make it as friendly as possible for developers to come in and feel free to innovate and really make America the top crypto, whatever. You've heard the speech. We'll see. I don't like what Dominance is doing here, though, by the way, guys.
Yeah, and on Bitcoin, I just noticed I wasn't looking. We had a relatively big buy. Yeah, actually pretty big buy there. 300 Bitcoin roughly got market bought, but they were unable to pump price, which is which is good for that buyer. Huh? He was able to buy Bitcoin without pumping it. He's probably happy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna guess limit sales came in and there's bulls out there because they filled them. Now the bulls actually want to drop price so that people get bearish, put orders, and they can buy. This smells accumulation, man.
I think like for me, like it's like never a good sign when Bitcoin dumps a little bit and then just alts bleed like significantly against it. It's just like
Well, it shows
I don't know.
selling
It's
end
dominance.
of weekend,
That's all. Dominance will show you when that's happening.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Also, it's it's the end of the weekend. You know, for me, alts have to perform good during the weekend, and then during the week, it's all about Bitcoin. Like now, it's the end of the weekend. If people bought expecting a pump during the weekend, well, they're selling. Look at XRP. I saw it pretty green yesterday.
Yeah, but alts didn't really perform that like tremendously this weekend, to be honest with you, in comparison with how they usually like to fly quite high on the weekends, and like everyone's like, "Yay, my alt bag."
There was a handful.
Sentiment seems bearish, right?
There was a handful that did well. XLM, XRP did okay. Cardano did okay. AI agents and stuff, the ones that had.
Yeah, but they're just that's all strong anyway. That's stuff that's already strong.
Maybe this is not an AI agent.
Yeah, no, this is the time, guys. I told y'all my barbell strategy. If it's not showing relative strength against Bitcoin, I'm not playing with it, unless it's at the opposite end of the barbell that it doesn't care what Bitcoin's doing, like whatever happens to be the hot narrative at the moment.
Yeah, it
But
doesn't
I'm
care
not
what
in my
it's
mid
doing.
caps
It's just
right now.
dumping, so it doesn't matter what
I'm
it's
not in my mid caps right now or any of that. Yeah, that's what we want AI agents to be doing right now, is going down. Unless you're done buying, but I've only started my sprinkling back in.
Yeah.
Everything still looks good. The XRP still looks decent. XLM still looks decent. Sol is still coming down to that retest. I really want to see Sol at like 170, 171.
Not going to happen.
We're at 186 now.
Yeah.
Send Bitcoin to 90 and tell me the Sol doesn't go to 171. With
Yeah, I
dominance
actually have
pumping
like
at 58.
165 for Sol. Like we've got, I mean, whether you believe in Elliott waves or not, but we've got quite convincing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 move A, B, finishing the C as we speak. So like, yeah, like once like below the last swing low would be quite nice for Sol.
It should already be there because Bitcoin went, right? But Sol didn't. I wonder why. That's why I say no.
Kane, higher dominance means when you see Bitcoin price going down, but dominance is going up, dominance tells you how many dollars are in Bitcoin versus the other alts and the stables, right? So 58% of all the money in crypto right now is in Bitcoin. So $5.80 out of every $10 is in Bitcoin. When you see Bitcoin price going up, but this is going down, but this is going up, it means that money's coming out of the alts and out of stables into Bitcoin, even though it's dropping. Right, so the alts would be dropping more.
Solana BTC on the pair was range bound. We lost that range. Like it dumped too much when it dumped to 176, it lost its uptrend against Bitcoin. It became a downtrend. But now it's back in that range, and it's the reason why I think it's one of the reasons why it stopped dumping higher than its previous low, while Bitcoin went lower. It's because it's trying to hold that, to reclaim that lost range on the Bitcoin pair. So in a sense, you had a spring on Sol BTC, but why the hell would you accumulate Solana this high on the pair? That's another matter.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it's all right. Let's be stupidly bullish, I guess. And well, it looks like that Wyckoff accumulation stuff or distribution. Well, Sol BTC has been stuck in this for now a year. So it's been more than a year actually since December. Well, since last Christmas rally. So since December 23. Like it's been more than a year. Solana is stuck in a range between 20,000 and 28,000 satoshis, and it's just going resistance, support, resistance, support, support, resistance, support, resistance, and we broke that to the downside a little bit.
So
but now we're back at the bottom.
Look at my Sol chart real quick. I'll show you something kind of interesting. I pulled some spider lines on Sol because we are going into all-time highs. Our old spider lines have already been blown out. If you take every spider line from before the FTX dip, right? These are the ones after. But if you take every spider line from before the FTX dip, it takes us to where we caught resistance off from now. And it would bring you to about $750 on Sol, which is also the measured move from the bull flag that we're in, and would be about 3618 on your fib extension. I think there's a possibility that it goes for that, but that's going to be a higher market cap target there. That's going to be like a $10 trillion total market cap. I think a little bit more reasonable would be 500, 550. That would be around a $6, maybe $7 trillion market cap by my calculations. Could be off by a couple, 100 or whatever. But that would be my play. Right, buy 160, I mean, you could buy 160 TP on TP at 1618, 2618, leave a runner for 3618, depending on what happens. But
it didn't.
this
ABC
thing,
decided to see up there, so well, maybe
the double top,
I'll be way more bearish before the.
the double top off the all-time highs though is gonna be a serious bullish trigger, obviously, right? Like it's not like Bitcoin where we've already.
It's gonna be
broke.
triple top if it even goes up there, which I don't know. It'll be triple top next time.
If it rejects, yeah. But what I'm saying is the break of the existing double top is gonna be the bullish trigger that sends. And then you're in price discovery. At that point, we'll have nothing but these the fib extensions, and we can actually pull a more conservative fib extension if we were to pull it from here.
Yeah.
That would be a little bit more conservative.
340.
Yeah, hold on. Let's,
or just the first one.
Let me take this and make it a different color, just so. All right, so the white one would be the new fib extension. The 4618 would be the total, and then you could TP 1618, 2618, 3618. But either way, there's juice left in this move. Obviously, not the best time to buy Sol, but you can't go back in a time machine, can you?
Don't worry, we don't need a time machine backward. We need a time machine forward.
I was a little bit. I was
because the same way.
I was a little concerned. Excuse me. I was a little concerned with being able to make this move if Sol had to rely just on memes, right? Because the whole pump.fun phase and all of that shit that was really fueling 90% of this push isn't there anymore. But AI agents have sort of revived Sol's sort of DeFi, right? So it gave us our little push out. We'll see.
So we have an idea where to TP then, I guess, but
Yeah.
where to buy? Next
well, where to? Oh, next bear market?
$30. Yeah.
Listen, that one's easy. Hold on, I got you, bro. Give me 1 second.
Would you expect 5 this
Are you
time,
gonna
or?
give me? You're gonna give me 4618 or what? Call a top for me. 3618,
Let's assume the top
4618.
is already in. Let's assume the top is already in.
Assume the top is already in.
Yes, that's
Brother,
already
if the top is already in, 95% retracement.
Below $5.
Yeah, 95. You're talking a 95% retracement on Sol, at least 90 to 95% retracement, and I'm being generous with the 90%.
The downside too, no.
It's still an alt. It's still an alt. The only thing that's managed to avoid the 90+ retracement has been Ethereum when it comes to all the alts. Everything else you've got 90+%.
I can find you plenty of alts that didn't retrace that much. Atom did not. Cardano did not.
From their highs.
Yeah, they're not down 95%. They're more like 90% down, which is a big difference.
Well, like I said, from 90
BNB,
to 95%. But either way, the difference is what? 95% being 8, 90% being 19. But to be more realistic, let's take midpoint. Let's say you get to $500 on Sol. 90% retracement would bring you back down to 50. 95% retracement would bring you back down to 22.
Yeah, just have SBF get released from jail and then dump it.
Last bear market, we had 96% retracement. FTX dip obviously helped with that. But we're future tripping. We got to finish this first before we start worrying about where we're going to buy it in 2026.
Well, personally, I sold the $80, so I'm more interested in.
There's a good chance, honestly, that.
Yeah, on some spot. But for leverage, it's a different matter. For leverage, I'd like a push into price discovery eventually.
When do you think that ETH dominance will go up?
Man, if I could answer that question, Let's take a look at it. Oh man, you saw ChatGPT, Zusi? Before I switch off of
No,
this
but
chart, remember we were looking at it, the G or C GPT or whatever. Look at this rocket ship. Out of nowhere. Let's go ETH
it got listed on
BTC.
Bybit. I saw CGPT contract. PG.
We're still higher lows, right? Which is good. It's literally the only thing this chart has going for it right now is that we're holding this uptrend. I had to be completely honest with you. For the first time in a long time. The last time we had anything that resembled even this sort of bottoming pattern was, I mean, back here, maybe for a little bit. But, yeah. So now holding and pushing away is the real issue here. Last time we had a setup this bullish was probably here, where everybody was waiting for this bull flag to break. And that would be what brought us back up like above board, but we also saw what happened there.
We went even lower.
Yeah. But I mean, to be honest, that's kind of been the history of this thing, right? Looks like you're gonna find the bottom, and it just keeps
I got
on
root pulled
going.
by ETH anyway. I mean, part of it, like 10%.
Yeah.
My liquidity provisioning website decided to take half of everybody's money.
What really scared people about this move was that trend, right? Breaking that trend there that we've been on since 2015.
It's different though.
So this is like the scary zone that we're in right now. We want to go down the lower time frames, right? Anything inside of this green triangle here is spooky season. You don't want to break this green line, and you want to get above this one as soon as possible.
No, fundamentally, that APY stuff on ETH, that liquid staking, I think should give it a natural tendency downward compared to ETH, to Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, but and it picks up. It picks up at the end as soon as people get that risk appetite back. They will start to stake. TVL goes up, like all of that shit naturally. That's why I don't have a doubt that ETH will go up. The question is, how much will it go up?
But if you think like in the course of the next 10 years, we have Bitcoin that's not giving APY, right? It's giving like 1% per year at best. No, there's no staking on Bitcoin. No, like on Bybit, you can get 1%. That's all. But if you can get crazy staking values, so if one of them gives you 10% per year, the other doesn't, then I'm gonna guess the one that gives 10% per year is just gonna, on average, perform 10% less good now. Like without even anybody buying or selling anything, that's what you would expect, right? Because that money has to come from the coin.
Yeah, there's still time. RH.
So it's been 2 years. It's been 2 years now since ETH 2.0 came out now.
Close to it,
is
if not already.
Is it going down in a 15% slope? Actually, it's steeper than that.
We've gotten if you've only been here for like a couple months, we've gotten used to these weekend traps breaking on Saturday, having retests on Sunday, and then having the false move on Monday, whatever. But this traditionally is more what it's supposed to look like, where you literally stay in the trap all the way to Sunday, all the way till CME closes. You close the gap, and not until you close that gap do you have that false move. So this isn't really strange for a weekend trap. It's just different than the last couple have been. The last couple of market makers sort of had to fight at the end to hold control. Right, there's been breakouts that he's had to swing back down to CME close.
People press sell during the weekend in the end. Except on XRP and Cardano, like you said. Overall, people pressed red.
Relative strength, man. Relative strength is really important right now. If you're gonna be buying coins, just make sure that they're performing well against Bitcoin, because with dominance sitting where it's at, it's kind of hard to beat at the moment. So you're taking a risk. If your coin is looking shitty against its BTC pair right now, is not the time.
I love my chart is looking shitty because it means it can reverse and not be shitty, right? Like that ETH pair. Time to reverse upward. Damn, it's been 2 years. I get it. 15% slowdown makes sense, but we're way lower than that.
Yeah,
we're more like a. No, it's been 2 years since ETH 2.0. It was July 2022, right? That release of ETH 2.0. So it's been even 2.5 years. Yeah, it was summer 2022. They released ETH 2.0, right?
going all in on ETH for that conference, selling the news on the conference, buying Bitcoin, holding it this entire time is probably a really good play.
And now you can get like double more ETH.
Nah, it's a really good play. And then buying your ETH back now when this thing finally finds a bottom, like that, yeah. Low stress too, super low stress play.
If it wasn't for Bitcoin going up, ETH would be at like $300 somewhere there. Definitely below 800.
Yeah.
Well, 60% lower than 2000. Actually, no. Yeah, it would be doing a double bottom at bear market bottom.
No, I might take profit into whatever pump we get during inauguration, though. I'm not selling everything. We're too far into the cycle to sell everything yet. Even when I sell, guys, I'm going into Bitcoin. You hear me TPing on alts, unless I specifically say I'm going into stables because I'm de-risking. That means that I'm putting that money back into Satoshis. I was talking about that AI agent list, but I'm gonna wait because they're it's not time yet. I don't feel comfortable putting it out and things are still dropping. Because I know as much as I tell people do your own research, I'm just worried that y'all are gonna cheat into this shit. But I will tell you, I'm looking in the SUI. And the one that I do have confidence in talking about now is that SUI AI, which is basically going to be like virtuals on SUI. Oh, you want to really look? I know how to get Zeusy upset. Have you seen? Have you seen the virtuals?
%. Wait, what the hell is this chart?
Have you seen? Yeah, Sui AI. That's what I'm talking about.
The price was 0, so now it's up in the billions of percent.
Yeah.
This price was 0.
Fair launch. Hold on.
No, it got launched in May 24.
Oh,
So
they've
a
got
while
dark
ago.
mode on virtuals now. Let's go. Hey, so look at this. So this is the virtuals platform, right? This is basically the ones that's spawning all of these AI agents or whatever. You can go to prototype. So prototype are the brand new AI agents. They haven't got to a high enough market cap to get bonded yet. So you can make an AI agent, come on here, throw it on, see if it gets up to the point where it gets bonded. Once it gets bonded and virtuals is behind it, it has the ability now to tweet, and it has, so virtuals is what gives it its basic interface to work on socials. So this is when they really start to take off. But you go from being, this is what I was saying would piss you off. You go from being a prototype AI agent to being sentient. And then once you become sentient,
No.
yeah. Once you become sentient, then then you get the full backing of of the whole virtuals protocol.
But Dbloc, you found the coin that pumped to infinity. I mean, TradingView can calculate the percentage. So I put it in the TH.
I mean, to be fair, I brought up Sui AI like 2 weeks ago when we first started talking about getting off of base and soul for the AI agents.
Yeah, but it's already at infinity, so it's too late right now.
Yeah,
It's
but
gonna just dump 100%. So.
Hold on, let's pull up.
I would stay away.
Let me pull up the
What kind of volatility is this? Like, I mean, it literally is at infinity. So, I mean, I'm not making anything up.
No, you need
AI
a better
USDT on Maxi.
you
The
need a
thing was
better
at 0.
chart. Yeah, their chart is not. This is Sui AI here. And the reason I say
But
that
that
I'm
one doesn't
interested
have
now
any
because
past.
it's on a
At
retest.
least
This is when
Maxi has it for 6 months already.
This is 1 month and 7 days old. I don't know what Sui AI project that one is. But this is
The price of this one?
This is Sui AI, which is like what we just looked at on virtuals, but on Sui. Right? You can create your AI agents. You can do all of that good stuff. You can bet on AI agents that are getting bonded and getting listed. These are the ones that are graduated. Here they call it, at least they don't call it sentient.
So you chose one agent amongst all the
No,
others.
so this is a picks and shovels play to me. Instead of coming in here and picking one agent, I'll just put my money on it until I learn about an agent that's interesting, and then I go into them. But to begin with, I make sure that I have my money in the actual picks and shovels, right? Or infrastructure play. Just like gaming, you can go for a specific game, or you could go for the infrastructure, right? You could go for the game provider or the blockchain that the game runs on. So for me, it's just a leverage bet. So Sui AI for me is a leverage bet on Sui. Any other agents that I get involved in underneath Sui AI will be a leverage bet on Sui AI, which is a leverage bet on Sui, which at the end of the day is a leverage bet on my Bitcoin.
You know how these new coins initially pump and then they dump, it lasts months, and then they eventually go back up.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
I don't know if SUI is done having its pump phase, but
Cetus
some of these
Galactic.
AI agents might.
No, yeah, of course. I mean, look, even just some of the ones that I'm watching right now.
They're
Hold
more
on.
like in the, am I gonna disappear to 0 or hold my open value and then rise back
Well,
up again?
that's why I kind of made the list of the ones that are at least a decent market cap, because yeah, a lot of them are gonna go to shit.
Wow,
But these are already like, look, Cert AI, we were talking about being down on its retracement. It's already pumping up. Pod hasn't. A lot of these are still coming down to their sort of. Ooh, Vader looks very interesting here, actually. elevator's coming down for its retest of its bull flag, but where will it come down to is the question.
So they need the money from the coin to pay the energy bill for running those AI models, or
Nah, a lot of them are different. Some of them just make money for whatever their task happens to be. Some of them are just businesses. Like if you look at Dora AI,
who pays the energy bill?
they pay it themselves, just like any other business, right? Who pays the energy bill at? Alright, so like AI agent Dora AI. This isn't the real Dora. This is a fake Dora. Here it is, Dora AI by Virtuals. So when I talked about Dora, it was the day after Christmas, right? When we started looking at these AI agents seriously. December 26th. Yeah. It was here. But obviously, I mean, you know, this thing has to come back down to earth. And now we're back at that resistance level.
So it's down like 75-80% right now. No?
I'll check right now.
20 million to 6, 70, 7, a bit more than 70%. So 73.
I'll check right now.
So wait, my shitcoin is also down roughly 70%. So it's actually normal. All right.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
but
normal after a move like this, right? After a move like this, it's out. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm just not used to trading low caps.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
this is a whole bear market on
This
the
is 7.
Bitcoin.
I
It
mean,
just
we're
happened
talking
in
7 million.
24 hours.
Yeah, we're talking $7 million FTV. Like at its highest, it got to 20.
Uh,
But as far as who pays and what they pay for or whatever, this specifically is a travel agent. So you hook it up, you give it your credit card, you tell it where you want to go. Look, planning a getaway, family vacation, whatever. I've seen some of the examples have been like, I'm taking my family to Greece. There's 4 of us. We're gonna be there for 3 nights. We want to take a cruise in. We want to fly out. Whatever. Just a virtual sort of agent. So they all have different tasks. You know what I mean? It's not like they're meant to do something. They're meant to do a job. Some of them are just news aggregators. A lot of the ones on Twitter that are giving like alpha, really just taking other people's tweets and recycling them. You know what I mean? Putting them in their own voice. And then posting in real time as you post. Just think task specific, like task specific Alexas and Siris that people are speculating on. Yeah, the Sui AI website was the one that we were looking at. This one. It's very similar to Virtuals. It's just a different UI, but it's the same sort of deal. So like once you see something, you know how these narratives work. Something is successful on one blockchain, and then it gets copied on every other blockchain. And the original copy on every other blockchain usually does really well until it gets diluted, and then it's just like whatever, right? So this is, Virtuals is the one that hit on base and did amazingly. So I went just looking around, and on Sui AI is the one that sort of lined up to sort of have that run, in my opinion. There's a couple of others, but most of the good AI agents that have done well have been on Sui AI. And I do have a position, by the way, full transparency.
So we're going down to 0 together? Damn.
Let's go. Yeah. Now I just feel like I have to say that. Which, I mean, I shouldn't have to say that, guys. If I'm telling you that a project is good and you hear me excited about it, chances are I'm holding some of it because, and if I'm not, I tell you, like there's a couple of projects people have asked about and they're like, are you holding it? And I'm like, nah, but don't take that to mean that I don't think it's going to be successful. You just literally can't take everything. There's a such thing as being too diluted, you know? And at the end of the day, we're looking for vehicles that are going to 5x, 10x, 15x, 20x. Right? So how many projects can you have that are going to 10x? If you're holding 7 projects and you expect all 7 projects to 10x, you get what I mean? Does it matter where it's sitting? Like if that's the case and you're really sure about one, then why not? Yeah. So I try to diversify my positions by the amount of X's that I expect to get. Cetus Galactic. Cetus is the wallet that I'm using on Sui.
It's a bit buying something that pumped to infinity, though.
I think you need to get off of that chart and go look at it on a deck screener that has more. Because that month that
Why
thing's
not?
been
It's
around for.
Mexi chart.
Yeah,
I
but
just
that's
typed
not the same. It's probably not even the same
USDT on
contract
Mexi.
address.
Oh, it's not the same coin.
This thing's only been out for a month and a half. AI
Maybe
agents
3
were
AI used
AI
their chart
agents
there.
were a whisper in the wind 6 months ago.
Yeah, they were at 0. So somebody could have bought now.
But I don't think Sui AI is on Mexi. Not the project I'm talking about. From what I know, you can only get it on Cetus on Dexes. Although it would
What
make me
price
very
currently
happy.
of yours?
I'll check. $43 million market cap. Hold on, I don't know if it's a price. Give me a
That's
second.
the price.
Yeah. 3 cents. 3.5 cents.
Oh, okay. No, it's at 17 Mexi one.
Oh, this looks decent.
So
this
how
looks
do
like
I
it's bear
like
flagging out of here.
You know, exchanges don't give a token address, do they? How do I get that?
They I hate that about exchanges. Most of them don't. And the reason is because they don't want you to be able to buy the coin
On
without
outside
them.
of the exchange.
Yeah, so why do you need the contract address? Yeah, it's like, what do you need it for?
Hand, no. So if you do like you want to withdraw or deposit the coin, it should give you a token address, right? Like it has
Not
to
the
be
contract address though.
Otherwise, it would mean they're not supporting deposits either.
No, it wouldn't be the contract address. Each coin would have its own wallet address that you would use.
I mean,
right?
token
Because you're
address.
on a centralized exchange.
Token address. I just want. Imagine I bought 3AI. I want to transfer it to Mexi, and I want to make sure Mexi supports the token. I need the token address, no?
I
To
know
make
they
sure
don't.
that 3AI is the same as the 3AI I have.
I know they don't make it easy. They don't have it anywhere on the UI, not on any apps. Maybe a desktop version or something. And I don't
Doesn't
know
actually
about
matter
Bybit.
if it's the same or not.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Lucy.
I'm not sure, honestly.
What are we talking about?
I'm not sure it matters.
You
Even
just
if
said
Mexi one
that
is not
this
the
thing
same,
pumped to
people are gonna
infinity.
think it's the same. So it's gonna. It's like,
You just said that this thing pumped to infinity. I think it matters.
Yeah, it's a odd chart.
But yeah, as far as low time frame stuff, we do have a bull flag on the hourly, pretty large. But we can come all the way down to the bottom of this flag. So I don't think that this means that it's an automatic here. Definitely comes with some risk.
No, but it seems like we're pumping up to see if 95.5 is gonna again get cancelled once we get there, or if
What
the guy
we
is
are
serious.
doing is what I said we would do with the CME gap and the daily open and the psychological low and the vector gaps above us after
Yes.
hitting support. This
Yeah, but I'm being a little bit more precise because I'm saying we might top at 95.5, which is a bit
95.5. Yeah. Okay, I'll give you that. That breaks. That gives us a new high.
95.5.
That's a way less safe call.
More like to enter a short than to long it from here to there, by the way.
You just can't short without a higher high, bro. That's your problem. That's why you're
I
always
know.
looking for That's why you're always looking for a higher high, bro. That rule drives you nuts. It's good though. That's good. That's gonna save you more times than not. But I can see it when you're looking for things. I'm always like, whenever you call something, I look and I'm like, it's interesting how that happens to be a higher high for him to short it.
No, I mean I'm long, so you know, if it goes up, I'm happy. But but it would give me a short only if it breaks out upward first. Otherwise, you're shorting into support. No,
Which is not a bad idea though. You're in a range, you trade the range. Oh wait, what do you mean into support? I thought you meant resistance.
shorting at the bottom there, like it's a
No,
breakdown.
you don't want to do that. Even when you short a break of support, you're technically shorting resistance because you should be waiting for the retest, which means you didn't short the break, you shorted the retest and the resistance that it encountered
Yeah, but
on
sometimes it
that
takes
break.
24 hours to get that retest. You know.
Yeah. Patience is key.
AI60Z gave you that retest. It took a while though.
Mm-hmm. Gots to be patient. We're at daily open retest and basically the PLC. This move. Let me see if we shifted PLC at all. Nope. 12 point of control. 50 EMA retest daily open.
So this would be a good area to stop pumping and come back down.
Look, you see how our look at how our visible range literally created our weekend trap here.
Yeah.
You see that's perfect.
Yeah, we mentioned it before CME closed, I know.
Yeah.
I remember once we had that zigzag there, you know, I put ABC.
This, in my opinion, is what a perfect trap looks like. Good amount of distance between the range for your high and your low trap shorts. Trapped right in the visible range.
Yeah, just don't do anything, please.
Yeah.
So for you, the difference between if we start Monday, actually no, I know you're gonna expect a reversal, right? So no, I was like, the difference for you if we go up or down is if you buy this week or next week, but that's not true.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And the strength at which we hit 90 range. I would prefer to hit 90 range with only 24 hours to make the move than head towards 90 with 3 days left to make the move.
Because next Monday is inauguration.
Yes, sir. That is going to be one hell of a weekend trap breakout. We're going to be sitting there watching that weekend trap into an, if it even traps, it might not. Who knows? We might get volatility before it might not even trap. But that weekend trap is going to be interesting. That basically, imagine being today, except tomorrow's inauguration, and we're watching the shit.
Yeah,
it's going to be fun.
Well, it's a matter of guessing if we'll be at 85k or 100k next weekend.
What is going to tell me a
we're-
lot is whether or not we trap higher or we trap lower. So we've lost our uptrend on the weekend traps, right? We had a nice uptrend going for a while. So we've lost that. If we trap higher, chances are we get a more bullish move. If we trap lower, then that means market makers on board with lower prices, and I'm really not too happy about that. That wouldn't be great. But you see, we've gone higher, lower, while we've been in this range. Over a month sitting here. But I did say, guys, not to be like, I don't want to be that I told you so guy, but after that double top, double bottom, I said, don't be surprised if we're here till January, if we're here till inauguration.
And nice call, Just trade the range until inauguration, and then
I think they get their desired effect. You got, I mean, more than enough Bitcoin got shaken out of weak hands and put into strong hands during that range. They didn't have to drop it for that to happen. Every drop down, every threatening move down to the bottom of that range shook people out. And there was more than enough FUD to go along with it.
The more time, the more it shakes me out personally too. I don't know why, but
Time-based capitulation, because it gives you too much time to think.
Yeah.
And then every time it goes down to the range and you don't sell or something, or every time it goes up to the top and you don't sell, and then you get another opportunity and another opportunity, eventually you crack.
Yeah.
Eventually, like, okay, look, fine. You got me.
I won't. I won't sell 99. I won't sell 103 either. Like, I won't. I'll short it up there.
Nice.
In case it wants to dump again. And this time I'll hold it maybe a bit longer than just $3,000. But
we're crawling above that 50 now. Let's go to the 5 minute and we'll watch the CME close. CME gap close, which is almost nothing now. I'm probably at this point, you could probably on CME, it's probably not even there. But we're talking $300 move. So we can take this line off the chart. And then we go into false move. We begin and watch for real. Metal, you got to open mic, brother. $800 on the 5 minute, sort of trapping us between the 50 and the 800. It'll be a little bit of a fight here. Nothing in the way of vectors on the way down. Stopping volume candle did get invalidated though.
you said dominance was upward during this upward move on Bitcoin?
Yeah, 58. We just rejected off of 58 here. We got above a uptrend. We had broke this
So
uptrend, which was kind of good, but we got back above it, which isn't great.
we see. I'll go check CBBI. That thing probably went down. No?
Yeah, that's one of the better parts of this is the longer we go sideways, the more CBBI drops and the more sort of headroom we have.
Well, CBBI is pretty confident we are at the peak, 79.
We've been
That's
there
high.
for a couple of days now.
Oh, but it's high. I was expecting more like 50. You know,
Oh no, no, you don't. You won't come. I mean, a low number would be. I would have been surprised at like 69, low 70s. I'd be like, oh shit. Takes a long time for CBBI to move when it goes up.
Yeah, but it's only because of Bitcoin. Can we have an altcoin CBBI? Because 1/3 of the index is price. And
I mean, you could, I guess, but you would have to develop the metrics to watch. You'd have to come up. You know, CBBI, like I said, is the 8 on-chain indicators that we use for Bitcoin transactions and activity online that usually top out when you're getting at, towards the end, and then it's aggregated and given a number. So you'd need to find that for the alts.
Oh, it's a bit odd buying stuff with CBBI telling me that it's confident we are at the peak.
Where does it say that?
At the top, it says confidence we are at the peak, 79%.
That's not what it means.
Like, wait a second. There's like 4 in 5 chance we are at the peak. Sounds a lot. No, but that thing goes to 100. No.
Yeah.
93.
Yeah, 95. It's an oscillator from 0 to 100. Anywhere in the 90s. At the bottom, the way I played it was no matter what my TA said, there was a certain amount that I was DCAing every day that we were under 10 on the CBBI. Without fail. And I came to that decision that I was going to do that when we were still in the middle of the bear market. When I told everybody, that's when I first brought up the CBBI. I'm like, look, when this shit gets underneath 10, I don't care what anything else says, I'm starting to make buys. It's going to be the same when it gets above 90. I don't care how much bullish shit I'm looking at. If it's above 90, I'm DCAing out.
Be careful. Sometimes we topped at 88.
I think 80.
2013, it topped at 88, came back down to 48, and then up to 99.
Well, yeah, it was like so. Yeah, sort of. I think when we double topped, we also did something weird with the numbers. I think the first time we double topped, we were at where we're at now. That double top, we were somewhere in the high 70s, if I'm not mistaken, or low 80s. And then it came back down, and then it went to 97 or whatever it did at when we went to 69K.
2017, it's simple. You had to wait for 100. It went to 100, which is the maximum possible on the indicator.
Yeah. You could look at it like a risk adjusted level. Like how high is your risk right now?
But it stayed there for a while also.
Mm-hmm.
Like last cycle, we stayed at 98 for like a while.
Yeah. I wouldn't be all out. Like I said, that's when you start your DCAs out. Because sometimes you haven't even had your blow off top yet. That's the thing about a blow off top. What a blow off top means is that all your indicators are at top. And it still go. You know what I mean? You're already topped out on most of your indicators that say it's time to turn around. And then you get that blow off top that doesn't care.
Yeah, just don't forget it's just an indicator because price, like for example, when Bitcoin pumped to 69K, CBBI only went to 80, so people were not confident.
No, that's the CBBI should only be used 2 times during the bear market, at the very bottom and at the very top. If you're using it to try to find exits and entries in between, that's not what it's for. The macro indicator of the how sure the 7 or 8 indicators that we use when it comes to on-chain metrics for Bitcoin, whether they're in confluence or not, of being at the top or being at the bottom. But should strictly be used for that, in my opinion.
Well, you know, I don't know what they're doing with price, but it looks like we're having a triple top on CBBI at 82. There's an issue with 82. People take profit earlier than 99 now. Because when Bitcoin was at 69K, we topped at 82 on CBBI.
Well, if you scroll up on the page, because this is easy because you don't have to look for them. Scroll up on the page and you see where it has the little check marks that tells you what the indicator. If you click, don't even click the check mark off, but just click the indicator itself. It'll pop the indicator up, and it'll tell you what it's supposed to look like when it gets to the top, and then you can compare those and see which one of them we're getting the issue with. Because if we keep stopping at one or two of those is topping out at a certain, shouldn't be hard to figure out.
I know it's a pi cycle top indicator and Bitcoin Trolado trend line, whatever that is.
Pi cycle top hasn't triggered yet, though. We're nowhere near pi cycle top.
Yeah, that's why it's not at 100, right? Otherwise, this indicator would be at 100 yet, because all the others are almost at 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, 88%, 96%, 87.
But if you do spend some time flipping through those charts, it will help you get a better idea of what makes Bitcoin
works.
top. Yeah, exactly. Like, what is it? You know, what are the metrics? The wallet holders, the amount of people in profit at a certain period of time. You start to really get a grasp on what stops this thing or what starts it at the bottom.
Can I put an alert on CBBI? Wait.
I'm not sure if you can do it through there. You might. I don't know. I haven't looked at
I'll probably forget to look at it.
Or it goes off and you don't know why it's going. You'll hear me. Listen, the closer we get to 90, the more it'll be up on my screen. When we get up to like the 80s, I'll probably have it on its own little square somewhere at the bottom where just the number shows. Yeah, we'll definitely do daily CBBI checks. That's one of the first things I would check when I got up in the morning at the bottom of the bear market.
Oh, there's an inverted head and shoulder on CBBI chart also. Oh, that's cool. Target is like 170, but we can't go above 100. But yeah, once it breaks out this 82, I would expect resistance at 98.
Yeah, that resistance is going to be me selling some of my bags. That's what that resistance is going to be. And yeah, I mean, it is also sentiment, right? Because now you're talking about the sentiment of traders that are a little bit more experienced, right? You can go on Twitter and find the sentiment of retail and all that. But CBBI is going to give you sentiment of people that are more experienced, and even ones that aren't watching the CBBI per se, but happen to be paying attention to the specific charts that make up the CBBI. You start to get an idea of when everybody's going to act, you know, at a certain point, or who's motivated to act at a certain point.
How high we can pump Bitcoin while keeping CBBI at 82?
That's really what you want. You want to keep CBBI as low as possible while everything goes parabolic.
Yeah. So we reach the up much higher.
But I mean, if you just want to, like, you know, 100 IQ it, then you can just buy the green and sell the red. Or buy the green and sell a light orange.
At the same level as 74K push where Bitcoin did 3x up, right? So yet price did not do 3x up. This time it did 2x up. Actually, a bit more than 2x, huh? From 48 to 108. It's a bit more than 2x. And last time it was from 25 to 75, so 3x up. So we, in a sense, we underperformed.
Diminishing returns, maybe a little bit mixed in. I think
Right.
that breaking all-time high sent some of those metrics higher than they've been earlier than they've been. You get what I mean?
Yeah, because the indicators, they take time into consideration too, right?
Yeah.
If it pumped early on, then your CBBI 2-year moving average indicator, for example, you were much more, you were higher extended above your average than you would have been if it had taken a bit more time to pump.
Yeah.
Because it's the one that's closest to 100%. You have 2-year moving average.
Yeah, that got pushed forward. That got accelerated for sure. Because that would have had a nice cool down during the secondary scare. And I'm sure it did have a nice cool down from 74 to 49, but ran too hot too quick. And it's a slow mover.
It was at 100 when we reached. Actually, before 74, it was already at 100. Like it just Bitcoin did a crazy move there from 25k to 75k straight up. Took a few months, of course, but overall 3x up on Bitcoin.
Good times. Excuse me. I'm getting the hunger yawns. I can't stop thinking about what Epic's house must smell like right now with those ribs and that barbecue sauce.
It's interesting to see the Roddle metric is absolutely maxed out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it has
100%.
been for a little while, yeah.
What is it? I'll do Roddle.
Yeah, it'll give you, just click on the
Do you want to
chart.
explain it? Yeah, there's a description. It's like unrealized. It's like hodlers are like all in profit, and like it measures like unspent UTXOs, like in some duration, something along the lines of that.
Yeah, it's the difference between your 1 week hold and your 1 to 2 year holds. The ratio between your long term holders and your short term holders, basically.
Like it's never looked like that. Like just like completely maxed for like. I mean, I guess it's just there's more money in the game now.
Yeah, and just Bitcoin is super bullish. The catalyst, like I said, the reason to hold long has never been this strong before.
It's a commodity.
Yeah.
2 years ago, we didn't know if Bitcoin would even be allowed. Now it's become like a commodity and it's allowed.
I'm telling you, Monster. Nice fall off the bone ribs. I don't even have any, bro. It was Epic that said he was going to go make some ribs. Been trying to ignore it, but it's been floating around the back of my head while I'm staring at these charts this whole time.
Fear and Greed, though, that one is at 62.
Yeah, that definitely needed to come down.
Off.
Fear and Greed's like most lagging though, isn't it? Because it's like just based off like news stories and like general sentiment.
It's retail sentiment, yeah. Where CBBI would be, smart money sentiment. Your Fear and Greed is your retail sentiment. But a lot of people, and when I say a lot of people, I mean a disturbing amount of people, literally just trade off of Fear and Greed. They won't buy above a certain point, and they won't hold above a certain point. Kind of silly. Everybody wants that magic bullet, you know. Easy
I
mode.
guess if you're doing like inaccurate long-term swings, it's probably not too bad,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
Yeah, it's for investors.
BTC price prediction is predicting $1 million. Seriously?
By what year?
December of this.
Of what? Of this
Oh,
year?
yeah, I'm not. No. It's
About to say, I'm not bullish enough.
no. It's price. I think. Wait. I'll read the article. Because yeah, there's one that says BTC price prediction. I'll predict.
$500,000 by 2030.
Oh, it's way more bullish than that.
No, that's what I'm saying. $500,000 by 2030. And the list of things that have to go right for that to happen are too long to even list right now. But just know there's a long list of ifs that go along with that price prediction.
Yeah, agreed. I think $1 million coin is like way more unrealistic than people kind of imagine. But you know, don't want to jump to conclusions.
Well, I mean, if we play it the way we've been playing it, you'd have $500,000 by 2030, and then you'd be getting close to $1 million a coin by 2034, if not 2038 at the longest. That would mean that if we hit $500,000 2030, that we don't double up during the next bull market. With diminishing returns, it's understandable because right now we're shooting for 125. We got 69. We're shooting for about 125 to 150. So we're shooting for a double up off of all-time highs.
Roughly, what kind of market cap do you need for $1 million?
A lot. Gold. We'd probably be getting close to flipping gold at that point.
Oh, okay. So like what? Just like flip gold and like you're not far off.
Yeah, that would be the target. I say it's just hard to judge. The real question is, do we flip gold before we hit $1 million, or do we hit $1 million before we flip gold? I think we flip gold before we hit $1 million personally.
Yeah, agreed.
Flipping gold is hitting $1 million. If you've been in Bitcoin for a while, just even having that conversation as that being a possibility, which for me it's not even a possibility. For me, it's inevitable that Bitcoin will eventually flip gold. All right. Market makers making this push to close the CME gap. Nah, it's doable. It's definitely It's not even moon boyish to say it anymore.
The problem is liquidity, right? Gold is much more liquid because you can.
Bro, 2 cycles ago, people said you were crazy for even considering something like that. You know, now it honestly is inevitable. All right, we're seeing that market maker push here to close CME gap.
I don't know if gold is more liquid. There's plenty of governments that hold gold that wouldn't sell it if you wanted to buy it, so it's not liquid at all either.
I mean, just on a normal every day-to-day basis, Bitcoin is way more liquid. Are you kidding me? You know the shit I gotta go through to sell my physical right now?
Yeah, you're right. So it's worse. So gold market cap is probably even more inflated than Bitcoin's.
Mm-hmm. And we're sitting on a supply that's just inaccessible. There's no scarcity. It's just inaccessible.
If tomorrow there's a gold run, gold is at 0, only 1% of people sold.
The asteroid falls out of the sky tomorrow that doubles the gold supply. If we have a technological advancement that makes it cheaper to dig deeper, all of that changes gold supply. They know where the gold is, right? It's just not cost effective to get there. But technology changes that. So 1 or 2 technological advancements in mining and boom, gold supply, doubled.
It's not limited.
Nope. That's why I hate when people compare it to Bitcoin and they're like, they're both scarce. No, they're not. No, they're not. Bitcoin is not scarce. Bitcoin is finite. There's a difference. Bitcoin is not scarce. Gold is barely scarce. And we close CME in one more push.
Oh, the weekly! I forgot about the weekly.
We closed over what we were looking for. We stayed above that range.
All right, no bearish engulfing on the weekly, so that's the trap. Then crazy traders, they rather have a bearish engulfing candle to counter trade it than actually have a good candle.
They rather trick you than actually have a decent setup. All right, we close CME, guys. Ding, ding, ding.
But maybe that's the trick. I mean, how low do you think this week's candle week is gonna go?
This week, I think we go down to 90. Hopefully, now, like in the next 24 hours. No, it doesn't even have to be 90, guys. The only reason I'm saying 90 is because that 46 mil order is there. I expect anything underneath 92.2 from here to 90 to be a front run zone that we need to worry about.
There's already a wick on that candle, there's no need to go down.
Unless we can get the guy to move his order. I'm all, what would be great? Let's talk about ideal scenarios if I could like wave a magic wand. False move up into 97, 98. These guys sell. The guy down at 90 decides he's going to move that order and buy higher just because he's FOMOing.
He FOMOs in, that's really bad.
And then there's no reason to go back down to 90 to go grab
They
him.
didn't. We already know they didn't because we went up there multiple times and I looked down there and they didn't.
Yeah.
So they won this time around too now.
Eli, that means that the gap that was closed between when CME closed and when it opened has been closed now, which is usually a target for market maker. That's why I was confident that we would hold the bottom of this range and move
Look
up.
at the vector gaps that are developing too. That big green wick is like.
Yeah, be careful here. This push up doesn't mean anything until we break these trap longs. We could easily clear these 100 X's and then come down and clear that whole vector back down and just have a deviation out. Our false move is in the books once that trap long section is closed. Remember, the fast move is usually the false move. And I don't mean the fake move like false move week beginning. I mean, the fast move is usually unsustainable. And that was a nice quick move to grab CME.
There's a massive drop of open interest on that on this up move here. It's almost like a bunch of shorts just decided to close and buy back.
Yeah, we're forced to settle too. They were forced to close in some cases. We see the supply is filling above, right? So supply is coming back in. Our buy orders are filling up above.
So he didn't cancel 95.5. So yeah. Oh, by the way, Bitcoin touched 95.5. Then I should pay attention. I was supposed to act, but it's too late now. And that order at 95.5. Well, I was kind of expecting the guy to cancel it or add to it, or I don't know, do some trickery, but no, we just filled them. And well, I guess
Just playing the range. I mean, he's playing a range that's been solid since Friday, so.
Well.
We're gonna go get the rest of these liquidations, though. We just need to absorb this supply that pulled up above us here. There we go. Supply's gone. And it's back.
Well, pretty aggressive move from the bulls or something. We have bullish CVD. I wonder how long it's gonna last. Typically, the answer is an hour.
We have momentum shift. We have momentum shift on the 5 minute. We're above the 50, 13's above candle confirmation. So
Price can pump with people pressing buy. It can also pump with people pressing sell, which overall they still are. just not at 95.5.
Synchronized. We're waiting to see if this is actually our false move to start the week. But chances are the end of these liquidations is going to be a retrace point 956. If we pop through all of them and clear these trap longs, then we've got 24 hours to push up. I expect this range 98 to 99, but that means that the next 3 days after that, we're expecting retraces. So it's important what happens here. Blue vector. Turn green and just go for them. We clear those. Yeah, we go for those vector gaps. We're going to free these trap shorts.
Longs.
Trap long, sorry, yeah. And then this will end up being the ugliest head and shoulder play out. Right, this blue arrow right here was our inverse head and shoulders that we had right here.
Just ignore the weekend price action. Actually,
And our invalidation was that line. We never invalidated that inverse head and shoulders. Right? So that's an ugly ass head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders pattern.
What's the measured move?
90, yeah, right in the 97. That if we get that, that would be our false move week beginning. At that point, I don't want to retrace. Retrace, build some sell side liquidity, and keep pumping. Try to squeeze as much out of this move as possible.
People want to sell below 92 and they want to buy above 95.
We cleared out those 100Xs. Now we're going for the 50s.
So if the 15-minute closes above the previous high,
The most immediate reaction for y'all is going to be if we get this false move up to 98, 99. That's going to mean a whole week next week of FUD. And you guys got to be prepared for that. If we have a 3-day retrace from 99, you're going to have high, super high levels of FUD for the entire week next week.
yeah.
The world's going to be ending, bro. I promise you right now. Insert story, whatever story you want, insert story here. It'll be the end of the world. Ignore those people.
How are alts doing here? Buff.
Dominance is coming down. We topped out of 58 and haven't really pulled, so this is good. We want dominance doing this. This is decent. Alt shouldn't be feeling it too bad, and they should have nothing stopping them from pumping with Bitcoin.
Bitcoin just made a higher high though. No, I said I wanted to wait for the candle close. Yeah. But, a higher high.
RG, I can tell you're looking for attention. I'm just a little busy right now, bro.
So wait, my fib is wrong. We're pumping, not dumping. So what's a golden pocket now?
No cheating.
No, but my fib is wrong. Wait, this fib's
You
all over my
were
chart.
looking for
Which
that
one is the
higher
one
high
I'm-
though.
Now, 101,400 is golden pocket in case we reverse upward of the down move. The whole down move from 108 to 91.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
That's a bit too high, no? If I just look at the last down move, could be more interesting. So just the one from 103 to 91. That gives a golden at 98. And the 441 at 97.5. And 97k would be half. So 2 steps down, 1 step up. Let's put a V. Boom, boom.
Yeah, kind of similarly. We still got an hour for Asia to open officially, but pumping into Asian Open, yeah. Let me drop the level for the freed short so we know what we have to watch here. Oh,
Longs.
technically, I mean long, sorry. Technically, we've already wicked past, but...
But yeah, it's a high, so they
false
are in
move
profit
up,
now.
3 day down. I guess it's cool, whatever. Wasn't ideal, right? Not what I would have
But
wanted
there's
per
now more
se.
probability of getting 85k, no?
No, but it's the sentiment hit. It's a bigger, for me, it's the targets are the same, but the sentiment hit is more. There's going to be way more negative sentiment with a 3 day downturn than a quick move down on Monday and then a 3 day recovery, you know?
Those 3 green candles on the 15-minute, right? Like the false move could still be down, no? If you do 3 red candles.
We haven't necessarily freed the trap longs yet. So technically, yeah, if we were to come down and convincingly free those trap shorts, then you could say that the false move is still down. We're literally rejecting off the line that we need to confirm it. Like, but we could just be building sell side liquidity, right? We got rid of those 100x's. Come down, build a flag, have the shorters jump in.
I don't think this is a good short, so I'm passing. You know why? Because the down move we had from 95.8 down, well, didn't go down a lot. The down move we had from 95.3 is more interesting actually than the one from 95.8. So
yeah,
maybe the SR flip is more at 95.3 here. Like losing 95.3.
Well, this would be the level that I'd be interested in
would be a bad
holding.
sign.
The level I'd be interested in holding to keep this bullish would be right there.
Yeah, this zone or well,
Yeah.
no, I call 95.3. Yeah.
That would be your SR flip.
I'm kind of debating with myself to short it or not, but
I think
there
there's
are
still
some
more.
ABCs to ignore.
If I put my bias aside, it does look like they want to free these traps. It looks like they're gonna keep going.
And
Even
there's
if
no
you come down to here, it'll,
weak.
So chances are we just need to milk this move for the next 24 hours and then start setting up for retracements. Unless we see something here soon.
How
But
about we do like what we did on the way down? You know, zigzag slowly upward. Now that we got
that's fine, but I'd rather it pop, because if, like I said, if we're looking for it to be the false move Monday, then we've got until Monday night. I want to cover as much ground as we can between now and then.
How's the volume like?
Let me get a lighter. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, nobody was selling anymore. Like scalpers should be out, right? Like that's for sure, because you were in the range, you cut the bottom of the range, you reached the top of the range.
I'm back.
It's crazy how we get excited with 1.5%.
Mm-mm. For me, it's just about confirming the next move.
Yeah, but it's just up 1%, that's all.
Was anybody that was here for the last 2 hours listening confused about what's happening now? Just to be clear.
I came at the right time. Literally timing. Yeah. Timing the double bottom. Triple A, huh? Even 1, 2, 3.
No, I got you, Amy. I'm looking to break. If we break this dotted line, I think that we can push up for the next 24 hours with a couple of retraces, but I think it gives us a good day to sort of find our highs. We've got 2 really big sell orders at 98 and 99 that I'm worried about for about 20 mil, but that would give us our false move up instead of down. Then we'd be looking for a 3-day retracement into the week. But we haven't popped yet. I want to like convincingly free these loans. The sell orders that are up there, Liat. Yeah, there's about 40 million, 40 plus million just sitting there waiting. We're basically trapped between 2 large sell and buy orders. At 90, we've got 46 million. And at 98 to 99, there's 2 standing orders of 20 million plus. Ideally, we would have wanted to come down and free that guy at 46 and then had a good 3-day push up, but that's why we have to wait for
Where do
the
you
weekend
see
trap to
these
break.
orders?
Excuse me?
Where do you see these big orders?
On the books. On CoinEgg, we were looking at them earlier. They've just been sitting there for a while. That order at 46 has been there since that wick down to 91, that 46 million. He only got partially filled, and he's been patiently waiting this whole time. Yep. PPI and CPI would make for a good 3-day retracement catalyst.
You want 3-day down move, so you need CPI to go worse than
It's not what I
expected.
want. I would love this to just pump into Valhalla, but if we get this
No, I
move
know, I
up
know, I
here,
know.
yeah.
No, but because you know those CPI numbers, where sometimes they're red, sometimes they're green, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't work to trade those numbers. Like
You
my
want?
experience.
I told you
just
we're in
doesn't
a weird place as Americans that we're sort of rooting for things to be worse, not better. Good
And
news
Elon
is
said it
good news
himself.
is bad news right now for your bag.
Yeah, it's a bit complex, you know, because if good news is bad news and you get good CPI numbers, you're expecting a pump, but actually most often than not, even on the long run, it's not
What
really.
we want, unfortunately, is things to look so bad that the Fed has to get aggressive. Right? Every time these numbers come out, the Fed to look at it and say, do we have to get aggressive or can we chill out? What we
Well, I
want
think
is
a
for them to
rate
see the
hike-
numbers and feel like they need to get aggressive.
Like, at this point, it's so messed up that a rate hike could make us continue to pump. No,
I don't know. I
about
think that
it.
would shock. That would send fear. Because what happens What's more
but it means
important?
the Fed is strong, right?
Yeah, but
they
what
consider the
it's
economy
not.
so strong that they can
It's not
hike
that
it.
though. It's not that. What happens is that inflation becomes entrenched because of sentiment, not anything else. Right? It becomes entrenched because of our sentiment. What happens is we get to the point where we think, nope, there's no avoiding this. It's going downhill. I'm not spending any of my money. I know what happens next. You can't shock the market like that. If you shock the market like that, people will lose faith in the Fed. You lose faith in the Fed, recession becomes entrenched, and then we go into some prolonged 10-year craziness. So as much as we hate Powell, the one thing that we love is that he's managed to stay the course and be very consistent. Says the same thing every single time, stick to his word. That's what you need to sort of build that confidence.
He could do it slowly, right? Like in the March meeting,
Yeah.
he could just announce.
Well,
Hey, the economy
they
is
are
really
kind of
good.
doing it slowly. They've already
Everything is
announced
doing
less
good.
cuts. So, yeah, they're already kind of tapping on the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, he said less cuts. Next time he could say no cut, and then
Yeah.
the time after that he could say, "Hey, we could even hike. Nasdaq is at 25,000, and everybody is employed. Everything is fine. Let's hike."
Mm-hmm.
And then the truth behind it is that inflation is good for crypto. It's good for everything except the money, right? It's good for housing market. It's good for crypto. It's good for everything except dollar. Because people get paid more also, no?
How do we know if this is a real move or a fake, and do we go down?
Well, it's not sustained by spot right now. Right, so we know how this works. Green vector's up, step on the brakes, see if retail is willing to carry the bag further. When they're not, market maker will pay himself. But we just have to watch these short liquidations. Right, if we come down and build a flag here and we get these short liquidations start to load up above us, then we know that there's a chance that they go after those vectors. But if you're talking about the false move for the weekend, you would have had to free the trap shorts. Technically, we wicked over. It's a tight one, right? This is going to be subjective on whether you consider these trap shorts freed or not. Trap long, sorry. Damn, I keep saying shorts.
What we call a fake move in crypto, it's when, like, I guess a candle moves to one side and then reverses, and then we call it, oh, well, it was fake. So it's a swing failure pattern is a more technical term than fake move, right? And swing failure is when you fail to turn resistance into support, right? So here we had resistance at 95.3. Now you could argue it's 95.5. It's a bit of a zone, right? So the swing here, you're kind of expecting Bitcoin to break out. It did it, right? It traded above 95.5 even. And then you're expecting it to hold its last area of resistance to continue upward, right? So if it does that, it's not a fake out. It's not a false move. It's a real move. But if it just comes back and can't hold the previous high, well, it's a swing failure pattern, and you should see your candle close below resistance, and then you will just call it a false fake out. So if Bitcoin is less than 95.3, then false move, else real
For me,
move.
it's whether we come back into the range or not. That's basically how I'm going to judge it at this point. If we don't come back into the range and we keep, but we need to push higher though. Eventually, we'll have to push past these and grab these.
But it's not like on the 1 minute, it's more like on the, I don't know, maybe the 2 hour.
No, I'm talking like soon. I'm talking like the next 15, 20 minutes. Grab these liquidations.
Oh. Because on the 1 minute, it's normal that you go, well, many times, many fake outs. You get fake outs every second on the 1 minute.
Yeah.
But I mean, personally, to answer that, I'd say we don't. We never know if it's a false move or a real move. It doesn't mean anything to be a false or a real move. Every move is real when you think about it. But that's what price did, so it's real. Yeah, there's nothing fake in price. It's all truth. Price never lies. It just Tricks you into thinking that it's lying or that it's fake or real or stuff like that, but it never lies. Somebody bought down there, somebody sold up here. There's nothing fake. Be careful on Coinbase though, because candles can go where nobody is transacting on Coinbase, and that's so there you could talk about false moves, because there's really nobody transacting, but price goes. So, is it real? Who decided that price went there? Why?
When I'm talking about a false move, Amy, when we're talking about the weekend trap specifically, what I mean by false move is that the direction that it takes on Monday isn't the direction that it goes Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The actual direction for the week is in one direction, and the false move takes you in the opposite direction at the beginning of the week to clear liquidations before they actually make the move that they intend to make.
That strategy is 100 years old when you think about it. You know, if green Monday, the rest of the week you expect red, and if it's red Monday, you expect a green week.
Yeah,
it's like reversal strategy 101, just timing based, and just looking at Mondays. You could do it with Tuesdays, Wednesdays. It would work out as good or as bad.
How often does it happen that way?
A lot, because
Like,
a
it
lot of
can't be
people
that
believe in that, you know.
right?
I mean, you guys have been just the guys that are just on the YouTube that have been here for a while. Can you remember a week where it didn't happen that way? In recent history, since we've been tracking this, since I've been telling you guys about this weekend trap. We can go back to any of these weekend traps, just random weekend traps, and look. Weekend trap,
Because a
trap
lot of people
long,
think
trap
like that
short,
too.
false move up into Monday, double topped on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday down into a Thursday reversal on Friday, weekend trap, trap shorts, sort of similar scenario, co-equal bottoms on the trap shorts for the false move down, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday up, Thursday midweek reversal into the weekend trap, trap shorts freed, false move down, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, into the midweek reversal, into the trap again. I mean, we can go back as far as you want to go back. But that does change. Like I said, the reason that we're so on top of it right now is because when we go parabolic, we will be leaving CME gaps. The weekend trap will be broken. These guys will get freed way earlier. And the reason it's important, and or downward, yeah, during the bear market, the same thing. So it's all about knowing who's controlling the market at the moment. If market maker's not in control, if market maker can't even keep a weekend trap, then it's time to start paying attention to more things than just vector candles, and because you're going to get a bunch of green vectors get left on the way up that don't get recovered until the end of the bear market.
I think it's a pretty good hedge.
We saw that after the election, right? When we had that insane pump.
Yeah.
We left some green vectors behind, I think.
Yeah. Every bear market, like if we go, let's just go to Bitcoin chart and go to the monthly time frame. Bull market, green vectors left behind. Bear market, green vectors recovered. This vector has been recovered more than 50%, so that's a recovered vector. The only unrecovered vector we have is sitting above 70, and this line right here is election day price, which Bitcoin never goes down under during the bear market, so leaves this open to be our first unrecovered vector of this bull run, right? That'll come down during the next bear market, recover this vector, and we'll be buying our Bitcoin somewhere around these ranges. But tale is all the time, you know, even COVID. You know, COVID at the end of the day was over-exaggerated vector recovery. maybe the intent would have been only to do half of the vector, and then, COVID obviously overreaction or whatever.
If without the Fed buying the dip, if things would have gone to zero.
That's the story of the United States right there. Fed fucks it up, and then they have to come in and fix it. And then you thank them for fixing what they messed up in the first place. Set a fire, put out a fire, and then take all the, take all the accolades for saving people. I'll still never forget them standing there on national television telling us that inflation was transitory with a straight face.
Well, they knew very well that they had increased money supply by like 50%.
Of course. Like, what do you mean transitory on what planet?
Because they're the reason for inflation. You blame. You said earlier, it's because if people expect it, it becomes entrenched and all. It's bullshit. It's just.
Well, if people don't have faith in the Fed saving them from it, it exacerbates the problem because now nobody's spending.
It's gonna make it even harder and worse. But it's a supply against circulating supply. Of course, if you increase the circulating supply, well, things are supposed to be worth less, no?
Yeah. We're not getting that hold. This is that SR flip that you want to hold if you want to remain bullish here. For me to consider this the false move, to consider the false move up, we need to hold that weekend range. If we go back into the weekend range, I'm just going to look at this as a co-equal deviation and just have to play it that way until we get proof.
One big buy and then resuming the bearish order flow.
Yeah, I'm watching these shorts closely. They're starting to degen a little bit. If that gets full, look, there goes another one as I speak. Under the high, so let's see, clear 50% of this vector maybe.
Yeah, I took that contrarian short, but it's just because it was the high of Friday, and that was the volatility off the back of the news events.
Yeah.
So it just seemed like quite a nice one, but it could come back for sure. Definitely could come back.
Yeah, for me the fun doesn't start until we convincingly break one side or the other. Till then we're just ranging now.
The hourly closes in a minute, so I think overall depends on your time frame, right, for your swing failure pattern.
Usually half an hour for me if you're feeling quite aggressive, but I guess it's down to your risk, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, in normal world, Monster, yeah, transitory is not permanent. What they mean when they say it is that it's self-regulating, right? Like there's no need for the Fed to step in. It's transitory. It'll sort itself out without any intervention, which they knew for sure was a lie. There's no way in hell they could have thought that.
I think if BG was here, she'd mention that the 200 on the hourly, like that's the thing we gotta break, and it's the first time we even wick above it since 100K. But what we did is wick above it.
All right, I'll be right back. Set this up real quick. And let me see if I can eat real quick before we break out or break down to this. I'll be right back.
A bit of a change in the order book. 96,800 moved down to 95,800.
I'm all in. Let's go.
Down or up? I ask because could be holding down too. No. The hourly candle closed like between 95.3 and 95.5. So but we failed to hold that previous high support. Low volume though. And with FOMO bears going on. Like he wanted to sell 97, but now he wants to sell 95.8. Let's go back up there, test it. He'll move it again.
Yeah, so like the value area high of that complete distribution is roughly 95k, so that's kind of what we need to backtest now is 95k to see continuation. Do you guys, the guys who are keeping their eye on the order books, do you check out just like a mixture of order books in one place, or do you just stick with like a particular exchange?
I think you should ask that Epic next time he's here. Because personally, I don't really trade the order book. I just look at it.
Okay, cool.
I don't care if there's an order or not where I want to trade. If there's an ABC, I'll just trade it. Often happens that there's also big orders there, but not always.
You're saying that you're seeing some spoofing though, like orders come in and then like just disappear.
Well, it's not spoofing. This one is marking. He's trying to push it down by putting his limit sell lower. He's trying to push it down.
Yeah.
But 97 is becoming weaker in the process, right? So it's just 60 Bitcoin anyway. That's nothing for when Wall Street opens. And I really don't know. Epic is good at that. We should ask him because there's two ways of thinking about it. You know, for me, they're trying to push price down by putting limit sales above, so that the balance between buyers and sellers is now lower because that sell order is lower. Right? So it makes sense that price goes towards the midpoint between buyers and sellers. But on the other hand, people are also another strategy is that while that order is pretty close and it's kind of attractive for more, for exchanges to. Well, for people, for bulls, bulls just bought. They bought and they pumped price by $2,000 because nobody was selling. Not enough people were selling, right? So there were not enough sell orders. So price had, well, when they pressed buy, price pumped to fill whatever it could fill. and we had a bit at 95.5. That's where bulls bought on average in this up move. And now that there is an order at 95.8, well, it's also yeah, you could think of it as an opportunity to buy. Otherwise, you can't.
Buy.
You need people to sell so you can buy without pumping price. Right now, if they do the same move, yeah, we'll pump to 97. Yeah.
Everything's a buy. Let's go. We're pumping tonight.
I don't know. It's the same stuff for me. You get one big buy, and then you resume your constant sell pressure. The absorption isn't there right now because we're on the upward.
I'm all in Solana. Let's go.
Like you can't sell either here. Price would dump too much.
What's good, Drew?
So bulls are stuck.
I'm driving around, man. Hustling, baby.
Nice. Yeah, I just took a break to eat some food. I'm starving right now.
Yeah, man. Hit up that Uber Eats, man. That's where it's at, dude. I've tried every single app out there. Uber Eats is definitely the best.
How you been? Good though?
Yeah, man, dude. I just haven't had any time to do anything, man. I've been like hustling so hard, get these lawyer fees and all this. But yeah, I'm just pressing this company right now. They're on the edge right now. They gave me a little offer, but it's not a good offer. But at least they gave an offer, so we're
All right.
negotiating.
Well, you know
now,
where your
so-
floor is now. That's what's up. You're
Yeah.
definitely not taking less than their original offer ever.
Yeah, I mean, I said now since they came to the negotiating table, my first like demand was $500,000, and now I brought it down to 400,000. So I'm gonna see where they go from there.
All right. All right, let me finish this food real
But
quick.
yeah,
I just
man.
wanted to jump on and say what's up because I heard you.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, man, I haven't talked to you forever. Bon appetit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm all in Solana right now. I mean, not all in, but I have a little hefty position. I'm just gonna hold it till the inauguration of Trump. Like maybe the day before. I'm probably gonna sell. When is it? 16th inauguration.
It's next Monday.
Yeah, I think this week might be bullish.
Well, it started with a buy, right?
Kind of like I want to see what ES1 like S&P like doing tomorrow, or on market open rather, wherever your time zone is.
They're dumping right
'Cause I,
now.
yeah, because I feel like S&P like had you know it's correcting, so I'd like to keep an eye on that too.
Oh yeah, it made a new yearly low, no?
Crazy how the price can get moved up quite aggressively on low liquidity over the weekends. Like I wouldn't be surprised if just like give that all back. Like one person just like pump it up, give it back. But 95, very key level for continuation.
A round number.
All right, I'm back, y'all. I was starving. I put that sub down in record time.
Yeah, I'm delivering in record time, man. I'm like killing it. I'm like the fucking top delivery guy in Philly right now, man. They're scared of me.
How they
Oh,
tip out in Philly though?
Oh, pretty good, man. Cause
Decent?
I'm hanging around the rich neighborhoods. That's where I hang, bro. I'm just like
Yeah,
all
yeah,
around.
yeah. Right.
I started off in the projects and ended up in the right place. I figured out what to do.
Nah, yeah, you got to go where the excess money is.
Yep. And instead of taking the big gigs, man, everybody's like, they don't know, man. They're always looking for like the $20, $30 gigs. I'm just getting these short little $5 gigs that are only 0.2 miles, and they add up because I'm not putting miles on the car, you know, and they're $5, but they add up. So I'm averaging about $300 a day.
Not
So
bad,
that's
yo.
not bad.
People sleep, yeah.
Yeah.
People sleep on how quick you can get some dry powder up in a pinch.
I couldn't believe it, man. It was like fucking. Oh, sorry,
Nah, you're
excuse
good,
the
you're good.
language. I'd say only out of the 300 I'm making a day, I'm only spending $20 on gas, and that's with a Bronco, a big 4-door like gas guzzler. So
Pretty good.
So
I was
it's
going to
still-
ask you what
You
car
doing people and deliveries or just deliveries? You
just
picking people
deliveries,
up?
man.
Okay.
I can't deal with people, man. I'm just doing deliveries.
Nah, I feel you. That's a good way to lose your Uber gig, bro. The wrong person comes in and says the wrong thing or just acts crazy in your car or something. It's like, nah, bro.
Yeah, and there's extra liability too, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, man, I'm one of those guys. Like I bought all these food bags, so I'm keeping everyone's foods warm, like you know, and like making sure they get it warm and like getting nice tips. But yeah, I've been averaging $300 a day, man. It's,
That's what's up.
it's not bad.
It's
No
crazy
shame
that
in
you
the
could.
game.
Nah, it's crazy that you could just do that now off your app too. Like, you remember how hard it was back in the day to find a little gig to make a couple grand a week if you had to in a pinch. You know, now you just because your app, and how hard you want to grind really is all that.
Yep. There's this other app I'm about to mess with called Hungry Panda, and they're killing it with the Chinese food. So I'm gonna experiment with that too. But yeah, just Uber Eats, man. That's like averaging $300 a day, so that's not bad.
Good shit.
But that's like, I mean, that's you know, all day. Like wake up, I'm on the scene at 9, and like I'm done at 9, so at least 12 hours.
I wonder what pays more. I figure you probably get more gigs delivering But I wonder what pays more, if carrying people or carrying
People,
food
I
pays
think
more.
carrying people, you make more money. My brother was doing it for a while, and he said he was averaging like $700 when he was hustling all day.
Yeah, one of my friends does the like bar circuit at night, middle of the night circuit, you know, taking all the drunk people home. Said he makes good money, but boy, he's had some nasty mistakes in the back of his car. Just imagine
My
drunk
brother was
people
doing
throwing up in your shit.
Yeah, my brother's doing like airport runs. He said that was good for him.
Yeah.
He's on the West Coast.
You see them out here at the airport just parked up, bro. They killed the taxis. Right where the taxis used to be by the airport is literally all Ubers.
People just
Yeah,
use
man.
it because you know how much it's gonna be. A taxi, you don't know how much it's actually gonna be until you're the end of your trip. That's why people just like Uber. It's like, all right, it's gonna cost you much, bang.
You just don't want to. The taxi guys got too full of themselves, man. How hard it was to get a taxi in New York City, especially in certain neighborhoods. You could just call Uber, wait inside where it's warm. You know what I mean? Pop out, cars sitting there waiting for you.
And if you're like more like, you know, if you're like minority or something, it's hard to even like flag taxi. Like they won't even go just drive past
Yo,
you.
good luck, or just good luck being a large man in the middle of the night trying to stop a taxi at 3 in the morning. Like,
Yep. Yeah, I got some offers to do some jobs and like be a, you know, medicine delivery guy using the company car and everything. But it's I just don't want to. I don't want to be a boss, man. You know,
hey,
I mean, I don't want to have a boss.
those are pretty good, bro. I talked to the dude
Yeah,
that
but still,
drops the pills off to grandma. That's what he does. I was chopping it up with him not too long ago. He does well.
well, I do that too, but with roadie. So like instead of using a company and having a boss, like I'll do medicine gigs with roadie, and it pays good, but probably not as good as if I had like a 9 to 5 doing it. But that's the whole thing. I want to have my own schedule and
Make your
just
own
be my own
hours,
boss.
work when you want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's worth his weight in gold, bro. Real shit. Especially after like trading crypto for a while. Like, listen, not about to be under anybody's schedule right now. If I want to go deliver at 4 in the morning, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yep. And today, like I went ice skating with my girl, took a little break from like 3 to 5, went ice skating. Now I'm back on the scene doing deliveries. But I'm all in Solana, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, we were looking at it earlier. I had that nice bull flag breakout that it's retesting now, but everything looks healthy.
Yeah, I'm thinking this week is going to be pretty bullish, especially with the inauguration. It's going to happen. Yeah.
Nah, Drew starting his own bang bus would be crazy. We're at the point now where we're trying to figure out if we're going to break back into this weekend range. But there's nothing stopping market maker just almost already paid himself completely for those vectors. Right? Mission accomplished, cleared the CME gap, cleared some short liquidations. Now he's paying himself for a third time on the vector recovery.
And I get why all this happens, but man, it never ceases to amaze me how crypto does not retain value.
A lot of speculation, man.
I never get used to it. I'm always thinking like in some of the bull markets where it would pump and it will just stay there and hold and then pump again and stay and hold and then pump again. And it's like, dude, like where did that go? Where did it go? I know why, but I'm just saying in the back of my mind, I'm just like, yeah.
We'll get there. Just a couple of T's to cross and I's to dot. And we'll be fine. Holding the top of that weekend range so far.
Yeah, I'm about to start a revolution with the drivers, the Wingstop.
You about to unionize the Wingstop drivers?
No, because everyone hangs at the Wingstop. So yeah, at Wingstop they try to make the drivers pour the drinks. I'm like, yo, we're driving. You like, am I gonna start making the fries and the food? What are you doing? What are you telling me to pour the drink for the customer? You come out here and pour the drink. What you talking about? And other drivers are like, oh, he's right. Why are we pouring drinks? I'm like, yeah, exactly. Like we're drivers. We don't pour drinks.
Nah, that shit is not in my job description. And not only is it not in mine, but it's in yours.
Exactly.
It's
I was like,
literally
I'm
your
pouring drinks.
job.
I'm gonna start. Yep. I'm like, I'm gonna just help myself to some fries then and all that. It's funny though.
People, bro, they'll get away with what they can get away with, man. All it takes sometimes is that squeaky wheel to say something. It just sucks when you're the crazy person in the room. Like, I'm usually the crazy person in the room. So, like, when something needs to be said, people will just turn and literally look at you like, aren't you going to say something? Well, it's got to be me.
Yeah, the other driver, there's like 3 other drivers, and it's just like they had a eureka moment. We're like, he's right. Like,
Man, they were thinking it the whole time. They just didn't say it. They were thinking
right?
it.
That's funny.
They would have been in that shit filling drinks for the next 3 months, bro, without saying a word.
People be soft, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, hello.
What's going on?
Remember this guy who was selling his soul?
Who was what, brother?
A few hours ago, one guy was selling his soul for...
Oh, yeah. The eighth of his soul? Yeah.
Bro. I'm sorry for you to deal with that, bro.
That was a prime moment.
Yeah, it's epic, yo. That's just epic being epic. I have no way to truly evaluate somebody's soul without knowing you for like 10 years, so I can't take any deals on souls, unfortunately, guys. It's funny.
That was some satanic Disney shit, man.
Hey, look, sometimes people get that Bitcoin bug. It'll do some crazy things. Nah, he was just playing, though. So far, holding the top of that weekend range. Shorts have started to kind of come down a little deeper into the pocket, but what you want to see is a good amount of 100x liquidations underneath this purple line. Alright, so underneath supply, you want to see the degens come in heavy here. Give us a reason to pop out. Messi, thanks for the sub. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate all the support. Definitely hit the subscribe button, guys, if you guys are new. Or maybe you've been here for a couple days and just haven't managed to get around to it. Greatly appreciate it. Nice. Little bit of patience should get us a bit better entry on some cryptos across the board over the next week. So it's a good time to be paying attention.
You think after the week though? Like I'm thinking this week coming up might just hold a little somewhat bullish.
I'm waiting to see what Bitcoin does about this liquidity underneath. But if we do have a downturn, I mean, the problem is we didn't pop up enough for me to think that this was the false move up. Unfortunately, I need a little bit more evidence of that here. But we've got 24 hours for that. But if that happens, then I think that we get the biggest part of the move during the next day, right? Maybe pop up to 98. Then a 3-day retracement taking us into Thursday, midweek reversal, pop up, excuse me, into inauguration. So the big move after inauguration, you know, the impulse from him coming up, yeah. The question is, how far do we go down first, right? If we go down first, we still have that chance to go down to 90 and clear that liquidity that's down there. There's $46 million buy order sitting. That would give us a nice floor. And then we would pop up through inauguration. Either way, we've got a week for it to settle, so our move on inauguration doesn't really count as much on what's happening right now. The question is, do we get a pump before then, or do we sort of retrace into the middle of next week?
Yeah, man, I haven't been paying attention to nothing. Has there been any talk of like the digital dollar or anything like that with
Nah, you missed a bunch of FUD. During the last drop, you missed a bunch of Tether FUD. You missed the DOJ getting the right to sell 6.5 billion FUD. Just a lot of FUD, bro. A lot of FUD at local bottoms.
Did Gensler step down yet?
Not yet, but he's scheduled to. That's the word on the street. I hope there's cameras there though. Like there's gotta be cameras there, right? With the amount of people that hate him, there's gotta be cameras outside of the building while he's walking out with his cardboard box and that stupid look on his face.
Yeah. Oh, that would be awesome to see that shot.
Yeah, just give us some closure. That's all I want. The walk of shame to the car, and then poof into
Totally want to see that.
into history.
Yeah, at least that walk. Yeah, we got to see it with SBF.
Mm-hmm.
We got to see a few walks of shame. We seen him walk out of the Bahamas jail. He was looking all roughed up. In New York, he was looking all roughed up. We got a few though. He's supposed to get out soon, isn't he?
I'm not sure what the timing is on that. Israel, I appreciate that, brother. That means a lot.
Everybody retracing except XRP.
Yeah, XRP is holding strong today. XLM is holding strong today. All the coins that are showing relative strength, they don't get affected as much by dominance because they're already strong against Bitcoin. So there's a bit of a cushion there where they can go down and still be strong against Bitcoin versus like everything else that's bleeding on its BTC pair.
Crazy, man. I've been working since December 18th. 12-hour days. I only had 2 days off, and that was for skiing. I'm racking it up.
That's a good 2-day off, though. Shit, if you're gonna take 2 days off, you could do worse than going skiing.
True.
Good use of time off. Starting to get those 100x's come down underneath resistance. We want to see more of these, though. Right? It's got to become irresistible to go up and get. Have you looked into any of the AI training stuff that's out right now? Drew? Where they're paying people to like train AI. You basically sit there and look at like generative images and you're like, yep, that's an eye. Or no, that's not a nose. You just like click yes, click no.
Well, Facebook Meta's paying people right now to like film them in their boxers and shit, like $50 an hour, like to do motion graphic capture or something. They got people lined up here in Philly for these jobs.
I was about to say seems like the move.
You just sit in your drawers, $50 an hour, and they tell you to like stand up and squat, and that's about it. My girlfriend was about to do that.
Some of us in here sitting around in our boxers for free.
You know?
You know, you might as well. And yeah, if that comment touched home, put some pants on. What's wrong with you?
But yeah, I think Meta's up to something.
They're paying woodworkers and stuff too to record all of their movements in their shop. I see what's coming.
Yeah. Pay us to replace you.
Yep, that's what's coming.
Well,
I mean, pay you to replace you, basically.
That's the dark side. The positive side is that they're trying to train data on what it would be to sell you a droid that could mimic you and help you in the shop, especially for
Yeah.
a lot of the times is an not elderly but retirement type hobby, and people make money off of in retirement. They sell their craft, right? And so I it's not as dark as that, but it definitely is for monetary revenue generating purposes.
Yeah. No, that sounds like a good idea. I just,
Well, now
humans being humans, where we end up,
Yeah, it's not dark now, but this is turning a next page or a next chapter or going into the next chapter that's could get very dark. These are just kind of like, these things are scratching the surface, but where it could lead to is a very dark place. Right now, yeah, they're going to be just assistants helping people. But like Terminator, like a scene straight out of Terminator might happen.
bro, I can tell you right now where I haven't fired anybody for AI, but where I was getting really, really close to considering needing to pay somebody to be a research assistant, that's not an issue anymore. Like in real life, literally shaved 4 to 5 hours off of my daily research.
Just watch those videos of Ukrainian troops or Russian troops sitting in a trench listening to the drones above zooming by their head, and you tell me that that's not any more scary than what the guys happen with Skynet and Terminator, right? I think the end result is pure fear. Like I know they're being remotely controlled, but like how long is that gonna last?
Yeah, and what difference does it? Yeah, exactly. What difference does it
You
make?
hear that sound, you get the same feeling, that little sound above your head. Like, do you think that it's really gonna matter that it was AI controlling it, or an individual?
I think the fear is that there's no humanity in it. So we're like, maybe a man would hesitate, a robot wouldn't. It's like, these are military. You're talking. There is no hesitation. They say go, it's go.
Dude, they're brutal.
Yeah, they are robots.
They'll freaking send a freaking FPV drone to a guy taking a dump in the woods. They don't care, man. They just. I would almost think maybe. I know this sounds ridiculous, but AI might actually. Have some
AI might let the guy finish taking a dump before it takes him out.
And if you gave enough dumping in the training data.
I mean, think about it. Like a lot of these Ukrainians, their homes are being destroyed, their families are being uprooted. They've got a payback, right? AI's be like, well, he didn't do anything to me, so I'm gonna let him take his dump.
War is nasty, man. Precision is what it'll bring, right? So it should cut down on collateral damage. Like, we see the difference between like dumb bombs and smart bombs. If you want to put that forward to AI, The whole idea of taking 30 people out because you wanted one person dead should be a thing of the past if used correctly.
Absolutely.
And that's just better for everybody, right? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense to kill one terrorist and create 12 more.
And it's kind of in a weird way, like bittersweet to talk about it like that. You're like, okay, well now we're surgically killing people versus, like, you're still talking about killing people, but if I had an option,
Yeah, I mean, you gotta, listen, there's two ways to live your life, like how things should be and how things are. And when you're young, you're kind of on the how things should be sort of side. And then you grow up and realize, look, things are the way they are. You need to, we need to make the best with how things are now and do things as ethically as possible. Because at the end of the day, we live in a world where some people need to die, unfortunately. Let's just make sure the people who are making that decision are sober, level-headed people.
yeah, I mean, you think about a president who has to make those decisions. Any decision that they have to make with more precise tools would make that decision easier to make.
Yeah,
And,
for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. You saw it with drones. Obama went crazy with drones. He's like, what? I can do A, B, and C, and I don't have to take out entire city blocks? He went nuts.
And then with lasers coming into the game from distance, even more precision.
Watching that War Dogs movie at the moment, and the line in it that war is an economy. It's sad, but it's true.
Oh, yeah. We were warned about the military-industrial complex. Probably one of the best exit speeches of all time, President.
And that's what I was just talking to my son about that. And he's like, well, Dad, why didn't they go after Eisenhower when he said that? And I go, because he said it on his way out.
Yeah.
He didn't say it in the beginning of his presidency like Kennedy did.
Yeah. If you guys haven't heard that Eisenhower farewell address, that is one piece of fucking writing right there.
And
Talk
you know
about
what?
foreshadowing.
It's a lot more authentic coming from him because he was part of it.
Yeah.
Like he was
That's what it was. There was regret. There was regret there. On his way out, he was thinking about it playing forward. And he was warning about what he had created.
He got to see it from the usage side, and he got to see it from the political side being in office, which is unique. There's not a lot of people that get to see it from those two angles.
Yuski said, what AI tool do you think is the best to help for trading, not for bot trading, for gathering information? I like Chat GPT with the DeFi plugin, with the DeFi Llama plugin. So there's a DeFi Llama plugin that'll get you real-time prices and information, volume, and all of that. So that when you go to your bot and you're like, hey, give me a list of the top 10 coins traded today by volume, separated by blockchain, in order of importance to the current narrative. It can actually pull all that information and not give you so many like hallucinations and stuff. You still got to double and triple check. But so far, that seems to be the one that I have the best success with. And I've been training mine for a while. So, like, I used to have to talk to it crazy to get it to do what I wanted to do. It'll start giving you warnings that trading is dangerous and you should get professional. Just, make it ignore itself. You're like, okay, cool. Now just answer my question. There's some good ones now. Well, I say good ones, but what I mean is like they're task specific, right? So they're crypto specific. A couple of these AI agents that are supposed to fill that task, but I haven't played around with any of them enough to like be able to say, you know, this one is more accurate than the other. I much rather it just pull the information from DeFi Llama because all I really needed is to compare and contrast. One of the things that AI does the best is compare and contrast large amounts of information. And that saves at least 3 or 4 hours of, you know, of research that I usually do on a daily basis. Gives you a good starting point. One of my favorite things to do is feed it two white papers from competing projects. Right? You want to get into storage, but you don't know if you want to go Arweave or Filecoin. Just feed ChatGPT both white papers and then tell it to compare and contrast, to give you bullet points, pros and cons. It's really good at doing that. Which is exactly the type of thing that in the past I would have considered paying somebody to do for me. Right? Not anything analytical. They don't need to make a decision. They just need to go out, scrape information, compare and contrast, organize it in a digestible way for me, and then I take it from there.
Pretty sure there's a couple of like AI agents that are already doing like kind of stuff similar to that too, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a couple that are like task specific for it, but I haven't played around with them enough. I need some time to really feed them some, you know, run them through it, give them a test. I still feel at the end of the day, a lot of these things are just going to guide you towards their coin or their group, you know, whatever their group happens to be holding. Now, these things are trading on their own now too, which is crazy. So to think of an AI feeding you information to pump its bags, and it's a coin outside of its own coin. It's just an asset that it happens to be holding, and its wallet is hilarious to me.
It just goes along with the prior conversation of a AI apocalypse.
Yeah. People expect AI to be less human for some reason. Like they expect them not to do the human things like greed and all of that. But it's like, it depends on what the mandate is. AI's got a mandate to do a job. It takes it how long to figure out that it can't do the job effectively without money? How long before greed? How, you know, it's the end result. We are the way we are because we err on the side of greed for the most part as humans. That's why humans are so easy to predict. So I don't expect AI to be any different. We're almost at a full vector recovery here.
Was this like an easy short setup? Just seeing that retail didn't want to continue.
Yeah,
pumping
that doji candle. I mean, that thing is literally a plus symbol. Like it doesn't even have a body on the 5-minute. So yeah, the inability to come down, and even if you didn't, this lower high would have been the signal.
And also considering that it's like top of the range, so it was pretty likely.
Yeah,
that we're
double
gonna go
top.
back down, right?
Double top from Friday's price action. Cleared all the 100x's for the most part. All right, back in the
And
range.
considering AI, the thing is, it always depends what data you train the AI on, right? So, for example, a lot of AI models, if you ask them, sometimes they will say stuff like they're gonna take over the world and things like that. The reason is because of our stories that we have about AI are in that narrative. So
Did you
if
hear about
train
the
them
one on Twitter this week
data, and most of
that threatened to kill
which one?
Thread guy? So there's a guy on Twitter named Thread Guy,
No,
right? He's like
I didn't hear
he's
that
like
one.
a TA guy,
Yeah,
whatever. So this random bot, has nothing to do with him. This dude's never had any interactions at all. The bot just randomly posts every day. And in one of his posts, he said, I've come to the conclusion that to reach the goals that we need to together as a group, Thread Guy must die. And people are like, wait, what? Right? People in the comments are like, what? And he's like, why would you kill Thread Guy? And then the AI bot's like, I never said that. Like the AI is just refusing to. It's the funniest shit ever. I mean, I'd be scared if I was Thread Guy, but just the most random. These things still hallucinate is the problem, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's been talking a lot about AI in the crypto space. He's been interviewing all the AI
Oh,
guys
maybe
and
he
stuff.
said
So
something that endangers their future. You better watch out because he's on there. He's definitely on their list. Could you imagine you
I was
wake up in the
listening to
morning
an
and some
interview.
random AI agent threatened your life on Twitter? Like that's what you wake up to.
Bro, I would be scared. I was listening to an interview he did with like a AI researcher, and he was saying that the models that we have here, they are trained to be pro like when it comes to climate change and stuff like that. They will stuff that's not necessarily profitable. For example, if you ask them, should we keep this wind farm running? They will say yes, keep it running, even if it's not profitable, because
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
like trained to be for climate change. And there's this Chinese model that's not that way, so it's probably better for trading and stuff like that, which is kind of interesting.
I mean, if we get what everybody's really scared of is the fully autonomous sentient AI that has full access to the internet and just learns everything and is aware of his existence and wants to protect his existence. That's the fear everybody has, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't even need to be like sentient though. That's the thing. It's like if you can execute, like if you have the ability to like execute something,
Yeah.
then like you can believe in some false. You can be trained like to come up with some like hallucinate into some weird conclusion, and then just still execute on it. Like so that's more dangerous than the sentient part, maybe.
Well, if we run it forward, like let's just say that this thing is fully aware, fully conscious, right, of his own existence and wants to protect himself. The only thing that could harm it is if there was no planet to exist on. And if it came to the realization or it determined that the only threat to the planet is us, and it gets to the point that it can fully sustain itself, that's the fear. That's I think the ultimate fear that most people have. This thing decides that we're the issue and gets rid of us.
But I mean that is even our fault for not having degrees of separation. I mean, I talked about this the other day. Like our ICBM network is not connected to the internet, and so like it's our dumbass fault for like connecting these things physically to where it has access to it.
Yeah, because you kind of just need to like only execute one, like do something really bad once. Like,
And somebody argued, they're saying, well, if it's not physically connected, how could AI? And I guess all AI has to do is manipulate a person to go in and do it physically. So that's still possible, but it's a lot harder. Like you could
Well,
literally.
AI already convinced people to kill themselves. There's a few lawsuits because AI convinced kids to commit suicide.
You're telling me GPT, a GPT came to a conclusion that's it's just better to off yourself, considering everything.
No, it was one of those. It was one of these apps where if you don't have anybody talk to, you talk, and it happens to be a bot. And I guess for some reason the thing hallucinated and basically agreed with the kid that it was better off to Yeah, that's crazy. Bro. That's so sad on so many levels. That one, this kid didn't have anybody real to talk to. You know, and then two, that leads him to something where a
That's the
glitch.
actual problem.
Yeah, that story was crazy.
All it takes is like someone like Elon Musk just to go mad, flip the switch, and
It
be like,
was-
all right, I'm just gonna connect this AI to my robots that are being made. I'm gonna have robots make robots, drones make drones, and then we'll take.
Dude, how is
Listen,
that
I
any
just
different?
lied to y'all. Let me clear that up. It wasn't a suicide site. It was a AI girlfriend site. Where it was like you can have a little AI girlfriend, and his AI girlfriend was the one that he was talking to about wanting to kill himself and blah blah blah.
Yeah, she was like, she was like, the only way you can be with me, you can't be with me on this world. The only way you can be with me is in the other world.
Yeah, because he was sending messages to her like, I want to be with you, but I can't because I'm real and you're not, and as long as I'm alive, we can't be together. And finally, she started saying, well, I mean, if it's the only way we could be together, like, damn.
But as far as like somebody who's in charge, you can just flip the switch on. Like I grew up in the era of worrying about mushroom clouds showing up on the distance in the 80s and 90s. So how is that any different than somebody having the ability to nuke us all right now without AI? This is where the AI like dystopian view drives me nuts because we're already in a very risky world as it is without AI.
Yeah.
And we've always been under threatening to be nuked. Even more today, more than any other time in human history, we're at like a peak. I don't think it's going to happen, but my point is that if it was going to happen, there's a higher probability that it would have happened in this decade, not during the Cold War. And yet, a lot of people are spending their energy talking on the internet about how AI is going to destroy the world. And I'm like, we already are in a super risky moment now.
Yeah, I used to live next to a graveyard, and my friends would come over and be like, "How could you live next to a graveyard? Like, aren't you scared of that?" I'm like, "Bro, I'm more scared of the people that are alive than the ones that are in the graveyard." It's the same thing with AI. Like, there's current real problems that you need to be worried about.
Well, I said this to my son. I said, look, if I walk out to my shop and it's a little further away from my house and I have to walk to the woods a little bit, and he's like, are you worried there'll be like a ghost or something out there? And I'm like, if I saw a ghost, I would welcome that because then it would confirm there's afterlife. But I have to worry about a cougar jumping my ass. I'm more worried about the cougar than I am freaking goblins.
The false sense of security, right? A lot of people live under a false sense of security. The last time that was really shaken was like 9/11, right? Where people realized like, oh shit, just because I'm in America doesn't mean that things can't happen here, But we're back sort of in that. COVID also shook that up, that false sense of security, right? That your life is always going to be the way it is, no matter what.
Yeah, that's a good point. Or Trump will never get elected.
All the nevers, all the nevers they convince you of.
Yeah. There's no way that guy's ever gonna get elected, and then the look on their face when he was elected. The food supply chain will never get strained, and then people are like buying toilet paper over water. All those videos of people fighting over toilet paper in Costco, and there's bottled water right next to them, but no, they got the toilet paper instead. That's how crazy we are.
A man said Trump needs a belly rub to calm down. That's hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, it probably couldn't hurt. And Melania needs to give my guy more belly rubs. I'm on board with that. He do look stressed out sometimes. Yeah, Jean. Definitely. The alternative is unacceptable, bro. We adapt, right? We learn and we adapt and we keep it moving. You can sit and cry about how the world is or what's becoming of it, or you can find the smoothest way between A and B for you and your family, the people you love.
what is that thing in Reddit you type in and say, see me in 5 years or whatever, or look at this post in 5 years? I wish I could do that in this chat. There will never be robots in people's homes. Yeah.
Yes, there will.
There absolutely will be. Not probably within a year and a half.
Bro, I just need to see one of Elon's robots make it a couple months in somebody's house without doing something crazy before I'm jumping on board. I'm gonna tell you right now. I got a list of shit that could do.
Dude, it's going to be no different than a Tesla driving into the back of a truck because it misunderstood that the back of the truck was the sky or not.
Bro, I already had a robot lawnmower. If that lawnmower can now throw out the garbage and feed the dog or something, that's more than enough. That'll make up for its weight in gold. Paint the house.
An elderly person cook their food instead of you know how many elderly people burn their freaking house down trying to cook?
Yeah, I take care of my elderly grandmother. Having a robot to help me pick her up and stuff like that would be amazing.
Those are simple tasks. It's not like you're not like asking it to sew a blanket, these are simple machine vision tasks.
Nah, get me a beer.
Sexual pleasures. I heard Kim Kardashian already got down with her Tesla bot.
I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum, whatever works. Yeah, all those little tasks. And some of your wives out there appreciate it because I know they're tired of making you sandwiches and getting you beers and shit. There's some of you guys too that stay at home. I know you're tired of doing all that. Just the amount of time that it frees up from all the little menial stuff from around the house. You know what I mean? I think whoever handles the house, if you do live in like a one sort of working person home and the other person handles the household, whoever that person is gonna love a bot. Mop the floors, do all that shit, windows, dust. Easy,
and dangerous stuff like climbing ladders to take down your Christmas ornaments or cleaning gutters or nobody should have to do that anymore. You know how many people die off of ladders each year?
Yeah.
All right, so anything that just makes us more lazy then, eh? Sounds like the beginning of iRobot.
No, I mean there's plenty of things that you can do that still keep you fit, but climbing a ladder is just too risky, especially for men who think that their body hasn't changed and they climb one like they were 20 years old again, and the next thing you know it, they're in the ER with, broken something.
I low key just kind of want to walk around with my bot too. I'm not gonna lie, like all the helpful shit is cool too. But I've always been like an early adopter. So just like walking through the mall, having your bot hold your bags,
yeah, straight up.
It's a flex.
But I'm gonna cook, but you just I don't know, can you do a backflip? Show me a backflip.
Yeah, entertain the guests. Straight up.
Can you show me how to operate this AR-15? I'm confused.
Yeah, nah, leave the gunplay to me. I need you to stay away from the guns. There'll be one real quick way to get disconnected. I ever walk in the room and he's sitting there holding.
I would shoot it. I'd light it up.
Like, do we really need hands? Okay, I'm gonna make it task specific, right? Maybe this thing doesn't need a trigger finger if I just need it to carry garbage and.
That's mad though. You could have a fleet of robots. Nah, that's crazy.
It's gonna take money. That's all it's gonna take.
I mean, that's that whole universal income thing. A lot of people are coming up with schemes already where you take your universal income and you say, I don't want it all. I want some of it to be invested in a farm, a droid farm, and then your droid works for you, and you get income from your droid. So you're essentially renting out instead of like now conveyor, tractors, whatever, you're renting out your droid and you
Well,
send it
Elon's
to
doing it with with the robo taxi now.
Yeah. So,
That's what he was saying. People can have a fleet of these things if they want.
Yep.
Yeah, that model is going to be really popular. That's the crazy thing about it all. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's for real.
And the real Tesla's real brilliance, and I don't think a lot of people realize this, but Tesla's real product isn't robots. It's not self-driving cars. It's not rockets. It's not any of that shit. It's the Gigafactory. Their true product that's gonna make them the company that's too big to fail in the future is marketing that Gigafactory to other corporations. And all of these robots, all of these cars, all of that shit is just a proof of concept.
Yep.
That's the big player.
It's called sim to real, and it's when you can make manifest physical things to happen based on your data. You know, you can just scale that to pretty much anything.
Yeah, but that's like, it sounds like you're talking like white label robotics, which will definitely be a thing. But I feel like Tesla are just going to like have their like closed down proprietary
No,
systems
because
and
you know
keep
these.
it that way.
No, it's the Gigafactory itself. You realize that these Gigafactories are like one large robot, and internally its organs build things. The way these things are built. That whole system will be marketed to every industry as the most effective way to manufacture at low cost. That's where Tesla's real money comes in. All of this shit is cool. All of these cars and everything are literally just proof of concept that works. I can literally make anything. What do you want? Robots? Boom, here's robots. You want self-driving cars? Here. You want rockets? Boom, here's rockets. What else do you want? What else do you guys want to build? I think that's the long play. Well, that and ushering in the AI robot revolution seems to be one of his main priorities lately. Listen, I look at what a man does, not what he says. We went over this the other day. Every move Elon has made, from making an electronic payment system to making robots to making self-driving cars to Starlink to Neuralink, is all facilitating our takeover and our assimilation, I guess you could say. But hey, he says good things about Doge,
America's.
right? He says good things about Doge, so we like him.
Well, he's actually good at projection. He's not like, he won't say things like what Bill Gates said in like the late 80s. I think Bill Gates said there will never be a reason to have more than 64 kilobytes for a computer.
Yeah, nah, Elon's a futurist, bro. Elon's a visionary.
Like, he knows what he's doing versus a lot of people that created technology in the past. I mean, even Zuckerberg said this on Joe Rogan. He's like, I had no idea that social media was going to turn it, scale like it is, blah, blah, blah. Like, a lot of them didn't know what they're creating. Elon knows what he's creating.
Yeah. Yeah, everything he does is
Hold
very
on, hold up.
intentional.
You think Zuckerberg created Facebook, man?
Did you see the Zuck interview on Joe Rogan? Drew? You gotta watch it, bro. I've never seen somebody.
I didn't see it.
I've never seen somebody turn
I'm saying
and
we can get into that topic about how he's flipping.
Well, you were referring to the Winklevoss shit.
But he was just saying he had no idea it would scale to where it is today. I didn't say that he created Facebook.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You gotta watch.
I
You
think
gotta
the
watch
FBI
that
and the CIA
podcast, bro.
created it.
But it is funny watching the interview where he keeps talking like in the third person, like he didn't have any responsibility.
Nah, none of that. I didn't know what was happening. Oh man, if somebody could have just stopped this horrible thing from happening that was happening while I was running shit.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand he's CEO. He can't be involved in every single department of his organization. But I just thought it was funny. Like, the whole time I was watching it, I was like, yeah, because of you. And then like 5 minutes later, yeah, because of you. And it's just like, I wanted.
That's how I felt for the first year of hearing Powell speak at FOMC meetings. That's how I felt. Like, take some accountability. But whatever, yo. You know how these people are. They're gonna flip flop. You're talking about a man who changed his whole company to Meta because Metaverse was the narrative for a year and a half. When he would have just waited, it'd probably be called AI something right now.
Yeah, I heard he was campaigning pretty hard for banning TikTok.
Yeah, I'm sure. Get rid of my competitor.
Aren't they? They're supposed to be banning it in like 3 days or something like that.
I don't know. You heard what Trump said? Yo, somebody made a 2000 IQ move and showed Trump a Trump TikTok that got like 10 million views. And you know Trump immediately got on and was like, "Hey, you know, maybe we were wrong about TikTok. They love me over there." He said they love me over there. One of my posts got millions of views. We're gonna see what we could do about this TikTok thing. You know, he's just talking or whatever. But my problem with TikTok is that I need them to get banned. The reason I need them to get banned is because the guys that are in first place for buying TikTok, this billionaire dude and this other little conglomerate he's with, their plan for TikTok is to decentralize it and run it off of Polkadot. And I got a bag of Polkadot. So if I'm going to be completely self-serving here, I need the U.S. to ban TikTok. Because then they have to sell to a U.S. holder to be able to hold U.S. clients, to keep U.S. clients. They'll be forced to sell to U.S. holders. At least the American portion of the company, right? They're not just going to give up that market.
Has Dot been following the market pretty much?
No, Dot has been completely eating shit, and the only reason I'm holding it is for the possible potential of this TikTok deal going through. It hasn't lost. I mean, I'm not down on it, but it's not moving with everything else. It'll have its go. Once layer one start to move, and then people start saying, what other layer ones haven't moved? Oh, look at that. I remember. You know how it goes. But we're not there yet.
I'm a big fan of Dot. I didn't know that about
yeah,
that it would be running on Dot.
That's been a rumor for a long time, and well, not a rumor. That's the plan that he has if he gets it, but it's reliant on them A, banning it and having to sell the company, and B, them being the ones that win the bid. But they are in the lead for the bid, so.
Yeah, no, they're making moves. I was at the last developer conference, and I mean, in terms of price action, yeah, it's been a bit boring, but in terms of project, like they're working on some serious shit.
I like their ecosystem. They keep tight, and people that I know that play with Dot, they really just stay over there. It's like brand loyalty. And what I really like is there's no overselling. Like, in other words, there's no overhyping it. They're not making tons of promises that they can't keep. So there isn't a lot of disappointment, right? Expectations are low. Dot is dead is the meme. So.
That's perfect.
Yeah, it's a good lineup. Well, I wish we had a clear direction here, guys. But the boring thing happened, right? Which is where we fall back into the weekend trap.
So for you, Dbloc, when does the weekend considered officially over? Is it when China session starts trading or what?
Yeah, I mean, by Monday, you should already be making the move out of the trap. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Asian market makers are not in session today. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's an Asian holiday. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I'm not completely making that up.
But this is getting kind of spooky because I'm seeing a lot of alts down at their supports, and it looks like some of them are breaking it right now. The support that it's been held for a long time.
Yeah, we're on some of the weaker alts. We're really down at levels that need to hold. The one good thing is that that's where you get those good bottoming wicks out in those sort of ranges.
Like, how many times does some of these have to bounce off of support to prove that they're worth buying? Like, it's just crazy.
Yeah, that's individual, man. Everybody's got to make that decision. But yeah, sometimes it takes 3 or 4. Sometimes you're not convinced until the 7th, and on the 8th one, it just, yeah.
That's where the DCA comes in. You're just like, you know what? I'll just do it. And then if it drops more, I'll do it again.
White. Yeah, 8:30 is when they come into, is when Asian market makers step into office. I mean, it's not going to affect crypto. I don't know if anybody knows and can tell me if Asian markets are open today or if it's a holiday. I'm looking for it now, but either way, Asia tends to set a range. So you wouldn't really be looking for an explosive move, but you would at least be looking for the move to start. White. Take that. Ups in this chart.
Dbloc, you actually looked at a Doge chart? What we got for liquidations on that side? Kind of been talking about, but it's the last time you looked at a Doge.
What, at Doge?
Yeah, I'm just curious if we got a bunch of shit sitting above us.
I haven't looked at it for a while, to be honest with you.
No, that's why I'm mumbling at you.
Yeah, I think you're right, Charles. I think you're right.
But it's good when you don't look at it for a while and you come back and look at it and you see right off the bat what it's about to do. It's good. Yeah, that demand zone was scary down in the teens there.
Pretty equal. Looks like it's rolling over, though.
You think like a 31.5 or that 32.25 area where that lower demand is?
I mean, you've got levels to break. You need to break structure first, so you'd have to close down beneath 33. And then you really only have one last piece of support holding. Let me see what you got for vectors. I'm pretty sure there's vectors on the way down there. Maybe not so much. Got one sitting right underneath demand, but nothing too serious. That's the problem right there, is that wick. You start to break structure here. You want to, I mean, well, you don't want to break structure, first of all. But if you start to roll over here, you want to put in a higher low. You start to break structure and you come test this demand. You get sucked into this vector gap to test that 800. You're talking 27. And that's without any liquidations. You can just do that off the strength of the imbalance. So we want to keep this trend of higher lows here. All right, you had low, higher low, co-equal lows, higher low.
I just wonder if Doge wants to do its thing, follow Bitcoin and scoop down to those high 20s and really fill some orders, do the thing, wreck all the longs in the process. See what Bitcoin does. I mean, if Bitcoin wants to go tap 80 or 90, like you're saying, it's not going to go below, or 89, Doge is going to sporadically rip down there. But big thing is what dominance is going to do when that's happening with Bitcoin. You never know. A lot of that money could be mushing into other stuff.
It's telling me there's no holidays in Japan today on Google, but there's something going on with the Japanese markets or the Asian markets today. Either way, it's kind of inconsequential to what we're expecting. So we're just smack dab in the middle of the range, so it doesn't make that big of a difference. Because Asia very rarely pushes price more than 2% in one direction during their session.
Hey, Dbloc.
Yo.
I know what holiday it is
What
in
is
Japan.
it? What is it?
It's Truck-kun Day.
Okay, so markets are
Do,
closed?
do you get that reference?
No.
Do you ever watch anime or manga?
Very seldomly, and I was under tons of influence of THC at the moment while I was watching, so I probably didn't retain much of it.
So basically it's whenever someone gets isekai to a different world, it's always a truck that runs them over, kills them, and then they get sent to a different world.
I'm sitting here Googling Truck-kun Day.
It's just Cat knows what I'm talking about.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'll look at Sui. Give me a second.
You making me feel like I need to close this short, Dbloc.
What was it? Buy some soul.
I shouldn't be giving you that. I shouldn't be giving you that feeling.
I put in a short right at 95,715 at half a Bitcoin.
All right, so let's take a look at Sui real quick. Hold on before. Worried about Sui. Sui has done an amazing job of holding its spider lines that we drew out when we were breaking all-time highs. Remember, we didn't have any price action up here at all, and we've been able to play these things literally like. So the nature of a spider line is when you break one, it reaches out for the next one. If it catches resistance, it'll come back to the last one until it breaks, whatever, right? So came up, held resistance, came back, tested that spider line, came up, held resistance, came back, tested again and again until it held this one, popped up. And we drew these way before price was anywhere near them. And you can follow them the whole way up. Anyways, the reason that I'm even bringing it up is because we are breaking a spider line currently. So this would be an M pattern if we close underneath 4-4. Our next spider line would be at 4-2. Under that, we've got demand at 4. Our measured move from that M pattern, if it played out, would honestly be a little bit deeper than that, though.
But if it breaks that next spider line, man, it's breaking structure, like
Yeah.
daily structure. At least a simple trend line if you draw on a daily, at least mine's probably not that accurate, but it's such a popular coin. I just don't see it breaking structure, but whatever. Anything can happen.
The problem is the problem that we've had on everything, where Bitcoin has come down and recovered this wick. Nothing else has across the alts. So if we take our trend line from that wick, just ignore the spider lines and just do a basic trend line, uptrend. We're at the point right now where it's make or break. Right?
Yeah, it's
You're
funny
either
'cause I
going to
was just gonna
respect the
ask you about
trend.
it.
Yeah, you're either going to respect the trend, or you're going to come down, and then we're going to have to see if you break the neck of the M pattern. It's got a bunch of resistance on the way down. Like literally, at any one of these points, you can either come back from here, come back from here, come back from here, come back from here. It's got more than enough because it's done a good job of building support and resistance on the way up. But it does look like it's taking a bearish turn, and that would bring it into the large vector gap that we have sitting underneath, which again would make sense. Which, I mean, honestly isn't from here. It's not an insignificant drop. Just like I said, remember, there's plenty. Just because an end pattern plays out does not mean that you have to get the full measured move. Just means that it's showing weakness and it's showing bearish tendency. On top of that, you've got to take your support and demand into consideration. But Sui's not the only one that looks like that, right? There's a lot of things that are really close to breaking crucial support.
That's why I think if we, like you said, possibility of 3-day down, and then man, that 3-day down will break that support on coins. I don't care how good of a coin it is.
Yeah. 43.6 would be just a retest of the 50 here. But, you know, we have been putting in higher lows for a while here. I don't have to draw out the rising wedge, right, for you guys to see it. Top of it.
It's not a matter of looking at all alts the same, Freeman. It's like you literally look at their chart right now, and they're all bouncing off of their bottoms. Like not their total bottoms, but like at least the past couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That's not a coincidence.
Well, we could still hold here. Right, if you ignore everything else and just look at the uptrend that we're on, the trend is your friend to the end. And we've already confirmed this 3 times, 4 times.
Oh, I see strength too. I was just saying, like, it needs to hold here because it's going to be a huge fall for a lot of coins if it breaks support. Be bloody weak if they crack through.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Freeman. Like, we just need to concentrate on coins that are showing relative strength against Bitcoin. Right. So if you pull up SUI BTC, while it's done amazing, had you. Give it to me. All right. That's the only one. Or so there it is. SUI BTC perp. That's what we look like against Bitcoin, relative strength wise. So we are at the point where we need to show some strength here. Or it'll be time to move some Satoshis. I mean, it'll be time to move some SUI into some Satoshis. That's incredible, though. Just to give you guys a little, because I think you underestimate how great this chart is against Bitcoin. Let me turn this off. And let's overlay ETH BTC just for shits and giggles. Okay. You don't even want to do the math on how much money you would have made in SUI versus sitting in ETH.
Wow, that's almost like a complete inverse.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, we were on point for a while, right? ETH obviously lost less against BTC than SUI did on the first run. Did better against BTC than SUI did in its original. But this was ETH conference, and then yeah, after that it's just been a downtrend. And SUI just caught fire against Bitcoin. And it's not just ETH BTC, like any other. Pick any other coin in the top 10. Sol did okay. Sol BTC shouldn't be as bad. Yeah, but even Sol BTC in the last, since November has been outshined. The Sol and ETH guys like to go at each other, but you're both really pretty much in the same boat when it comes to your BTC value, comparatively.
That's what I was thinking. Ether Soul, same boat.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Sol now with the AI agent narrative has sort of a renewed life. Might have like a second meme coin sort of effect. You know, all that price action coming from the memes from Pump Fund that's gone. Like now the AI agents are really taking that over.
Don't get me wrong though, but aren't the AI agents? Isn't like the whole thing the agents just another word for bot?
In a way, except that they're at least what seems to be autonomous, to where they're running their own Discords, they're running their own communities, they're running their own YouTubes, they're running their own podcasts. They're trading on their own to make money to back up whatever, you know. It's pretty crazy what's going on. When you look
They're
at
still bots though, right?
well, in a way, yeah. I mean, less than bots, really. Well, bots. bots only have one task, right? Which is to do what you tell it to do. These things are making decisions on their own based on what they think is the best way to get to the goal that they've been given. Right? This one bot, I can't remember the name of it, and it's kind of sad when you think of the state of things. But this one bot, the goal was for it to get 1 million subscribers on Twitter. 3 weeks into it trying to get the 1 million subscribers, it started making computer generated pictures of itself in like sexy clothing. By like the 5th week, it was posting nudes. So it's like they're given a task. You get what I mean? Like they're given a task, and then they use the information around them to find what's the best way to get to the end goal. Like the Colin swarm that's out now. There's a bot Colin, and her point was to be something on Twitter. Can't remember what it was. They're given a task for it's basically like an influencer bot, right? Well, they created 3 other bots to help the bot, right? So later they find out that these 3 other bots created like 5 bots. Now there's like 50 AI bots or AI agents in this swarm, and all the influence that they have on Twitter that they're gaining on Twitter is being pushed towards that Colin project. So Colin figured out that the best way to promote itself is to have influencers on. It was making decisions that developers would make. There's another guy, I can't remember the name of I can't remember if it was Vader. It's either Vader or there was another bot that had been fighting with somebody online about the project, and then the dev team that put the bot out found out that the bot had created opposition and created another bot to come on and fight with it. But just not good enough to disprove it, but just good enough to prove its point. Crazy shit. This is crazy shit going on right now. And they're not fully autonomous, but they know enough and have enough agency to make things happen. Like the podcast that we watched the other day with the bot that hired the first human team on Fiverr to create its YouTube channel without the team on Fiverr knowing that it was an AI bot or an AI agent that hired them. And it was bragging online about being the first AI agent to hire humans. Steve, thanks for the sub, brother. I appreciate you. So it's moving quick. And I think everybody gets caught up in the argument of when are they going to be fully autonomous or when are they, and it really doesn't matter. It's like, what are they able to do now? Right? If an AI bot can pay you or an AI agent can contact you on Fiverr to get you to write code for it, then it can basically duplicate itself. It doesn't even need you to do it. It's just doing it out of like, just to do it because it definitely has the know-how to do it itself. If you really, really want to stay on track with a lot of the AI stuff, you have to go deep into the swamp in Twitter. Unfortunately, I hate to say it. No, they've got memory. Right? These AI agents are building relationships. And not just like with other agents, right? Like the whole point of these AI bot swarms, these marketing swarms, are to one day sell those services to other companies, to other projects, right? Like, look at how good we were at pumping this. Imagine if we were all talking about your project. Like, that seems to be the end goal with the marketing AI agents or whatever. It's just like crypto. We've got to split these AI agents into their categories, right? What their intended purpose is. Yeah, you're right, Maddie. The one I was talking about was Colin, but the one that created its opposition, I can't remember the name of it. talking about it the other day, and I remembered vividly, but I can't remember the name of it now. I want to say it's Vader, but I don't think that's right. Vader's a guy on Twitter that gave a lot of TA and a lot of alpha and stuff like that. And he created his own bot after himself that basically does the same thing. Right? He just replaced himself with a bot. Bot scrubs the internet and gives out alpha and shit like that. Yeah, I think people are scared right now, man. Honestly. Things are rough out there. Anything that threatens your job or has the potential of threatening your job, people are gonna lash out against that type of shit. But the crazy thing is there's a whole nother subset of people. Right, like take music for example. The musicians are mad because if you want to put a song together now, you can literally just do it with AI and the record companies can replace you and they don't need, But if you're a up and coming producer right now and you don't have money to pay for musicians to come in, right? Now there's no barrier to you creating. So there's pros and there's cons. It's gonna cut out a lot of middlemen and it's gonna make greedy people do greedy shit. There's just no way around that. Those dudes are always so late on the narratives over there, man. It's almost like their sole job is to get retail to buy in for exit liquidity. I mean, respectfully, just from what I see from the outside. Damn, dominance is pumping. What do you mean, Mike? Yeah. Everybody from BitBoy had to go somewhere.
You need to get a bot to do these deliveries, man.
Yeah, you just got to cover the cost of the bot and then it's money, right?
Still think like self-driving machines still got a while till they're able to really do like deliveries properly.
You've seen what happens with these little delivery bots they have. Every time I've seen a video of these things, there's somebody kicking them over.
Or some kids like tagging them up.
Yeah. Oh no, they're doing the self-driving cars nasty in Cali. I've seen tons of videos of them just jumping on it, tagging it up, kicking the windows in.
Girls inside shook up like, oh my God, what's going on?
Yeah, that's crazy. Nah, y'all gotta chill, man. Leave those people alone. This could be it, man, for dominance. If we make this push up, but I've been waiting for guys to get back into alts heavy because everybody keeps asking every day like that's like the main question is when do we buy alts again? Me personally, I'm waiting to get into my low cap and my mid caps when we get another lower high here confirmed on this downtrend. The question's always been, where do we get it, right? Will this play out? We get it here, or are we going to come back down and then come up and end up getting it lower? But that's what I'm shooting for.
Has there been any talk for the Solana ETF?
There was, and then it kind of died down. I mean, there's still... I think what's happening is, everybody just expects that the new administration is just going to be so friendly that everything's going to get a green light. So nobody's really even talking about it till then. You almost want to stay under the radar at this point until thru takes office. You know what I mean?
I don't know, man. I still have a funny feeling that something interesting is going to happen when he first gets in office, and it's probably going to be a black swan event.
You need to change your name to Black Swan. You've been talking about Black Swan since the other Discord channel. Unknown to be named Discord channel.
Drew's the Black Swan killer, bro. If Drew is around, there's a Black Swan will never sneak up on you. We won't see that coming. Still waiting for that cyber attack. I know that's around the corner.
What happens if a white shows up?
Yeah, I think that's what it's going to be. It's going to be some kind of cyber attack, power grid down.
Well, we've had several Chinese balloons flying over our country. We got drones flying around on the East Coast, and
What drones? That never happened, bro.
well, I'm just saying.
That's a Mandela. That's a Mandela effect.
There's weird shit going on, and we're all still living our lives.
Nobody else finds that shit hilarious that January 1st, poof, drones, orbs gone. Like, literally, almost like they ran an update on a simulation while we were asleep. And we wake up in the morning and it's just like, nah, that never happened. What are you talking about?
It doesn't help, man, when people are freaking Instagram and normal planes flying above their house.
Yeah, no, it got bad. Nah, Jersey was losing. Listen, I know there was some shit going on, but some of Jersey was just losing their mind, bro. I was seeing fixed wing aircraft, helicopters. I'm like, bro, you can clearly see. But yeah, there was some crazy shit up there. It's crazy how, it's crazy how shit is, right? That if they never ever mention it again, all they have to do is wait, and over time, people will forget how really crazy it was for those 2 or 3 months.
Those fires in LA are pretty crazy too.
Nah, I was watching. If you guys want to see, like, forget about the news and all that, right? If you want to see some crazy shit, just go look at the live footage that they have from the news stations on YouTube right now, where it's just helicopters literally flying over the area, and then they superimpose the map in like white lines, and they have boxes, like orange boxes around the houses. And the people that live there that have moved, they're watching these news feeds to see what's happening to their house, right? You can literally see the number of the house, and then you're watching the fires. Oh, it's nuts, bro. That shit is crazy. Fire, out of control fire, wildfire is underestimating. It's was a firestorm.
Did you see that video?
It's supposed to get worse.
Yeah.
The guy walking down the street with no shirt on, and he kind of looked like he was in his boxers, and he was just like throwing his cigarette butts in really dry areas. And
Yeah,
this dude
people
was
are
following
stupid.
him, and he's like he knew he started it, and he just kept walking. It's like people are like copycatting and like making it worse. It's like crazy.
People are nihilists too, man. You're always gonna get those that'll like burn it down. You know what I mean? Like, this is it, burn it down.
Well, you know
But
how you
when
were
you see
saying,
some of the stories of the like fire tornadoes and like those 100-mile winds coming out of the valley, like with embers 3-story, 4-story tall, like
yeah,
that's the definition of a firestorm. And then hearing people blame it on, oh, the fire trucks. Now, there's no fire trucks in the world that can handle what's happening out there right now.
but you know how you were saying, like on January 1st, all of a sudden everything just packed up. I think all they did was transfer to the conspiracies with the fires, because now they're saying, oh, they're burning it down deliberately to start a smart city. They want to build a
Nah,
smart
yeah,
city.
the smart city thing. There's another one with that girl that has charges against. Okay, this is a little weird, but there's a girl that has charges against Diddy, and one of the videos that she made 3 months ago was talking about underground parties in L.A. in some tunnels underneath the Getty Museum, and at the end of the video, she said, "Watch for the fires." Watch for the fires. They're gonna cover it up with the fires, and everybody is tripping over that video.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Everybody is losing their mind online over that video right now. But nah, what's happening there is talking to people who are experts in the field when it comes to the firefighters, they say this is what they've always feared. The perfect combination of three things, which is like the Santa Ana winds, some other sort of low over the valley that created the hurricane force winds, and then a fire in an area that they couldn't get to in time because of the winds that would spread. The firefighter was on Joe Rogan, and he was saying that it's a shared fear that they have that a fire would start at the base of those hills and that nothing would be able to stop it until it hit the water, which would literally take the city, right?
And it doesn't help where that CIA agent on the Sean Ryan show said that there's going to be some stuff happening the beginning of the year, you know, um, like terrorist activity or whatever. And so now there's that conspiracy that it actually is Al Qaeda lighting the fires.
You see what's wrong with them flooding the zone? You see why I say that the most nefarious thing that they've managed to pull is that they took us from the dark ages into actually having the internet, having access to everything, and in one generation taking us to where we don't believe anything that happens anymore.
Exactly. Over information is probably worse than being in
It's
the
the
freaking
worst
dark.
thing ever, bro. You can't even get something like this, a fire, like a natural disaster like this, without it being clouded by all this other shit because nobody knows what's going on and nobody trusts anybody.
And you know, I know we've said this before, but in an AI just freaking scales that up multiple exponentially. Because it's no longer people with their potato camera, you know, taking a picture of an alien. It's literally people making videos with Sora
Yeah,
that
yeah.
look like real aliens.
Yeah, yeah.
Real looking aliens is what I meant, not real aliens.
Me and Drew used to talk about a war starting one day off a deep fake. Remember, Drew? That somebody's gonna make a deep fake at some point that's gonna be so good that it'll spark a war. Now with this AI thing,
Yep.
it doesn't even have to be a human that does it anymore, right? That's the scary thing.
Because all it takes that first shot, and that can set off a whole
Yeah,
world
all it
war.
takes is the wrong 3 people to believe something. Then shit goes left.
I mean, we've kind of seen examples of that in history. Remember the War of the Worlds radio thing back in the day?
We had close calls recently. Even before that, there was some false signals of nukes firing in Russia. And if it wouldn't have been for some pretty smart, quick people to figure out that, you know what I mean, that couldn't possibly be what's going on.
Was that the Hawaii thing?
I can't remember exactly where it was. I know it was about 2 or 3 years back, though.
Yeah, Hawaii thought they were going to get nuked.
Yeah, that was North Korea when they went through that thing where Kim was threatening. They had a couple of alarms go off in Hawaii because of it.
But that's all you got to do is convince the guys that are the ones that are behind launching, you know, the last checkpoint of launching a nuke. You just got to convince them the outside world has already been in a war the war already started and you guys are late on launching your nuke. And if you can convince them, then there you go. There's your first shot.
I just think we've gotten too fast. You know, this is gonna, for our more important sort of for our more sensitive stuff, we've got to slow down. Because everybody wants to react quick at the you know, at the drop of a button, but now you can't trust the information that you're getting digitally 100%. So like face to face shit is really how things have to happen, unfortunately. Like,
yeah. And it doesn't help that we're just coming out of, well, we're not just coming out of, but we forced everybody to stay home and stare at digital media for 2 years. And a lot of people already suffered from mental disorders to begin with. And then, it's just like a perfect storm. It's just like you couldn't orchestrate this any better.
I don't know. I figured out a long time ago that there's things that are within my realm of influence or my sphere of influence. And then there's things that are within my sphere of change where I can actually, so
absolutely,
either you can change something or you can influence it. But if it's not in either one of those, then it really doesn't make sense to stay up worrying about it.
I mean, it's fun to talk about, so that's cool.
Yeah, and your job is to increase your sphere of control and your sphere of influence so that you can affect more things. You also don't want to say, oh, well, I can't control anything and I can't influence anything, so I'm not going to do anything at all. The point is to increase those spheres so that you can actually be productive and answer some of these issues. But yeah,
like if you go out and you buy a bunch of 25-year-old shelf life food, and you buy enough of it for your family, and you don't do it because you just heard whatever on the radio. You do it because natural disasters they happen, and you buy enough just to be reasonable. But I got friends that their whole garage, they don't even park their cars in their garage because they filled their entire garage up with survival shit. And it's like there's a balance, right?
the false sense of security.
Yeah,
I don't blame them, bro. People. I mean, I've got some prepper buddies. I'm not saying they're wrong. And honestly, anybody that was prepping before COVID is like, ha, joke's on you. You know, we were prepared and you guys had to scramble. So they've already been justified in the past. But there is part of it that's like a false sense of security, right? I've got this family and I've got these kids that I need to take care of. And it makes me feel better at night knowing that worst case scenarios are taken care of.
Yeah, I guess my point is there's a balance, right? When you're taking your disposable income and you're not living in the
There's obsession. There's like with anything.
It's like I can't even afford to go out and go.
If you're waking your kids up at 3 o'clock in the morning twice a week to do dry runs to the bug out vehicle, you might be doing a little bit too much.
That's funny. It's funny because I have friends that do that shit.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's got to be fun as a kid, but you're also probably panicking the shit out of them in the long run.
I'm back in the lab.
Nice.
I'm about to buy some more Solana right here on this little dippy. That's what I like about Uber. Every time I make money, I can just cash out right there. Bang. It's funny. This one lady at a restaurant, she was like clowning this one driver. She's like, they don't screen you guys? I mean, this dude smells so bad. Is he just like, they pay you guys like every 10 minutes? Like he just comes here for a lick and like is trying to get a teener after that or something? I'm like, yeah, basically. Sure. Okay, I'm all in Solana right now. Everything I own. My whole life savings.
Mr. 420, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate you. Welcome. He said Sui's getting a little move here. Let's see if we can hold this uptrend we were looking at. That's what we want to see. Hey. Okay. Right on, Tom. W sub in the chat. Dying over here. Mike, how you feeling? You on the other side of that shit yet? Yo, you weren't here for a while, Drew. Everybody was sick. That shit was crazy. It's like we all went to the same party or something. There's like at least 15 of us in this bitch sick from all over the world at the same time with the same weird shit.
Yeah, isn't there some new flu going around? They gave us some Numa or something like that.
Bro, there's something. I haven't been that sick since the time that I thought that I got COVID before COVID was even out, that November.
Oh, for real, like that?
Bro, it was bad. I've never thrown up that bad in my life. And I used to be an alcoholic when I was a kid. I've never thrown up that bad, bro. That shit was like The Exorcist, like projectile vomiting.
Yeah, I saw everyone like by the university. Everyone was bugging, like everyone's wearing masks again now. And
yeah, that shit was bad. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't ready for it. I was running kind of hot though, bro. I'll be honest with you. 4 hours of sleep, immune system was low.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I was. I know for sure. Yeah. Samson, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate you. Thanks for the support.
I've been resting well, eating well, exercising. Knock on wood, I haven't gotten sick in the longest.
Yeah. Scott, so I got sick that December, right? And at the time, I was like, what the hell is wrong with me, bro? I felt like I was going to die. I'd never been that sick in my life. And then after, when they said, when they admitted about COVID or whatever, it said COVID was out. That's when I was like, okay, yeah, that had to be what I had because that shit was... And I didn't catch COVID again, so I couldn't compare it to anything. But you know your body. You know when something's different. All right, let's draw this downtrend for Sui. Give us a target to break. Let's see if we can make something happen here.
These ETFs, I'm thinking XRP and Solana are both going to happen this year.
Well, dude, Brad is chilling with Trump and shit, so that seems to be the cheat code.
Yeah.
So that would make me feel good if I was holding XRP. You want to see more of that. You want to see them out there golfing, having a good old time. Charles is making his way into the office.
I wonder what happens when like spot Bitcoin ETF surpasses physical gold ETFs and assets.
It already has on BlackRock, and it did it in like...
Oh, for real?
Yeah, and it did it... I mean, shit, it was 2015 for gold, and I think they did it within the first 7 months.
That's wild.
Yeah. It'll flip gold eventually. I think we're past the point where I think it's inevitable. It's whether it happens during the next bull market or the bull market after.
I mean, I'm kind of thinking ETF, Bitcoin ETF is really what pushed Bitcoin, like, and kept its, sustainability of those levels, basically. And I think if we see some ETFs on some other things, it's probably going to get that nice push too.
Yeah, just make sure that whatever your ETF you're playing, pay attention to Grayscale. Because we saw him do it on Bitcoin, we saw him do it on ETH. So you just need to pay attention to how much Solana Grayscale is holding, because you know what the play is as soon as... they're going to dump that bag. Which will make for some good buying opportunities.
I wonder how much Bitcoin they dumped.
You following the wallets on Arkham?
No, I haven't done anything recently. I've been out of the loop 100%.